Come a few of
Mr. Director, there is no way we can be able just to start off this amazing event without a little bit of coffee or Olomide. One thing that I've come to understand it is that the foundation of the building and the lovely pillars and the infrastructure that is there is what keeps the house and the home united. It is the lovely engine in a vehicle, the black on black leather seats, the lovely interior, the tires and every component of the vehicle that keeps it united. It is every player in the organization, from finance to human resource to sales to marketing to the relationship management team and so much more that keeps the organization united. It is in a football team that every player, from the striker who joined to the defense team to everyone else, that keeps that particular team united. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to be here. And one thing that you have to understand is that we come here united because of the digital transformation, and thanks to internet connectivity, we can be able to come and link up together through this digital transformation on this particular forum. Welcome once again to the Kenya Internet Governance Forum, and our theme is Internet United. This is the second Internet Governance Forum we are holding virtually due to the COVID pandemic, but regardless of all that, thanks to internet connectivity, we still remain united. My name is Ian Moirore, and I'm going to be your moderator for the session. I'm glad to have you here. Thank you for logging in, and thank you for just keeping here and staying here engaged. We have lovely speakers who have been lined up. We are going to take a deep dive into this internet conversation, and it's going to be transformative. Your lives will definitely not remain the same. We're glad to have you here, and we're looking forward to interacting with each and every one of you. Welcome to the biggest show of the year. All right, fantastic. And to take us through this particular session and to also open it up is a lovely lady. She has been able to network, manage all the activities at Kiktanet, and which she also touches on policy advocacy, regulation in information, communication, and technology. She is very good in research and training. She's able to coordinate and moderate the ICT, media policy, and regulation debates. She is in charge of partnership building, resource mobilization, and networking. This is the ever so lovely, the icing on the cake on this Kiktanet forum, and the cherry on top. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate our convener, Grace Githaiga. Welcome, Grace, and over to you as you take over through this session. We're glad to have you here. Thank you and welcome.
Through this and bringing new voices into ICT policy making, and it is our hope that the graduates today, will be like the fellows who have graduated before them, that they will continue to be engaged and continue to act as ambassadors and change makers in internet governance. On Tuesday this week, we held a donors and partners roundtable that brought together 68 participants from philanthropic and social justice organizations. The event created an opportunity to appraise each other on the situation of digital rights in the region and to develop a shared understanding and common strategic direction and responses to digital rights threats. On Wednesday, which is yesterday, we held the Kenya Youth IGF, which brought together 78 young people, with the youngest being a grade 5, 10-year-old girl who is a champion of child online safety. The Kenya Youth IGF provided an interactive platform for the youth to discuss their ideas and concerns on internet governance, while also providing an opportunity for networking, collaboration, and partnership with stakeholders and the community. ICT policy debates. The success of these events and your presence today is indeed a demonstration of the unity, the willingness, and commitment of all stakeholders in the sector to engage and continue to work together in issues that are important for all of us, as reflected in today's theme, Internet United. So today we are witnessing another amazing example of multi-stakeholder model and public engagement and participation, the Kenya IGF 2021. The theme, Internet United, is in line with global IGF theme, while at the same time taking into our account our local context, our local issues, and what is of importance to us as Kenyans. The Kenya IGF is a platform for open and inclusive dialogue and the exchange of ideas on internet governance-related issues. It creates opportunities to share best practices and experiences, to identify emerging issues, and to bring them attention to the relevant bodies and the general public, and contribute to capacity building for internet governance. So today we shall look at the emerging issues that face the internet landscape in our country, and the program is organized in sub-themes prioritized for discussion, which include emerging regulation of content, data, and consumer rights, inclusion, universal access, and meaningful connectivity. We have issues of trust, security, and stability of the internet. We'll also have a discussion on elections, data, and technology, as well as a session on emerging issues where we will focus on issues such as 5G, artificial intelligence, digital tax, e-learning, smart cities, and fintech. As KICTANET, we strive to ensure that policymaking in the ICT sector adopts an open, accessible, human rights-based approach that is characterized by multi-stakeholder participation. Our position, as you shall witness today, is that ICT policy and lawmaking processes should be inclusive, open, and accessible to all stakeholders, and include a diverse representation of stakeholders, be collaborative, consensus-driven, evidence-based, and lastly, transparent and accountable. And of course, you know, as Kenyans, that this is buttressed by Article 10, of our Constitution, which requires public participation in policy and decision-making processes. We do hope that moving forward, these principles can be consistently applied by all stakeholders to ensure more collaborative and effective processes. Also, this forum shall produce workable outcomes that stakeholders can implement and effectively serve the public good. KICTANET commits to continue working with all stakeholders to deliver on this mission and to catalyze more reform and action. So let's work together, good people. And in conclusion, and on behalf of the entire KICTANET community and the multi-stakeholder group that put this together, let me sincerely thank each one of you for joining us today from different parts of the world and around Kenya. More importantly, let me also thank our partners and collaborators, the Ford Foundation, Facebook, the Communications Authority, Safaricom PLC, UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, the Kenya Human Rights Commission, KENI, that's .ke, registry, TESCO, Telecommunication Association of Kenya, IGFSA, that's the Internet Governance Support Association, and ICANN, and then Article 19 Eastern Africa, for their generosity, without which this event would not have been possible. Finally, I wish you all great discussions and look forward to outcomes of this meeting. So thank you very, very much. And at this moment, I want to introduce our next speaker to make opening remarks. And I want to invite Steve Chege. For those of you in the sector, Steve is not a stranger to us. Steve is the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, Safaricom PLC. Steve is experienced. I keep, I refer to him sometimes as Stevie, experienced external and corporate affairs professional with a demonstrated history of working in the telecommunications industry, skilled in government relations, stakeholder management, strategic planning, public policy, regulatory affairs, and legal. He's strong in media and communication, and he graduated from the University of Nairobi Law School. So joining us from the greenhouse, we present Steve Chege. Karibu, Steve.
Distinguished guests, fellow industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am greatly honored to address you this morning as we kick off the 14th edition of the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. I take this opportunity to congratulate KITANET for convening this annual forum in partnership with other industry stakeholders. Over the years, this forum has become an important venue for the exchange of ideas on internet governance and related issues. We all know the internet has become a critical aspect of our lives in recent years. This has been truly brought to life during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which has disrupted our traditional views of how we interact. Physical distancing and stay-at-home directives have driven unprecedented surge in online traffic volumes, with many educational institutions switching to digital learning, organizations shifting to work from home, and events just like this one are going on in a virtual space. There is a silver lining. Due to these unprecedented circumstances, a growing number of stakeholders responsible for the internet have come together to reconsider how we can enhance access to this critical resource. We now see the internet as the lifeblood of our economies and societies, and we're increasingly working together to ensure that more people can access connectivity. This observation is supported by many studies. A recent study from Senegal that associated internet coverage with a 14% increase in consumption and a 10% decline in poverty. In Africa, the mobile phone continues to outpace other technologies as the preferred connection to the internet. Here in Kenya, 96% of people connecting to the internet are doing so via the mobile phone. But despite these gains, according to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, fewer than 1 in 5 households actually have internet access. This gap demonstrates that we still have a lot of work to do. We must urgently expand access to the over 50% of our population who still do not have access to the internet throughout Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards enhanced connectivity begins with enabling policies. Creating a framework to support universal digital access is the only way we can ensure that we leave no one behind as we close the digital divide. A recent report by Vodafone, Vodacom, and Safaricom on accelerating 4G access in Africa shows that multi-level partner interventions are needed to achieve digital inclusion. Policymakers and regulators play a critical role in reducing the digital divide. Policies should look at two main areas of focus: the cost of access and the impact of the access to the consumer. Encouragingly, there are various initiatives that have been rolled out to address the costs of access, as well as ensure connectivity and access for all. This is especially during the pandemic period. For example, Tanzania has recently reported that it has removed value-added tax on smartphones, tablets, and modems to boost internet usage. This works towards the country's target of increasing its internet usage amongst its population to 80%, up from the current levels of 46%. Another means to increase availability of internet-enabled devices is by encouraging local manufacturing. The Mara Group, in partnership with governments in South Africa and Rwanda, has recently invested in manufacturing capacity to create a truly African smartphone. In Ethiopia, Transition Holdings is operating one of the biggest handset factories in Africa, which is located in Addis Ababa. In South Africa, our partners Vodacom have pledged to democratize internet access for over 500 million people across Africa by boosting development and availability of cheaper internet-enabled phones. Here in Kenya, Safaricom has been able to provide Lipa Mdogo Mdogo, which is a pay-as-you-go solution to allow access to more affordable 4G devices by our people. It is important to note that even with these efforts to grow internet penetration across Africa, rural areas still remain unconnected. Governments in Africa must be intentional with incentives accorded to investors in initiatives that further the government's own stated policies to deepen internet penetration and usage. Where universal services funds exist, they should ensure that the bulk of the funds are utilized to support connectivity and infrastructure, especially in rural areas, to help bridge the access divide. Ladies and gentlemen, even as we continue to grapple with these issues, a new set of challenges are already emerging on the horizon. As more of the world shifts towards enjoying more connectivity, policymakers and regulators worldwide are becoming more concerned about issues affecting users' privacy online and data protection. This is an important area of focus as it relates to individuals' rights in an internet world increasingly dominated by platforms and apps that gain access to their data on a daily basis. In addition, internet users, especially children, need more protection as they use the internet. Child online safety is critical with the growing reliance on online learning that the COVID-19 pandemic has precipitated. We have seen several connectivity platforms seeking to create safe havens for users online. For example, Safaricom has partnered with UNICEF to build more safeguards for children as they go online. This initiative includes connecting more schools as well as providing skills to teachers and children to enable them to protect children from all forms of violence and abuse, including online abuse. In this regard, we look forward to a future where there's even more closer collaboration between private sector, regulators, and governments, which will be required to ensure that we all adopt a baseline that can help encourage more people to come online, but also to protect their basic rights, such as the right to privacy, as I've mentioned. We must now turn our focus to designing avenues of connectivity that will allow for collaboration between all relevant stakeholders, including government, the private sector, civil society, academia, and multilateral organizations to create more accessible and open spaces online that are equally safe for our key stakeholders. Today, more than 120 countries have already passed some form of international privacy laws for data protection to ensure that citizens are offered more rigorous protection and controls as they use the internet. I'm encouraged that we're already working towards developing that framework here in Kenya with the passing of the Forward-Looking Data Protection Act, which seeks to provide protection to customers as they interact with data processors. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few remarks, I wish you successful discussions and good deliberations in the panels. Asanteni sana. Have a good day.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad to have you here. Thank you so much, Steve Chege, who is the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Safaricom, and much appreciation also to our convener, Grace Kithaiga. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for moderating it so well. We are looking forward to such an engaging session. Thank you once again, and now we'd like to also invite our next speaker, who is going to come up on shortly. All right, so we'd like to introduce our next speaker. This is Alberto Sarda from Ford Foundation. He is a Program Officer, Technology and Society at the Ford Foundation. This is a man with a wealth of wisdom, and we're looking forward to getting into this engaging session with him. So ladies and gentlemen, sit back and relax and enjoy this session as Alberto takes us through. Thank you and welcome. Over to you, Alberto.
Thank you very much. And let me thanks also my colleagues from Kikanet.
I should have told you not to cross over.
The Kenyan IGF for inviting me to be part of this conversation.
So there was a...
I think it's not a mystery for any of you that the internet is everywhere. But with the internet, we have mixed records. On the one hand, we have the positive impacts that internet brings, such as enabling social participation and engagement. On the other part, we have negative impacts, and you can name it: online harassment, misinformation and propaganda, or digital surveillance that are affecting our societies. Now, with these mixed records of the internet, how do we harvest the positive impact of the internet and on the contrary minimize or reduce the negative effects of the internet? This is the core of the conversation that we need to have about the governance of the internet governance. IGF in particular has been a very strong supporter of the belief that this discussion should take place in a multi-stakeholder platform in which companies, governments, technical community, as well as civil society have the opportunity to participate in a meaningful way. All those involved can be part of that conversation. And in the case of Kenya, you may want to have a significant conversation about some of the pressing issues that you are working with in the country these days. How do we ensure a meaningful access and affordable access for those many citizens that today have very limited, if in some cases not access at all? So to ensure that they can be part of the social, economic, and cultural inclusion of the country. How do we implement ID systems in a better way that doesn't infringe on fundamental rights of people? And how do we make progress on the actual implementation of the recently adopted data protection law in order to ensure privacy of people regarding to the companies, but also regarding to the government? This is a reflection that shouldn't take place only regarding to definitions that take place at the national level. This is also an opportunity to think about internet governance issues that take place at the international level and what is the role that Kenyan society, the Kenyan government should play in terms of shaping the international roles of the internet governance. In my mind, what I'm thinking is what in the engagement of the country in discussions like the Cybercrime Convention before the United Nations, the discussion about the digital trade agreement before the World Trade Organization, and more importantly, in the coming conversation at the World Information Society Summit regarding to internet governance. So far, we have a very strong dialogue, multi-stakeholder dialogue regarding internet governance. The question that remains to be answered is to which extent this multi-stakeholder approach will be also used for ensuring actual policy decision making so that decisions are actually made by all the involved stakeholders. I hope that you have a very robust dialogue during the following days on this regard, a dialogue that help you to picture an internet that can ensure not only innovation and development, but also that allow us to preserve our democratic societies, that allow us to concretize human rights, and that enables social justice across the country. I hope that you have a fruitful conversation over the course of the following days, and I wish the best for all the proceedings. Thank you again to all my colleagues at KICANET and the organizers of the Kenyan IGF, and my best wishes for the following days.
My name is Jackie Njue of Black's Nails Parlor. We are a dedicated nail salon business based in Nairobi, Kenya. And we specialize in nails, that is manicures and pedicures for both ladies and gents. And we started business a while back, that is in 2014. The reason why we chose a .ke domain name for our business, first it's because we felt like it's the easiest way to say we are a Kenyan brand without having to shout. We felt like we needed that online presence, especially in this digital era. Thirdly, it's the security that comes with a .ke domain name, that is protection from cyber crimes and cyber threats. Our online business is a success because potential clients are able to access us easily from wherever they are, and repeat clients are able to book their appointments remotely, and also clients are able to buy our products from our website, which is www.blacksnails.co.ke, and we are happy.
Internet United, that is what keeps us together in this digital transformation. And that's also one of the reasons why we are here on the Kiktanet 2021 Forum. We are glad to have each and every one of you here. And even as we proceed, we would like to invite a gentleman who has C-level executive expertise when it comes to strategy, marketing, new media, business, and development. This is a man who spends 10% of his time engaging with IT policy at both the global and the local level. And get this also, ladies and gentlemen, this is a man who spends time to mentor the young techpreneurs around the startup belt. He is the current chair at Kiktanet. He is the chairman at the Association of Fintechs in Kenya. He is the executive board member at the Africa Fintech Network. It doesn't get any better than this. He is the co-founder and CEO at Kipochi. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is the grand mullah when it comes to the fintech space. He is the Don Pablo at Kiktanet. He is a man that we love and we admire, and we're looking forward to just engaging with him and his team and to see what the Kiktanet team has to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is none other than the one and only Ali Hussein Kasim. We are glad to have Ali here on board, and he is a man who mentors many young people out there. He sits in various boards. So this is a wealth of wisdom that we are going to be able to achieve from Ali. So sit back and relax. Let's stay engaged as we get this man on board so that we can be able to get to the next session. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Ian, was that me, really? Welcome to the Kenya Internet Governance Forum 2021. Thank you very much. I can see we have quite a number of people who've already logged in from various parts of the world. So the Internet Governance Forum serves to bring people together from various stakeholder groups as equals in discussions on public policy issues relating to the internet. While there is no negotiated outcome, the IGF informs and inspires those with policy-making power in both the public and private sectors. At their annual meeting, delegates discuss, like this one today, exchange information, and share good practices with each other. The IGF facilitates a common understanding of how to maximize internet opportunities and address risks and challenges that arise. In the resolution adopted by the UN General Assembly on 16th December 2015, outcome document of the high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the overall review of the implementation of the outcomes of the World Summit on Information Society, the existing mandate of the IGF as set out in paragraphs 72 to 78 of the Tunis Agenda was extended for another 10 years. Kiktanet has convened the Kenya IGF for the last 13 years, this year being the 14th. Welcome again to the KE-IGF 2021. And now, without further ado, I want to introduce the keynote speaker, our friend, our colleague, the Acting Director General of the Communications Authority of Kenya, Mrs. Mercy Wanjau, MBS. Mercy is the acting DG of the Communications Authority of Kenya, having been appointed on the 22nd August 2019. Prior to her appointment, she was the Director, Legal Services at the authority. Ms. Wanjau is a commercial lawyer, regulatory and governance expert who has been involved in designing and harmonization of ICT policy and regulation at the local, regional, and international level for over 15 years. She's a passionate and focused regulatory professional, deeply interested in harnessing the transformative power of responsive public policy, regulatory reform, and innovation technologies towards achieving development with impact. She is a certified secretary and professional mediator. She has previously consulted with KPMG South Africa, Pricewaterhouse, Kenya, and also had a stint in commercial legal practice. She has also served in the international secondment, on international secondment at the International Telecommunications Union, the UN Specialized Agency for ICTs. Ms. Wanjau also serves on the board of the SOS Children's Villages and is a council member of the Institute of Certified Secretaries, Kenya. She's a graduate of the University of Nairobi, University of Cape Town, and Strathmore Business School. In addition, she's an Eisenhower Fellow and a published author with the ITU and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. Mrs. Wanjau was appointed on April 2020 to chair the COVID-19 ICT Advisory Committee that coordinated ICT industry response to the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, Mrs. Wanjau was feted with the Moran of the Order of the Burning Spear by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta in recognition of her distinguished and outstanding services rendered to the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a distinguished speaker today. She's going to give us her keynote speech. I'm hoping that we will listen to her and soak in her wisdom. Mercy, karibu. Thank you very much.
Deputy British High Commissioner to Kenya, Mr. Alberto Sada, Ford Foundation, Madam Grace Kithaiga, Convener, Kictanet, Mr. Steve Chege, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer, Safaricom, invited participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. It is very exciting for me to join all of you here at this Kenya Internet Governance Forum, which over the years continues to foster positive conversations on the development of internet in the country. I wish from the outset to thank Kictanet for convening this very important engagement. It is an undeniable fact that the internet continues to shape human progress in ways never imagined before. Through the internet, we are now able to solve virtually every problem in life just with the click of a button. Indeed, the internet has made us better off, and it continues to shape how we perceive the world around us and how we organize our societies. This particular KEIGF comes exactly 30 years after the World Wide Web was released to the general public, and humanity has never been the same since this life-changing act of 6th August 1991. The internet has redefined all spheres of life. It has been a critical tool for social change. Indeed, it has been a powerful mass mobilization machine. During the COVID-19 period, we have witnessed the power of the internet in rallying the world towards this common cause. The internet availed the much needed information on this new phenomenon. The same internet galvanized the global population towards mitigating the crisis, and the same internet provided a platform for generating solutions to this scourge. According to the World Wide Web Foundation, the internet has been both a lifeline and a critical force in helping curb the spread of the virus, providing vital public health information and helping people live virtually when meeting physically threatens human lives. But it has also been a source of a new challenge of misinformation that has become the Achilles heel in the global efforts to combat the pandemic. That notwithstanding, the internet has tremendously enhanced human life in all aspects. Distinguished participants, the theme of this KEIGF is a united internet. This is a call to action for all of us to undertake necessary actions to ensure that the internet as a public good is available for all. It is also available in a manner that enriches our collective desires as human beings. Citizens must be able to exploit the full potential of the internet as it has become increasingly central to all our endeavors. As the ICT regulator in the country, we have continued to remain focused on the path of ensuring that we facilitate an enabling environment. This will allow the internet and other associated communication services to thrive, providing diversity to consumers while ensuring high quality service standards. This has been evidenced in the strides made in the sector in the past years. that have seen exponential progress made in access to communication services, even as we leverage the digital economy for social economic development. The government of Kenya views the internet as a tool for social economic transformation and supports internet freedom as an essential right provided for in the Constitution of Kenya 2010. To facilitate the realization of these constitutional rights and enhance the safe access to and use of the internet for citizens, the government has put in place a national cyber security framework geared towards enabling the use of the internet for innovation and social economic transformation. Other interventions include the development of a framework to facilitate the investigation and the prosecution of cybercrimes, and these include establishment of the National Computer Incident Response Team Coordination Center and the development of the National Public Key Infrastructure that will facilitate the issuance of digital certificates. We are also regularly engaging relevant stakeholders, especially telecommunication service providers, sector regulators, academia, and most importantly, the consumers of ICT services, to continually foster regular conversations on the emerging issues within this space. In addition, the management of critical internet resources, such as domain names, has gone a long way in further enhancing trust and confidence in the use of ICT services. It is this trust that is evidenced in the continued growth of the sector in terms of data on access to various ICT services, including e-commerce. This growth, however, has also exposed the country and made it susceptible to cyber threats, with Kenya placed among the high-ranking targets of hacking attempts globally. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to create a united internet, a few things need to be pondered upon. The first one has to do with narrowing the digital divide. Without access to the internet, our people will never make meaning of the lofty things we ascribe to this important resource. Therefore, it is key for us to ensure that no one is left behind and that they have relevant skills to exploit it for their advancement, and this remains the key focus area for us. It is work in progress. It may never be achieved in a day or even a year. At the authority, through the Universal Service Fund, we continue with this transformative journey of connecting our citizens to various communication services, including the internet. This is very important to us. This includes the licensing and shared spectrum framework for community networks in Kenya that we developed with the gracious support of the United Kingdom's Digital Access Program. Citizens who can access the internet and have the skills to tap into its immense potential would be enlightened about the world around them and can use the resource to solve their everyday challenges, regardless of their location. It is the only way we can engage meaningfully in the digital economy, in the digital marketplace, to buy and sell anything. The second priority area is enhancing user trust within the context of internet freedom. It is now a recognized fact that we must protect our citizens on the internet, just as we do offline. By promoting the freedom of the internet, we can create an environment that enables people to make the best use of this platform, but also ensure that we have taken care of emerging concerns on the internet. This is true for vulnerable segments of the population, like children who face imminent risks and threats on the internet. The third issue we must focus on has to do with data and privacy concerns within the digital space. This enables people to exploit the internet without sacrificing their privacy. It also ensures that there are sufficient safeguards with respect to disclosure of information, which must be done with consent of the user, who must also be sufficiently informed on the context and the scope of the data being shared. This, coupled with digital identities, will foster greater trust and confidence in online transactions. The Data Protection Act 2019 and the attendant regulations now provide us with a much-needed framework that will ensure that such concerns are taken care of holistically. As I conclude, I wish to state that even as we focus on those three critical areas that I have identified, we must be alive to the fact that such interventions cannot be realized by the government or the private sector alone. It calls for collaboration. Collaborative security in the internet demands that we must foster transparency and openness in dealing with emerging issues through mutually beneficial cooperation and a shared collective responsibility. That's why efforts such as this fronted by the IGF should be lauded, because they are key to unlocking the potential of the internet for the greater good of the people. Thank you very much for your attention, and let me take this opportunity to wish you a resourceful engagement.
Powerful sentiments right there from the Director General, Communications Authority of Kenya. We are thankful for Mercy Wanjao for taking us through that session. Thank you, Mercy. Wealth of wisdom as usual, and we are proud and honored to be associated with you. All right, and we have a lovely moderator. She is the convener here at Kiptanet, and she's a lady that I definitely look up to and admire in so many ways. Seasoned and experienced in this particular platform. So I am part of your mentee. I'm one of your mentees who is closely just watching you online and following you. Grace Gitaiga, how are you?
Good, Ian. I'm good. Thank you so much. It's going on very well.
Fantastic.
So far, so good. And I think at this point, I just want to say, it's looking good. We are going to have stimulating ICT policy debates on key internet governance issues as identified by the community in 2021. So everyone, keep it here. I think in the earlier session, we were waiting one of our guests, and I see she has already arrived. So we are going to welcome Josephine Gold. I hope I have pronounced it well. And Josephine is the Deputy High Commissioner and Permanent Representatives to the UN, to the UNEP program and UN Habitat. Josephine joined FCDO, which is the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, in 2002. She has previously served in the Democratic Republic of Congo, twice in Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria. She was the British ambassador to Cote d'Ivoire between 2016 and 2020. Josephine, like we say in the local lingo, karibu sana to the internet governance community, and please make your welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. Josephine, thank you so much for making time to be here. We are honored and privileged to have you in this particular session, and we just want to welcome you once again. So over to you, Josephine, as you take over through the session, and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Ms. Githega, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
This is how we roll.
Good morning.
This is how we do it.
This is how we roll.
I'd like to thank you all for asking me to speak at the opening of this year's Kenya Internet Governance Forum. I'm particularly pleased to be sharing this platform with some of the brightest minds in the space, allowing us to learn from each other and evolve our thinking on internet governance. Since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, we've seen a global surge in internet usage. Those of us with connectivity and devices have largely decamped online, giving many of us the opportunity to continue to work, live, and socialize remotely. It's not ideal, but in the circumstances, it's been quite remarkable. According to some of the latest figures in the UK, adults have been spending a quarter of their waking day plugged into the internet, while global internet traffic has seen a 25 to 30% increase since the virus outbreak. Despite this, the internet didn't break with the surge of use as some feared it might. It has, though, highlighted the world's ever-increasing reliance on digital technology, and thus the importance of ensuring a free, open, and secure internet. In the UK, over 95% of businesses have internet access. 2/3 of employees use computers at work, and the internet is used daily by over 80% of adults. Here in Kenya, the digital economy continues to grow, yearly, with over 21 million Kenyans now regularly accessing the internet. Sadly, it's not all good news. Not everyone has been able to benefit from access to devices or good connectivity. And that for those that have, we have seen a rise in cyber attacks across the world and alarming reports of an increase in child sexual abuse images online. In the wrong hands, cyber technology can be used to disrupt our lives instead of improving them. The same skills and technologies can transform our economies, join people together, and create new opportunities, can also be used to damage our democratic systems, undermine our businesses and financial sectors, and disrupt our critical infrastructure. We know the scale of the threat is significant. In the UK, 46% of all businesses, small and large, identified at least one cyber breach or attack in the last year. Of those that identified a breach, a third have had to divert staff away from their normal work to deal with the breach. A quarter of businesses could not carry out their day-to-day work, and a fifth had to pay specialists to repair or recover their business. The bulk of these incidents are what one might describe as routine, but we're now seeing major incidents, each of which have collectively cost their victims up to $1 billion. However, the direct costs incurred because of a cyber attack is only one part of the problem. The fallout from the loss of personal data creates just as many serious issues, many related to loss of reputation. This isn't unique to the UK alone. Many countries, including Kenya, will face similar threats. So while this incredible technology provides enormous benefits, together we must enable access in a way that is safe, secure, and free from harm. The UK is a strong supporter of the multi-stakeholder approach. Digital cooperation requires genuine and inclusive engagement with all stakeholders, including governments, the private sector, and civil society. It's the only way we're going to make a real difference. We also need to build new partnerships beyond the traditional voices. Since 2012, the UK has supported over 100 projects around the world to build capacity and expertise on cyber issues and promote safe and secure access to digital technology. This support has included public awareness to educate about the effects of online crime, support for better regulatory advice, and better industry standards, cybercrime exercises and law enforcement training, national cybersecurity capacity assessments, and strengthening of cybersecurity incident response teams. In Kenya, for instance, through the UK Digital Access Programme, we're working with a wide range of Kenyan institutions, including the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Office of a Data Protection Commissioner, the ICT Authority, the Communications Authority of Kenya, local and international organizations to improve affordable, inclusive, safe, and secure digital access for Kenyans, focusing on affordable and sustainable internet connectivity, digital literacy and skills, locally relevant digital content, and digital services for underserved and excluded populations. Despite the global economic challenges of in this financial year, the UK Digital Access Programme in Kenya, in collaboration with government agencies, will be supporting several interventions through local and global partners. During the previous financial year, together with our implementing partners, we collectively reached over 2 million beneficiaries, including more than 5,000 people living with disabilities and 125 marginalized communities in rural and urban areas in Kenya. These projects include empowering community health workers to offer digitally enabled services during the pandemic, providing internet access to public hotspots in informal settlements in Nairobi, supporting learners with visual impairments through digital tools, enhancing digital employability skills for vulnerable women, providing locally relevant digital agricultural content to farmers in Laikipia County, and supporting capacity building for local digital innovators in partnership with the White Box at ICTA, among many other great achievements. Through the Digital Access Programme projects in Kenya, we have also continued to build the stakeholder relationships required to enhance the sustainability and scalability of these initiatives, engaging 693 stakeholders across government, private sector, and civil society. We want this programme to support a thriving digital ecosystem in Kenya, which can generate digital solutions for local development challenges, as well as creating skilled jobs and opportunities for tech entrepreneurship and hopefully partnership with the UK tech sector. Kenya is an important partner for the UK, and there is no better time to be coming together in this forum ahead of the global IGF later this year to be discussing the challenges of internet governance, to learn from each other and find shared solutions. We look forward to working together with both public and private bodies like the KICTA Net to promote and protect a free, open, peaceful and secure cyberspace. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you all. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Josephine. We are also grateful to Steve Chege and to Alberto Seda, who have actually graced the opening session. I now want to take it back to Ian to tell us what is next. Ian? All right, if Ian is not there, Ali, I want to hand over this next panel to you. Please take over.
In the last 20 years, we have grown, starting off with the headquarters in Nairobi and grown into the regions where we have 4 offices to ensure that we are able to get down to the people and bring the services closer to the people.
20 years ago, if somebody saw you with a mobile phone talking, you'd think something has gone wrong. Now it's 20 years on. It is unprecedented. It's going to be a big game changer.
When we came to Kenya in 2000, we knew very little about the country. We didn't know the market economics, the market dynamics. The target market for Safaricom's products was the people at the base of the pyramid, the men and women who come to work in a matatu. So all our products were designed for that economic level and therefore became much more affordable. I mean, it changed people's lives dramatically when they could communicate easily, inexpensively.
Nafanya biashara nikiwa kwa nyumba, nikitaka kutumia mtu pesa kwa biashara yangu, tena naye akitaka kunitumia natumia nikiwa kwa nyumba.
Kitabu tulikuwa tutumia hizi simu za call box, ambapo tulikuwa tunapangia line ndio tuweza kupigia simu. Lakini kwa sasa hivi unaweza ukapiga simu popote penye huko. Hata sasa hivi niko hapa nimeitwa kazi kwa sababu ya simu.
Starting off with about 20,000 subscribers, internet has been integrated in a lot of the private sector, in the financial services, in health and the like.
There is an explosion in social media connect, job opportunities, new careers have been developed, like bloggers, app developers. They were never there.
New, better, more modern jobs were created in the tens of thousands. The various people who sell our SIM cards and who sell mobile financial services and who own their own businesses in doing that and who employ people in those businesses. Telecommunications has become more important as an enabler of the entire economy.
It's a global village right now. We are able to connect to people with different ideas, we're able to connect to people with different exposures. So that way we are able to contribute better in the society. So I don't think I would ever imagine going back to what we call the Stone Age.
The adoption of mobile money. Starting off 20 years ago, this concept was unknown, and Kenya was very fortunate to actually take the leadership role globally in the mobile money narrative. And when history is written, Kenya will be named as the lead in this area.
The courier services has experienced short wins in terms of increased volumes from the growth of e-commerce. We saw the market open up and the courier regulator, who is the Communications Authority of Kenya, licensed private operators to offer courier services in the market. Since then, we have 200 players on average every year being licensed to compete with the main public operator, and we have seen an improvement in the quality of service that is offered.
I will commend the Communication Authority because of their resilience. They have opened the space, which has helped a lot the small players in the media industry to be able to thrive. They have also created regulation so that the newcomers and those who have been there are able to compete on a level playground.
It's a new environment that we're involved in. It's one where Many businesses are going online, services are going online. Having a very strong but open, transparent regulator was very, very key in getting us where we are now.
I don't think we would be anywhere where we are without a communications authority. We needed a regulator, and it was the right time. What role has the regulator played? Encouraging innovation, not preventing it, but encouraging innovation.
The next 20 years look promising. I'm actually excited by the next 20 years. The judiciary is digitizing. The Ministry of Lands is digitizing. So the country is digitizing and working on a very good base.
From where we are and where we are going, it's a time to reimagine. It's a time to recommit, to be able to take us to the next step of digital transformation, and we can make it happen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kenya Internet Governance Forum 2021, where our theme is Internet United. We want to go into a high-level panel discussion where we're going to be discussing about emerging regulation of content, data, and consumer rights. We have a seasoned panel that has been lined up for us, and we have our moderator, the chair at Kiktanet. This is none other than the seasoned Ali Hussein, who is going to take over this session and guide us through this panel discussion. Sit back, ladies and gentlemen, relax and enjoy as we engage you and as you engage us in this panel discussion. Thank you and welcome.
I'm back. This time we're talking about regulation. And I have this this little story that I always give about policy and regulation and how people, individuals, and organizations can actually join into the conversation. So you walk into a restaurant and you have 3 scenarios. Either you are the waiter serving the food, whether it's lunch, breakfast, or dinner, or you are sitting at the table, or if you're not those two, you are on the menu being eaten. This is policy and regulation. So where do you want to be? As a citizen, as an organization, where do you want to be? Do you want to be the waiter? Do you want to be on the menu? Or do you want to be at the table eating with others? So let's talk about emerging regulation of content, data, and consumer rights today. And with me, I would love to introduce my panelists today. Jan van Zoon, Swiss Digital Foreign Policy. Kui Kinyanjui, Head of Regulatory and Public Policy at Safaricom PLC. Immaculate Kasait, Data Protection Commissioner. Patricia Mushiri, Communications Authority of Kenya. And last but not least, Mercy Ndegwa of Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni. So guys, we are talking about emerging issues of content, data, regulation, policy. This one is for my sister Mercy. And I was reading something just last night. I mean, I was like, I thought I knew everything. But clearly, when it comes to technology, you have to keep yourself so focused to keep on understanding what's going on almost a daily basis. So I want to read you guys something, and for my audience also. Tech's latest obsession, the metaverse. Anyone has heard of the metaverse? Tech CEOs like Mark Zuckerberg are obsessed with building the metaverse. There are around 90 companies that are working to bring this concept to life. So what is the metaverse? The metaverse refers to the idea of a shared, persistent virtual space, akin to a digital mirror of the real world, but without any of the constraints. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg, who recently articulated his vision to transform Facebook into a metaverse company describes it as an embodied internet, where instead of just viewing content, you are in it. So you're going to start regulating me as a person. Forget about the content, right? Now, guys, how do we deal with this? Every day there is an 18-year-old coming up with something new. How do we ensure that we keep ourselves safe? We do not get further into this deep fake news and stuff like that. Mercy, over to you.
Ali, you always throw this spanner in the works to start off with the metaverse of all conversations, but really excited that you chose that actually, because the metaverse, I think, is going to be the reality for most people in the next 10 to 15 years. And it's good that we start having that conversation now, actually, because as we're thinking about regulating the internet space, and as we're thinking about how data can be used and how we safeguard people, and whilst doing that, making sure that we're not throttling innovation, things like the metaverse are the things I think would need to have at the back of our minds as we think about that. If I could just maybe a little bit paint a picture of what that looks like. Think about the last decade, and in the last decade we've seen a shift from the desktop to desktop web, where people were all online on their desktops, to mobile internet coming in, and lots of people adopting this. And actually, if we think about the adoption of the mobile internet now, we have over 90%, especially in Kenya, of people accessing the internet via mobile phones. And so this is the new reality today. And so the next decade, we'll start to see that little, try to glean into what that looks like. It's basically, think about the COVID situation, for example. And when you think about how we have struggled within this season to connect with one another. I don't know if you can still hear me.
I can hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah? Okay. During this COVID season, we've seen how we've been challenged in terms of how we connect with one another. Being close to one another has been a struggle for different reasons, because we've had the government directives to social distance, to make sure that people stayed safe and reduce the infection rates, which was important to do then. What we have also seen is an uptick in the number of people who have had then to try and connect via digital connections. Important. And we should prize those moments when we can be together with one another. You heard Jan just saying now that he wishes he wasn't in Switzerland and was in Kenya. The need to connect with one another is actually very normal. It's human to want that. So the metaverse will be one of those spaces that will allow people to have sort of like a hybrid of that kind of feeling, where you can be in the same space, like this meeting we're having right now. We could be in the same space in the forms of our avatars, and being present together in the same room. I don't want to kill the concept of the metaverse. I'd love to invite everybody to go and watch the videos that we have been put out on the metaverse. I'm happy to share some resources on what that looks like. But I think the point it makes is basically that innovation on digital is something that is continuing to happen and will continue to happen. We see that every day. And when we're thinking about how to basically regulate this space, that is something we have to keep at the top of mind, because innovation comes to solve problems that are real in our society. It helps us to be able to do better with basically improve on our efficiency and effectiveness. And being able to nurture that is really key. And so when we're getting into these conversations, I think we need to have at the back of our minds the question of whether the regulatory frameworks we're putting up are actually futuristic enough to allow for this kind of innovation to happen. Are they throttling or getting us to be left behind, as in regressive in terms of our specific country? Or are we actually thinking about this also in a very, let me say, harmonized way across a wider region, so that we can make, for example, the continent of Africa, put it at the forefront of innovation around tech. And we've seen this already happening in so many ways and fashion that we shouldn't be throttling that as we go forward. So I'll be more than happy to share a lot more, but I could just tell you that with the metaverse, the idea is basically to make sure that we continue to enable spaces that people can connect in using AR and VR technology to ensure that people can continue to engage with one another without having the hindrances of being in physical spaces or even being limited by the devices that they have in hand, just to create spaces that are more virtual, but at the same time real. And we really need to think about what does that look like from a policy and regulatory standpoint.
Thank you so much, Mercy, for that info. And we would really love to delve into this. So if you could, when you have a bit of time, just post those links to the chat on our online platform. Immaculate, over to you. You are really probably the most important person today in this conversation because you've heard of the term data is the new oil. But my question is, I've always asked is, so who has the rights to mine that oil? And who will ensure that that oil that's coming from us is utilized and used in the best way possible, regulated in the best way possible, without constraining innovation, and ensuring that as a country, we start earning some serious dollars around this. The biggest companies today are based on data. I don't need to say more. Immaculate, over to you.
Thank you, Ali. I think indeed it's true that I want to look at it as collaborative, not necessarily that the issue around data protection is going to be an issue that the regulator, in this case the Data Protection Office, will do it alone. And that brings to fold that we are as strong as we are as strong as our. We are as strong as our weakest point, meaning that if indeed as a country we appreciate that data is the new oil, and that would like to move Kenya to become the Silicon Savannah, and we are a pace setter. We have one of the biggest companies in terms of money transfers, or whether it comes to issues to do with innovation as a country. The question therefore becomes, how do we ensure that this information is safe? And I think that is what the Data Protection Act and regulations are here to address. That this look at information and data as, don't look at people and the information as a commodity. And that brings issues of human dignity, the right of privacy under the as embraced in the Constitution. And then that giving us a framework, we therefore start asking questions. How then, as a data controller or a data processor, will you ensure that this information we collect as a custodian on behalf of a data controller, of the data subject, in this case a person, is safe? So that once we appreciate that how we design our systems as data controllers and data processors, from conceptualization to the point of disposal of data, that therefore saying that data collected by default and by design is done in the context of making sure that we protect individual data, we start to protect personal data. In how we do our business, we do it in an ethical manner that takes into account the rights of a data subject. So that we, even though we are in a commercial space, would like to mine this information, we make sure that it is secure. And once we secure it, then we are securing the rights of a data subject in the long run. So I would like to look at it that, like, going direct to your question on who has a right to mine this data. I think, therefore, the conversation should be, have you sought the authority or consent of the data subject? At the point where you're collecting the information, have you explained to them that this information, I want it to do specific things, and so that they understand what the information you're going to be using it for, so that we do not have a situation where you're using the information without their consent, or a situation where you collect information that you don't need. That way, we are being able to get information, ensure that we are protecting the privacy of individual, ensure that we do business in an ethical manner, so that at the center of our digital era is the right of the data subject. So as we design our processes, we remember that that is the driving force. Thank you, Andy.
Much. This is something that we all as Kenyans should come together and ensure that your role is as easy as possible. Because I like what you said. This is not just about, regulating and constraining, people, but it's, I think at KickTernet we like to talk about multi-stakeholder engagement. So thank you so much for that. John, give us a little bit of your experiences from a Swiss perspective. Digital foreign policy, what exactly does that mean? I tried to figure that out, but then I said, you know what, let me not. John will tell us a little bit about that. And maybe as you talk to us about that, tell us what are the key 3 things in the coming year or in the coming few years that you feel are going to be interesting in this space. John, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the interesting discussion. What is digital foreign policy? We started 3 years ago with my office dealing with multilateral and bilateral digital issues, and in my core business is cybersecurity in different multilateral fora. And I give you the reason why we began to think that digital foreign policy is an important aspect for foreign policy. I mean, the first reason is digitalization itself, the technology that is accelerating and pushes ahead. So, and we are talking about regulation. I'm not coming from the regulatory side, but there is this feeling that you have to govern this space. So the second reason, and we are seeing it I think in all over the world, is a sort of geopolitical race also for technology, and for Switzerland as being a neutral country, are important trends. And in that context, we want to put forward Geneva as a place for discussing issues around technology, digitalization, cyber. And then as you all know, in international fora, we have a lot of discussion about application of international law. The question is not that international law applies, but the difficulty is how it applies, and that it also what the question we are talking now about regulation. That is another reason to talk about digital issues in foreign policy. But I want to come back also to your questions about what you all asked also about innovation and what we learned in Switzerland. I mean, this COVID situation, as a government, I would say we were before COVID not very good at digitalization of work. I mean, this panel would not have been possible 2-3 years ago in our country, and it was an acceleration of tools that we can use, but we still struggle in some way. And I think it was Mercy saying that regulation doesn't have to. It is important that regulation allows innovation. I think that is very important. We have a good example here in Switzerland, blockchain technology. I think we are ahead in this regulation because it's technological neutral, and I think that is a good example for regulation. and an experience from Switzerland. But I mean, we are here in a multi-stakeholder discussion, and it's obvious. But also, when we in Switzerland do regulation, multi-stakeholder is at the heart of every regulation in the sense that we take everyone to the table and try to have regulations that are also implemented. So that is key, and we do the same in international fora. We have initiatives where we discuss topics like digital security of products and services. This initiative is called the Geneva Dialogue on Responsible Behavior in Cyberspace. It's also a concept that is important in my eyes in this discussion. Thank you. Over to you.
Really appreciate that overview of digital foreign policy and all that. Kui, this is your turn. The use of private data and the frameworks around that. I think it's probably Safaricom is one of the largest. Your ecosystem, let me just rephrase that. Your ecosystem, Safaricom's ecosystem, your partners, your agents, M-Pesa and stuff like that, you're probably producing the most data, if not in Africa, at least in Kenya. How do you navigate this? I know there's a lot of work being done by you and your team around this, but give us a day in Kui's life at Safaricom when it comes to data issues.
Ali, you're absolutely right. I think data is one of our foremost concerns right now as a business. In fact, I can tell you that our CEO is actually in a meeting with the rest of the team discussing how we can manage our use of customer data and how we can protect it and remain compliant to the laws. So it's something that's very close to home. We are also seeing that there's an emerging trend around customers becoming increasingly concerned about how their data has been used. They feel that too much of their data has been shared by companies such as Safaricom and such as our ecosystem, which is an interesting element to look at. Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so it's an interesting dilemma that we're in because, of course, given the shifts that we're seeing in the industry as a whole, we've heard about how Facebook is creating the multiverse, or is it the ecosystem that they want to create that is going to be basically leveraging on people's data. There's so much opportunity in that space, but at the same time, there's the concerns, which are very real, that we need to understand exactly how this data is being used. We need to be able to control it and moderate the use of our data by commercial companies. And to be honest, I mean, our guards as customers tend to go up when we feel like our data has been used by a company for financial gain. So at Safaricom, I think we're very clear in our perspective on this particular issue. We believe that there's no violations in holding personal data. We have to. It's part of our license to operate, so to speak. However, we make sure that all the time we think about the laws that govern the industry, and we make sure that this data is processed in a manner that complies with the data governance frameworks that exist in Kenya. So we're very excited about the new Data Protection Act that is coming to being. Very excited to work with Madam Data Commissioner to see how we can evolve that ecosystem, because it's been a concern for us for a while. Just to go back to the lack of trust that we're seeing industry-wide, I saw a study the other day by KPMG that basically outlined the fears that we're dealing with as an industry, which I think would be good to just surface in this forum. 86% of our customers of companies say that they're really concerned about how data is being used. They feel that it's been collected without their consent. And 40% of those customers actually believe that companies don't actually use that data ethically. So at Safaricom, we've put in place some measures to ensure that we do this ethically and we do this within the boundaries of the law. We've created a data protection policy internally, which basically guides how we access and use customer data. We also have appointed a data protection officer, and her role is basically to look at how we are using customer data and ensure it's in guidance with the laws. And we're trying to think about more broadly how we can increasingly just ensure that our customers are protected. So, of course, as you mentioned, Ali, there's a lot of information that you can get just from a simple M-Pesa transaction. When you send money to an organization, they typically have your number, your name, all that sort of stuff. We're trying to think about how we can creatively protect the customer while also allowing that merchant or agent to have the confirmation that the money has come from that customer without sharing too much data. So you may be seeing something from us in that regard going forward. And I just want to highlight that this is incredibly important to the future of any company, I think, in our industry and also beyond. I was reading a study on Apple and how their trust scores went up because they had launched this app tracking transparency product, which basically means that on Apple, you cannot be tracked by apps, or your information cannot be harvested by apps without your consent. And their trust scores just shot up. And I think that's a really important point to keep in mind. Any company that really wants to thrive in the future of the internet, the next 20 years, as we get into more big data and machine learning initiatives, you're going to have to think about how you're actually protecting your customers and how you're proactively putting in place measures so that their data is protected on your networks. So thanks, man.
Thank you so much. I think you've touched on a very, very important thing. We are transitioning from platform thinking to ecosystem thinking. Now, unfortunately, when you're talking about ecosystem, it's not about control. Platforms are about control. It's my platform. You behave the way I want or I kick you out. Ecosystem thinking is like the guy at the top is an orchestrator. The orchestra, you have a conductor who is sort of managing things, but somebody somewhere may goof, and then the conductor is the one who's being told, you can't deal with that. So we are transitioning into some very interesting areas, and there will always be bad players. And I see this as interesting partnership between companies like Safaricom, regulators like Communications Authority, the Office of the Data Commissioner. I'll give you an example. We have now sort of moved from spamming on email to spamming on SMS. It's just super annoying. What personally I've decided to do, I now have a month shaming list of the worst spammers in this country. And every time I do it, I am copying Madam Immaculate Kasait. She will deal with them. One day she will deal with them because it's just unfortunate. People are taking advantage of this space to misbehave. Having said that, Facebook is now moving more and more towards an ecosystem. How do you see this evolving with the help of partners like the Data Commissioner's Office, Communications Authority, non-governmental partners like Kiktanet? Mercy, talk to us a little bit, because if there's anyone that is producing, rather that has a platform and an ecosystem that is helping people produce content, I think there's no more prolific than Facebook.
Thank you, Ali, for giving me this opportunity yet again. Can I just start by, I think, also clarifying what Facebook's position around privacy is, because it's really important that we understand that the relevant regulatory frameworks that are present as far as data is concerned we uphold all of those in terms of with the thresholds we hold ourselves to as a company. Thresholds on ourselves. The control, can you hear me? Give people the control.
No, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Sorry, Ali? Okay. We give you control over your privacy. So if you think about, and anyone on who has access to Facebook platform or any of our platforms right now can go, for example, to their settings on their profile, and then you'll see, for example, privacy shortcuts, which we have there, that help you to have, basic information around knowing what do people see when they come onto your feed, what kind of information do you want people not to see, gives you ideas, for example, privacy tools, we call them privacy tools, around how you can restrict what kind of information people can have access to, whether they can tag you, for example, onto a post they're putting up. I know people have had instances where they say, it's very annoying, I had this weekend of having fun and somebody decides to put up a picture of me that is not the kind of picture I'd put up. You have all those tools enabled for you and provided for you on our platforms to be able to have control over how you want your privacy to be accessed. We even give whether you even want to be or not. And all of these things you have the ability to do in terms of selecting your preferences to be able to understand or control how that data is being accessed or used. So we design privacy into our products from the outset. And I think this is one of the things we make sure that it checks off the compliance bit around the relevant data protection and privacy regulations that there could be. But then to the point that you're making now around the developments onto an ecosystem. So for example, the metaverse as an example. You know, when you think about, when we're talking about innovation earlier and why it's important to make sure that we're not throttling that, I think I mentioned that it's very important to make sure that any data protection regulations or framework that we have are not throttling that, because there is international principles that we should ensure that our frameworks within whichever country, whether it's Kenya or wherever, at least are aligned in terms of the principles that data privacy and protection around the world are more moving towards. You know, basically having a principle-based approach to how we do regulation around data, making them more harmonized and interoperable. Because to create an ecosystem, it's impossible to do that if you have different provisions in different jurisdictional spaces that can't work with each other. Like, it's hard to create an ecosystem when you have prohibitions in this place that are not prohibitions in another. And so that is what we're saying when you say having a more harmonized and interoperable, for example, law is really important. When you think about also having, for example, a law that allows to be technologically neutral, when you're thinking about an ecosystem, it needs to be able to allow anyone else to be able to come and build their new technology into it, again, so that they can interpret. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I want to interrupt you for 1 minute and ask, just expound on technology neutrality. What is basically being able to allow for different technologies to be able to operate within a space. So the internet, let me put it that way, that to be able to allow for, how would I explain to them? So being technological neutral is basically, think about it this way, that there shouldn't be restrictions or prohibitions to only require certain technologies to be able to be used to develop something that not allow another one to be able to do so. That, like the laws, when you think about now putting across a framework that can be used by, say, creators of content or by companies that are developing products and so on and so forth, it should allow for people to be able to come and do that seamlessly with different technologies. So that's how I'm looking at technology neutrality in my case. And also to allow for scalability, that, you know, whatever technologies will then come to bring in, they can be scaled to entities of sizes, whether you're operating here or across different markets and so on and so forth. So a technologically neutral privacy law, for example, would benefit consumers because then it gives them a consistent level of protection regardless of the technology or service that they are using. But at the same time, I think the basics in terms of the foundations around personal data, I think these are very clear, and at least they are agreed in majority of countries, where you're saying the same protections that we would offer, for example, a person in Kenya, regardless of how and by whom the information will be processed by, should be the same that, you know, if I was experiencing the same across a different market should happen. So let me give you an example in terms of applicability. Think about a product like M-Pesa, for example. You know, when we started out, I think if you think about M-Pesa, the use of M-Pesa pretty much was for people around in Kenya. And now you're looking at M-Pesa, for example, being you know, provided as a service across Africa. How would this be possible if you're not able to process similarly the M-Pesa experience you have in this country as you would in a different country? If you think about Facebook as a platform, for instance, the experience you want people to have when they're sitting in Singapore is the same experience you want when people are sitting in Kenya or in Uganda or in any other market. And so some of these things are not possible when you have then restrictions that say you cannot do this in this country and you cannot do this in the other, and it becomes really difficult to have a digitally scalable solution that is experienced similarly everywhere. Just likely to touch on the metaverse again, so I think it's really important to just clarify this.
when I was talking about, nothing, being connected being an important thing, it's really the case. We've seen that, like I said, especially in the season of COVID. And when we can't get together in person, when you have solutions like the metaverse, which helps us to get the feeling of being closer to one another, having a more, it gives us a feeling of being in an in-person connection, though it is in a virtual world. You're able to do things that you wouldn't have been able to do in real life, and you're able to share experiences with people you couldn't have been with physically. And this is enabled by being able to have, for example, an immersive 3D technology that is able to give you that virtual space that you can be able to do this in. So the metaverse, as an example, would not be possible if this were not facilitated or enabled by an enabling framework around it. But it is also not one that will be built by Facebook by itself, because it would require different participants and players to come in. So there will be different developers, different content creators, different organizations that will come in to build, just like we've done with the internet. That there'll be multiple players that come in to be able to see this come to reality. Like I said, it will be something for maybe 10 to 15 years where we'll be seeing this now coming into reality. We already see a lot of use of AR, VR, yes, but then to be able to get into the point where we have this metaverse as the reality, that a meeting like this would be present in the same room, in a digital room, let me put it that way, or a virtual room. This would require different participants to come in, would need people who develop who are vendors of equipment, would need software developers, would need content creators, would need people in e-commerce, payments systems, and all those to be integrated to enable this thing. And so an ecosystem such as that will be inclusive and would require many more people to be involved. So I don't know if that sort of answers the question, but happy to retake that at a later time.
Completely, Mercy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There are some questions coming in now from audiences, and this one goes to my dear sister Immaculate. How do we ensure that approaches to content moderation are compliant with human rights frameworks, are transparent and accountable, and enable a safe, united, and inclusive internet? That's an interesting one. Maybe, Immaculate, let me start you off by just saying that, again, issues to do with content and transparency and accountability and privacy starts with the individual first. Some of the things that we laugh about, for example, when a teenager posts something on Facebook, a relationship, it's complicated. And then people start making comments about it, positive or negative, and then that person starts wondering why are these guys hating on me and stuff like that. This is just one small example, but Immaculate, over to you.
Thank you, Ali. Like you've accurately put it, when it comes to issues around content moderation, it's very important to just emphasize what I spoke about earlier. I keep saying we need to treat individuals as human rights first. And the Constitution provides for that human rights framework, where the Constitution says that we all have a right to privacy. And that is embedded in the Kenyan Constitution. Having said that, whereas some of the ways of dealing with content development, it's important for the company or the platform that is providing for this kind of development, for somebody to come up with the information, or they're the ones processing that information, to put in place principles of data protection. One of them, the core ones, of course, is fairness, lawful, and transparency. They have to be very clear in terms of how the information is being processed. They have to be fair. There has to be a purpose limitation in terms of why that information is being collected in the first place. There is an issue around data minimization, accuracy, storage of data limitation, integrity, and accountability. Coming back to that individual who is processing information that has to do with them, the question then you ask, have they consented? Because consent is an important part of my personal data. Have I consented to this information being collected from me And have I been told how this information will be utilized? Have I also been told to what extent the processing is going to happen? Have I been told how this information is going to be stored? A simple example, if you want me to participate in a certain process of content development, are you explaining to me how this information and who will access this information and whether it will be shared with a third party? And therefore, the responsibility then shifts to companies who then are the ones collecting that information to have in place a privacy notice where it becomes mandatory for you to put in place consent as a requirement. And people are consent, you explain to the data subject in a language that they understand. This is how the information will be used. This is what it is being collected for, and this is how it's going to, who else it's going to be shared with. I believe if we are able to embrace the principles around data protection as people who are, as institutions that are collecting data, then that way we will be able to safeguard the rights of a data subject. Thank you.
Madam Immaculate, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. These panels, we're always saying that we need more time, but I guess if we needed more time, then we'll also ask God to increase the time of the day. So let's go straight into our closing remarks. Please take a minute or so to just close. If anything that you have burning that maybe I have not given you an opportunity to say, something that may have cropped up during the conversations, this is your time. Closing remarks. Let's start with our good brother from Switzerland. John, over to you. Closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I can't add something that has not been said. And I mean, the most important, and we are here with digital means, but it's about humans, about their rights. And as Immaculate also said about consent and what you want to share in cyberspace. So my most important point, let be the technology not driven, or let the technology be driven by humans and not the other way around. Thank you, and over to you. And thank you for having me here at this wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That was like a Swiss watch. 1 minute on the dot. Thank you, John. Much appreciated. Kui, over to you.
Thanks, Ali. I think we've heard some really big themes coming through today. Content has been increasingly moderated. There's stricter guidelines around what is online, but we have to remember that we cannot stifle innovation. We have to allow innovation to thrive because not only are our livelihoods dependent on this, our economies are actually dependent on this. In the next couple of years, I think 70% of our GDPs will actually be driven by digital processes. So we need to keep that in mind, even as we think about the human elements that have just been raised, and the fact that we're doing this in collaboration with each other. I think that's another key point that has come through. We can only make this succeed and have a united internet if we really truly unite as collaborators to make sure it remains that way.
Good, thank you so much. You are absolutely right on that. In fact, I don't think today you can engage with government services without going on e-citizen. So, we are almost there. Mercy, over to you. Oh, Mercy, I love your background, by the way. So you must
Thank you very much.
You must invite us one of
local artists. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ali. Yeah, I think mine is to just reiterate the same point I've been trying to make, that when we think about data privacy and protection policies, we should think about having them encourage data innovation. The policies that foster innovation and responsible use of data are important because they drive economic activity, they drive the connectedness of people. In addition to that, I think, like I said, have them aligned to principle-based ideals that are international, so that we don't lock out, innovation, especially for a market like Kenya, where we are seeing already a leap in this. I think it's good to continue to encourage that, because technological advancements also occur rapidly. These are things that when we think about how much things are changing, we're talking about the metaverse earlier, and many other things that are happening, we should make sure that the laws that we have in our country or in the world actually anticipate or should be able to anticipate the future and should allow for this to happen. These laws should allow innovation again, and at the same time should be able to address whatever risks and challenges. And I think this is the point that's being made across, and having institutions like those of the Data Protection Commissioner are important. So we should make sure that these laws are addressing the risks and challenges that could quickly arise from these new technologies, and that we should be able to have those laws, again, be able to adapt quickly and foresee this development so that they can be able to change and not throttle, to change and adapt and allow the innovation to continue, but not to throttle that. I think, but again, to encourage those, when I share the resources, please feel free to read about the metaverse and engage us, continue to engage us on how we can do that. The last thing I'd like to say is, please, if you're not familiar with your privacy, the privacy settings for any of the platforms that we represent, so Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, or WhatsApp, go to your settings and look at the privacy shortcuts. All of those are there for a reason, to make sure that you have control over how your data is used. So don't be empowered to use those tools in a way that makes sure that your data, you're comfortable with how your data is being used or processed by ourselves. But we can assure you that we actually have privacy by design in everything that we build, that we present to our users. So thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mercy. My take home there is privacy by design. I like that. Immaculate, over to you, my sister.
Thank you, Ali. Just quickly to reiterate, I think, like I said, there's no way we can change the ecosystem of data protection unless there's collaboration amongst different key stakeholders, whether they're data controllers, data processors, and the data subject. Two is part of collaboration, also creating awareness. The data subject, obligations of the data controllers, and the principles of data controllers. Three is the need to maximize the benefit of the ICT ecosystem and secure the optimal policy and regulatory objective designed to address potential and actual negative consequences of dynamic ICT landscape, such as abuse of market power and infringement of customers' rights. And four, to ensure that companies that are embarking on a high-risk project actually undertake a data protection impact assessment, and also ensure that, of course, like has been mentioned, that we have safeguards and the data is done. When we do data protection, as companies, we make sure that we take it on by default or by design. We, as an Office of Data Commissioner, we are open, and we continue to have conversation with different stakeholders. I believe that even as we discuss enforcement, it's important for issues around compliance and self-regulation, and that is why my message is always awareness creation and compliance. I believe that if we are able to improve this ecosystem where people embrace data protection, then we will be able to push Kenya even to greater heights in as far as data being the new oil, and even creating employment for our youth. As you know, the data protection regulator is based in the Ministry of ICT, and there was a reason to that. It is seen as one of the pillars in as far as achieving the ICT digital economy, Kenyan digital economy, and where it is placed speaks aloud in terms of making sure our work is to basically improve that landscape and not to kill innovation. Thank you, Ali.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Incisive, informative conversations today. I would like us to ensure that we continue this conversation. Everyone that is here today is available to engage with all of us. For us at KICTANET, we continue to have the convening power to bring different stakeholders, not just in Kenya, but across the world, to engage with everyone so that we have a better country and a better continent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing to engage. Thank you, guys, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Really appreciate on behalf of KICTANET and our audience for you guys taking the time. But I think before you leave, I want to appreciate people that I had forgotten to appreciate. I want to appreciate our sponsors. Without them, we'll probably not be having this conversation today. Our sponsors, Facebook, Ford Foundation. These are our title sponsors. Platinum sponsors, Safaricom and Communications Authority. I would also like to take the opportunity to say thank you to our gold sponsors, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the UK. Gold sponsors, the Human Rights Commission of Kenya. Bronze sponsors, the IGF-SA, the Internet Governance Forum Support Association, KENIC and TESPOC. And last but not least, ICANN. ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, and Article 19. Asanteni sana. Tunasema asante kwa dhati. That in Kiswahili, we just basically say thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Guys, thank you. So guys, we come to the end of this panel. Again, as I said, we really wish that we had more time. What I would like for me to close off with is to emphasize multi-stakeholderism. That's one of our key pillars at KICTANET. And multi-stakeholderism really basically means that everybody comes to the table to have a conversation. You must have a voice. How do you have a voice? You engage. And how do you engage? You must know how to engage. And that's why KICTANET does every year the Kenya School of Internet Governance, in short, KESIG. And I think this year we had about 200 people. We want to expand this, and we invite partners to come on board to help us expand this conversation on internet governance. With those few words, guys, I wish you a great rest of the day of IGF, great learning, great engagement, and great conversations. Thank you so much.
With over 29 million internet users, Kenya is one of the most connected countries in Africa. The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, is proud to be on the forefront in facilitating internet connectivity in Kenya. We ask, how could we, as Kenya's ICT regulator, best fulfill our mandate to protect Kenyans and ensure they can enjoy the internet safely? What do we need to address? We realized that a lack of awareness on internet safety could potentially lead to a lack of supervision of younger users. We also realized that privacy and safety applications such as parental locks, website monitoring, and content restriction are not used appropriately, which could put our younger generation at risk of exposure to unsuitable content, hackers, and more online. To best plan the way forward, we began by consulting the International Telecommunications Union, the United Nations Specialized Agency for ICTs. The ITU has developed a Child Online Protection Initiative, which includes steps, frameworks, and guidelines which target different internet users, including but not limited to children, parents, industry professionals, and key policymakers. The Child Online Protection, dubbed COP campaign, is a holistic guide which outlines the roles of various stakeholders and what initiatives are needed in the objective of protecting children online. This includes a comprehensive framework of law within different legal systems which assists COP in tracking measures taken by different countries and is an essential tool in promoting a safer online environment. COP also develops key recommendations according to the latest global standards to help key stakeholders better understand their role in the protection of children online. COP promotes collaboration on an international level and supports information sharing and cooperative arrangements that will help eliminate or limit the risks and dangers that young people face online. Taking all of this valuable information, we localized this initiative for Kenya, creating our own child online protection awareness campaign, Be the Cop, which we launched in 2015. We aimed to raise awareness of the risks that children are exposed to online. Our aim, as always, is to empower internet stakeholders through learning, giving them the tools to learn how to stay safe online, and even providing platforms for them to raise concerns. To make sure the campaign is successful, we have teamed up with different organizations, including mobile and internet service providers, government agencies, non-governmental organizations, international bodies including UNICEF and Google, and more. Our objective in the campaign was, and has been since then, to give children and the youth the knowledge, tools and skills to use the internet safely and limit as much as possible the risks they are exposed to. A large part of this involved educating parents, teachers and other guardians on how to increase their awareness of risks and dangers that exist online and to encourage dialogues on safe internet usage. The authority has partnered with the ITU to develop a national framework for COP, which outlines commitment, roles and responsibilities, and management strategies for safeguarding children and the youth from internet abuse. We continually engage Kenyans through exhibitions, engagement of bloggers and journalists, outreach activities to schools, and hold webinars for youths. Materials on child online protection can be accessed on the CA website at www.ca.go.ke. The Kenya Computer Incident Response Team Coordination Center, KE-CIRT/CC, was established to fight against cybercrime. It includes a dedicated section to handle children's cybercrime complaints. You can report any incidences of cybercrime by visiting https://www.ke-cirt.go.ke/, emailing incidents at ke-cirt.go.ke, or calling our hotlines +254 703 042 700 or +254 730 172 700. We invite all of you, parents, children, companies, providers, and more to come together to help us work towards achieving the goal of a safer internet.
My name is Jackie Njue of Black Nails Parlor. We are a dedicated nail salon business based in Nairobi, Kenya, and we specialize in nails, that is manicures and pedicures for both ladies and gents. And we started business a while back, that is in 2014. The reason why we chose a .ke domain name for our business, first, it's because we felt like it's the easiest way to say we are a Kenyan brand without having to shout. We felt like we needed that online presence, especially in this digital era. Thirdly, it's the security that comes with a .ke domain name, that is protection from cyber crimes and cyber threats. Our online business is a success because potential clients are able to access us easily from wherever they are, and repeat clients are able to book their appointments remotely, and also clients are able to buy our products from our website, which is www.blacksnails.co.ke, and we are happy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kiktanet Forum, where our overriding theme is Internet United. We want to go into an interesting panel discussion where we are going to discuss about inclusion, universal access, and meaningful connectivity. To take us through this particular session is a gentleman who is a telecommunications engineer with over 15 years of experience in the multidisciplinary telecoms industry with skills and strength in internet public policy development, government engagement, as well as project and operations management. He is a Bachelor of Science degree holder in computer science and technology and has an MBA in strategic management. He is also a certified project management professional and a certified Cisco network associate. It doesn't get better than that, from business to project management and also to networking. This man, he is the Senior Manager Stakeholder Engagement at Eastern and Southern Africa at the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And one thing you should know about him, he is passionate about mentoring the young people. Up next is none other than Bob Ochieng. Welcome, Bob, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, and great to be here. You know, another edition of the Kenya IGF, and I want to welcome all of you, you know, from wherever you are joining us to this particular session, and I do look forward to a really engaging session. This one is about inclusion, and we're actually going to make it very inclusive. So from the very onset, I want you to know that it is your questions, you know, your comments that I'll be looking forward to in the next 45 minutes. My name is Bob Ochieng, and I'm being joined by, you know, an eminent panel that will take us through discussions around inclusion, universal access, and meaningful connectivity. We can't have internet without inclusion, without universal access, without meaningful connectivity. You know, there can be connectivity, but then there is meaningful connectivity. There is a difference, and to help us navigate, you know, this interesting sub-theme around this year's theme is an eminent panel, which shortly I'll ask to introduce themselves in no particular order before we start. And just for housekeeping purposes, I'll ask my panel to please keep their interventions in under 2 minutes, so that we actually have a lot of time for our audience to do engage with us. So without much further ado, let me now hand it over to my panel in no particular order to please introduce themselves very briefly before we start. So my first panelist to introduce herself will be our High Commissioner, the Deputy High Commissioner. Josephine, please, if you can. Josephine, if you can hear me, please introduce yourself very briefly. Okay, as we sort out that technical challenge, I can't hear her. Joel, please.
Thank you, Bob. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Proceed.
Good. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, good evening, because I'm sure we have an international audience with us. My name is Joel Karobio, the CEO of Kenya Network Information Center, and just briefly who Kenya Information Center is. We administer and manage the top-level country code, which is the .ke in Kenya. And our purpose, because we always have to have a purpose in terms of what we do, is to provide a secure and accessible and reliable .ke internet ecosystem, which is the sort of like the gateway of the internet. If someone wants to get on the internet, they must have a DNS name, and that's what we do. So we are the custodians of the .ke, and proud and happy to be at the KIGF 2021. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much, Joel. Josephine, please.
Thank you, Bob. Good morning, everyone, from wherever you're joining. I'm Josephine Miliza. I work with the Association of Progressive Communications, a local access network project hosted by Kixanet. That's quite a mouthful, but very happy to be here to be part of these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mugambi?
Hello, everyone.
My name is Mugambi Kiai. I'm the Regional Director for Article 19 Eastern Africa. Article 19 Eastern Africa is a freedom of expression, freedom of information, global non-governmental organization. And its name is derived from Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and lady, and warm welcome to this session. So very quickly, I want us to just have a round of comments on a few questions that we'll be starting off with. But again, before we start, I think the Deputy High Commissioner has joined us. So Josephine, if you could just do a brief introduction, then we proceed. Thank you. Just introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Josephine Gould. I'm the British Deputy High Commissioner here in Kenya.
Thank you. And just picking it from where you left it, so I want us to have a quick kind of comments or submissions onto a set of questions that we'll be tackling today before I hand it over to the audience. So I want to invite the Deputy High Commissioner to, very briefly talk about what can be learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, context in terms of relationship between digital inequality and social economic rights. Your comments, please, Josephine.
It's a really huge topic. I think that the pandemic has brought so much home to us about how it was relatively easy for those of us with good access. We've seen our children could continue with their education, and those without, in Kenya, in the UK, around the world, really started to fall behind. We saw those differences really come to the fore. Here we've been involved in some studies looking at some of the effects of the pandemic on learners with disabilities, because social distancing even was a problem perhaps for them to have access, to be able to kind of access the technology or their places of learning. So there's lots of the just lots of sort of small factors I think were having a huge impact on people's abilities and just creating bigger gaps.
Thank you very much. I do pick, a very important, element of what you just mentioned there about access to education and how COVID actually disrupted that and how technology was very critical in making that happen. There are those who could do that. There are those who could not, as a result of technology. I'm not sure if, your namesake Josephine also wants to, just touch on that a bit. In the context of COVID, the relationship between digital inequality and social economic rights. Melissa.
Thank you, Bob. And just to add to my namesake's point is that I think for me was the bringing forward of the importance of everyone's participation in terms of supporting themselves. We came face to face with the fact that actually Nairobi can be locked and we are not able to move. And so when so many of our digital infrastructure, especially the support aspects, are located in cities, it becomes very challenging for people living in rural areas to get support during the pandemic. So for me, what it brought forward is the enabling of local capacities. We need to build capacities at the local level so that people are able to know whether it's support themselves in terms of providing connectivity or creation and localization of content. There was a lot of using of digital platforms to disseminate information about COVID. And we saw that in most instances, it was mostly maybe in Kiswahili or English. And so we also need to enable capacities at local level so that we are able to create content that is relevant both in terms of context and languaging. So I would say those were some of my takeaways from the pandemic.
relevant content, local content. Coming to you, Joel, and you sit at KENIC, and you play a critical role, in bringing the Kenyan nation online. How has COVID impacted this? And from where you sit, how do you, support, digital inclusivity? Because we are talking about inclusion here. How does .ke play a role in all this, in ensuring that, there's digital, Kenyans can go online, can access the internet from wherever they are?
Thank you, Bob. Obviously, as you rightly said, we as the gateway to the internet in Kenya have, when with the advent of the pandemic, then it called upon us to look at our business differently. It called upon us to start asking, how can we do things better? And I'll pick to what my other two colleagues have talked about. And I think a good case study is the education sector, where now you find that schools were closed and people cannot then have physical learning. And we saw then there was an inequality, as you've rightly asked. What was that inequality? Because some of us then were able to join online classes. There were Zoom calls happening all over the place, but there was a larger constituent that did not have these opportunities. And with that, then we asked ourselves, how do we change this? Because I'm sure some of us on this call know that our children or our relatives then had to be held back for a whole year of class, which they've lost because of lack of connectivity or lack of online learning at that point. But as KENIC, then what happened at that point is we partnered with some of our local registrars, and we started looking at aspects of where the USF fund can come in. And some of our partners started doing connectivity in schools, and we partnered with those schools then to give them that online presence and a platform where then students can be able to access digital education. They can have a learning platform where they're able to then just have an opportunity to continue learning during that pandemic. But as I said at the very beginning, then this was only to a certain number of people, because we are still looking at that last mile connectivity in terms of how many people still have access to internet connectivity. But even at the back end, how many even people still have access to electricity to be able to have that connectivity? So as KENIC, one of the things that we are looking at is, how do we just get people online? How do we get people to interact online, whether it's through their e-commerce platforms or pretty much just from an education sector, how are they able to access information more? So as Josephine too has mentioned, content is something that is quite critical for us. And you're seeing a lot of people are coming up with content now. So I think, Bob, just to start off, there's a lot that can be done in the online space. And as KENIC, we are critical in terms of ensuring that people have a secure and accessible online presence to be able to do some of those things. Thank you.
Secure and accessible online presence. Interesting that this panel is today 50-50, very balanced. I think we need some credit to that, to the organizers for really working and ensuring that we have a very balanced panel. I want to go to, I believe, the only learned friend in the panel. Some of us are merely educated. So we want to get an intervention from a learned position. Mugambi, I know you talk about legal stuff, but interestingly today, the law and technology is really at crossroads. There's a lot of law, almost everything has a legal consideration, be it data, be it everything you do today in technology. Legal is now part and parcel of it. So from a regulatory perspective, what are the relevant regulatory issues that you'd say require attention today, that would enhance inclusivity and access to digital, to the digital economy? What needs to be done from a regulatory perspective? What are we not getting right? How can we get human rights right? If we were to actually fully embrace, the potential of the digital ecosystem or digital economy that we have.
Thank you. You want to start exactly where your question ended, with the question of the internet as a highway that is part of what we call the commons. The commons is the space where we all share and we all come together. And even before you talk about regulation, you're going to start thinking about it as part of a paradigm of rights. What this means is that it falls squarely within our constitutional framework. Our constitutional framework obligates all of us in terms of the principles of governance, in terms of our values, and Article 10 of the Constitution, to look at questions of equity, inclusiveness, and when you look at the Bill of Rights, from Article 19 all the way to Article 59, you will note two things about this space. One is that when we talk about the internet, foundationally it is premised on the freedom of expression, on the freedom of information, which run between Articles 33 to 35 of the Constitution. As I said, under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, that's Article 19, and under the African Charter on Civil and on Human and People's Rights, that's Article 9, if I'm not wrong. What the freedom of expression does, it has two roles. One is it is conclusive. It protects, promotes your right to speak, communicate, share ideas with each other. And that is just a protected right. The second one, of course, is that it is facilitative. It means that you can offer the freedom of expression to connect people. So in that sense, that is a foundational space that we then will look at the internet and say, is it fulfilling that role? That's the first one. Secondly, we then say, is it protecting equity? Is it protecting dignity? Is it protecting inclusivity? And some of the key things we look for are, if you talk about inclusiveness, you must talk about accessibility. You must talk then about, is the infrastructure there? Has it been put there? And a lot of this will come back to what we saw as the early conversations in the 60s around what they call the democratic developmental state, where the state has an obligation to not just enhance democracy, but also promote and defend development. And the internet squarely falls there now because it is part of what I said it called the commons. So issues, for example, around healthcare, around education, around environment, that's part of our commons. It's part of our shared territory. And that one then, before you talk about regulation, you talk about, so what rights accrue to individuals, to groups, to different formations, before we then talk about regulation, because regulation then talks about limitations. How do we then limit? What are the principles, even before you talk about limitations, what are the principles that any state or any entity is entitled to before you limit rights? And I think some of these are some of the gray areas. I see it as a work in progress. We're not going to get it first time right. COVID hit us, essentially in February, March 2020. So I think there's a learning curve about how we talk about ensuring that the internet is inclusive, yet that questions of hygiene, because if the internet is not sanitary, then people will start leaving that, will start ceding that space. If people don't have, it's not affordable, people will not access the internet. If people don't have the capacity or the knowledge for it, there'll be a problem. So coming from a rights paradigm, I think there needs to be thinking, and actually my own invitation and my own challenge here is that groups like Article 19 need to really collaborate a lot more with groups like Kichtenet to develop a rights paradigm that allows us to do the two things. One of which is to protect and promote freedom of expression, but the other is to create and protect issues of equity, issues of inclusivity, issues of equality. I think that some of these are some of the questions that before we flesh out what needs to be done, I think we need to have a real think through about the principles that must govern this. And I think we will need to borrow a lot from international protocols, international charters, international ideas, but also our own very thought-provoking and and innovative thinking around what must be done. And you know, lastly, I'll just talk about content creation. You know, that's part of inclusivity, that I should be able to create content and put it on the internet. Yet in Kenya, there seems to be a problem, for example, between some content that is then termed as immoral. Yet under Article 33(2), there is a right to artistic creativity. So when, for example, Eric Omondi gets into trouble with certain statutory authorities, you begin to ask, how does that affect inclusivity for people who need to harness or consume his products? When we talk about the education sector, you know, is a school in Maralal or Turkana, does it have the same access? And we're seeing these conversations around even the competency-based curriculum on some of the tasks parents are being given. You know, you're told to print. How many teachers in Kibra, parents in Kibra have printers, or even are near cyber cafes that can print? So the ideas are good. Let's not be fuzzy about that. The ideas are actually good. The question is, when you look at it from the situation of inclusivity, the parents in Kilimani will have a better chance of facilitating their children than the ones in Kibra. And we must have that conversation, because then when we talk about then the digital divide and the fourth industrial revolution, how does it affect people in the different spaces and the different contexts and circumstances they're in? I think these are some of the weighty questions that we must address. Thank you.
A number of things. You know, somebody might just say a plethora of things. But I want to push back in my next round on maybe 3 areas that you've touched on. Maybe just your comments in the next round on how we are doing, you know, around the areas that you've listed. I like the way you know, point out that when you start thinking of regulation, you are thinking about limitations. So maybe in your view, you could then, you know, comment around what do we need to limit more and what could we open more when we come back. So interesting issues you raised there. But I want to come to the Deputy Commissioner. You know, you have a context of our digital space, and I'm not sure if, you know, as the UK government, what interventions, you know, are you currently probably supporting, you know, to ensure that there is a wider and a deeper penetration of the digital space, you know, that more can come online, you know, maybe supporting programs that bring more public schools online, as you noted, that challenge from a social and economic rights perspective. You know, some of the projects or initiatives that as a country, you know, you are looking at in, to ensure that, you know, there is more inclusivity and, you know, the digital space is deepened in Kenya and maybe elsewhere. Josephine, please.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it's absolutely. There's you know really key issues, and it's you know because it's so easy to get you know look at all the opportunities with the sort of digital has given us, but as the last speaker said, if we look at it from the other perspective, there's also you know, quite a lot of obstacles. So during the pandemic, we got involved in quite a wide range of projects. So one of them was, you know, looking at so working in some of the informal settlement areas, looking at creating sort of internet hotspots where people could access, you know, if they had a device, they could then access information, particularly public health information, through those hotspots. Was one thing. Another, I'm just thinking. There's been such a wide range of examples that we've been working on. We're also looking at sort of access to the sort of digital spectrum. That's quite a big piece of work at the moment. So looking at how we can use redundant channels in TV broadcasting, so known as TV white space. So and that was something we did specifically during the COVID area as well, creating partnerships using the internet, which providing internet connection to 25 health centres in Laikipia. And we have also been looking at kind of community-owned networks, is another sort of space we've been working in. Another thing we are sort of we're doing a bit of a study into is looking at the management and allocation of broadband internet spectrum to create universal access or open up access. So we're trying to better understand the overall benefits to the economy of having unlicensed spectrum, as opposed to the sort of more traditional approach of auctioning off spectrum to the highest bidder, which then translates into higher costs for the end consumer. So there's quite a wide range of very kind of specific work that we were doing also with vulnerable women, training them up to give them opportunities sort of to find jobs in the digital sector, to some of the kind of broader policy areas. There's so much that can be done. It's a world of opportunities.
Networks, and I have Josephine too, who has done quite a bit of work in this. I'm sure she would want to comment, and probably maybe after this, touch base with you on the kind of programs you are touching on around community networks and what she is working on around community networks and where you can leverage. But Josephine too, coming to you, we are talking about meaningful connectivity and having worked a lot with community networks. Why is this important, first of all, and how does it contribute to inclusion? And ultimately, what are your challenges today? Be they regulatory? What can you advise? How can we help? Deepen, such projects of community networks?
Thank you, Bob. Why it's important, it's we're living in an era where, as the conversation today has been from the last panel, is that we're living in a digital era. And especially with COVID, we've seen an acceleration in terms of moving into the online world, in education, as it's been mentioned, in health. And so it's no longer a luxury to get connected. It's actually a basic human need, and it's a basic human right that every Kenyan has access to the internet. But we see that there are some barriers that block people from getting access. We see issues around just access to infrastructure, as it's been mentioned. There are areas in Kenya that still do not have access even to 2G, or it's very minimal. And then when there are also issues around just the supporting infrastructure itself, where it's issues such as roads and electricity, which make it very difficult and very challenging to have regular internet access. And so in an era where we have so many unemployed youth, and we want to sort of push an agenda where people can become entrepreneurs, innovators, connect. If, for example, you're in Garissa, you can be able to sell your merchandise for people in Nairobi, and vice versa. There's really importance of ensuring that we have regular access to the internet, and it's not just the free bundles that we get, but really regular daily access to the internet that enable people to access work, to access education, and also to access communication. And so for community networks, why we have this movement is because the reality is that there are areas that do not make business sense for commercial operators, or it might take longer for them to get there because it still may be very expensive for them to provide the service. And so we are working with communities to learn how to building their own infrastructure, and I'm so happy to see some representatives from the community network space, such as Twahir from Dunia Moja in Kilifi, as well as Irene Misoi from Planet Umoja, who working with communities who are building their own connectivity infrastructure. But this is not just about access to infrastructure, but it's sort of a holistic approach to digital inclusion, because they're also addressing issues such as content. They're also addressing issues such as skills. A lot of them, you'll find that they work with schools, and so do work around digital literacy capacity building. In the line of community networks, I think because of how our regulations were framed, and I think it's just how it was envisioned before, it wasn't foreseen, I think, that communities will be able to build their own infrastructure, especially for non-commercial purposes. And so the regulatory frameworks, not just in Kenya, but mostly across the continent, have not been very supportive, I think, to both non-commercial operators as well as small-scale operators who are also provisioning at the last mile. And so because of this, it's issues around licensing, inclusive licensing frameworks. We're looking at also access to spectrum, which is very expensive. And so you'd find that in terms of building infrastructure, these networks are only limited to provisioning using Wi-Fi. And so what would be great is that, and I'm very happy that this year, together with Communications Authority, Kitanet, APC, with support from UK government, we worked on an inclusive licensing framework, licensing and shared spectrum framework for community networks, which has gone through public consultation and is now with CA. And this is just the beginning of opening up the space and saying that when it comes to digital inclusion, it should be all hands on deck, and let's open it up in a way that we are not just assuming that automatically communities would want to become consumers, but to become very active contributors in the digital space.
Thank you very much, Josephine. I see you are already somehow, linking with the UK government. So I think it is a discussion that is already synchronized. I want to come to Joel, and as you say, .ke is the gateway to the internet in Kenya. And looking at the infrastructure deficiencies, the last time I checked, I think our domain names at .ke are 100,000 thereabout. In your view, and as the custodian of .ke, what are some of the challenges that has probably slowed down the uptake of our brand as .ke, and what would be those interventions that probably as a registry you are working on, but those that maybe policymakers should take care of, so that there is more embrace about .ke, that more of us, the Kenyan community, get to know about .ke and they embrace it. What would be your comment around that, Joel?
Thank you, Bob. That's a very loaded question. I would need my own webinar for that. But just to reference what my two other colleagues have said, let's start with something that is very clear. This whole week, and I'll give a shout out to the Kenya School of Internet Governance, which had a 2-week excursion around what does internet governance mean. And the first question we asked in that class, explain what the internet means to your grandmother. How hard is that to do today? How do you explain what the internet is? And a shout out to that cohort, because the answers that came have really enlightened even me, who's a custodian of the .ke. The team members who are on this call know how hard we struggle to answer that question. Secondly, we even asked, what does governance mean in your mother tongue? Again, another question. What I've realized in terms of uptake is, one, awareness about the internet is maybe localized to certain cities. Certain people don't care about it. They know about it, but they don't care about it, or they don't see the need for it in terms of their daily life today. Now, we've seen some numbers in terms of internet penetration, mobile penetration. Around the world, or sending money through M-Pesa. So what are those other things that people are doing? So one of the things we've realized, so we took a step back as a business and asked ourselves, the .ke namespace, it has to start with awareness. It has to start with, what does that mean? What does the internet mean for you? What does the internet do for you? How are you able to use that? So when I come and tell people for .ke, it's a network, it's a gateway, it allows you to get onto the internet, have an online presence. Okay, good. And then what next? So those are sort of like some of the challenges that we are seeing from our business perspective, and the cohort that was there unpacked a lot of those conversations in terms of how then do we ensure that that is happening. Josephine has mentioned something about content, local languages. The internet today is primarily English. How inclusive is that? How are we getting people to communicate on those platforms? How are people getting people to have more access to that? So as Kenny, we've now taken a back step and said, if we want to grow the domain space, we must be all inclusive. We must start asking ourselves, why are people using the internet? Why do they want to use the internet? Let me throw a number at you. I think there was a report that was launched on Monday by the Ajira team in conjunction with KEPSA, and I know there are some KEPSA members here. And it said 5% of Kenyan population is now earning online. 5% of Kenyan population is 2.3 million. And this is primarily the youth. And they are earning $188 a month, which equates to about 20,000 and a few shillings on. So there's an opportunity for people to actually earn online. But if we only have youth of 2.3 million, who are online, where are the rest? It means the rest are still doing physical work, and they are still doing things that they know today is best for them, which is opening a shop, taking a product and moving the product to the next person. So again, Bob, as to address your question around challenges, for us, what we are looking at is the laws adaptive enough to allow people to be more awareness of what they can do on the internet? Are they able to access the internet? Are they able to get more? Josephine has mentioned community-based networks, and one I know is Aheri, which is Mombasa in Kisumu, which is very active. They are now in the process of actually getting equipment to set people up. The cost of equipment is not cheap. So they're looking for partners that they can use to actually set up that equipment. I have seen some of their projects where they set up equipment, that ecosystem in terms of the market has actually changed. The vibrancy of the market has actually changed and people are able to earn. So as .ke and Kenny, we are saying, how do we assist that customer journey? How do we ensure that it's not just getting a domain name, but getting that online presence, able to use that online presence for some work or whatever you want to achieve with it. At the end of the day, you're able to earn a living and make some basic needs out of it. So we look at going forward, how does the regulatory environment encourage some of those things? How does the regulatory environment allow for more people to actually get access? So we have taken a step back as a business as ourselves. Let's create an awareness. Let's be able to ensure that people understand more of what the internet can do for you, how much it can help you, and thereafter you will see more adoption. So you mentioned that we have 100,000 domains. Kenya has about 3 million or so businesses, but we only have 100,000 domains. Do I argue and say it's a problem? Yes and no. One, my role is to ensure that, and I said at the very beginning, secure and accessible. So if there are more people on the internet, we are happy as Kenny. We want them to be on a .ke and the .ke domain, better for us. But if we have more people accessing the internet, being able to get reliable and accessible internet connection, you will see more people transition to be able to have more and more domain names. And at that, then our business can grow and the internet community can grow. So those would be my initial thoughts. But just in summary, awareness, accessibility. If we can get those two right, I think we're on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. I like the way you flip the question, about meaningful connectivity to making the internet meaningful to me. So when I go online, how does that help me? What can I get by going online? 5% of the youth, where are the rest? But a question to you as well: 100,000 domains. Where are the rest? I think it's a journey, but interesting perspective that not only should we make the internet, should we not connect meaningfully, but we should ensure that that experience online is also meaningful to me as well. Mugambi, very quickly before I take a few questions from the rest of the participants, where we left about what can we open more, what should we close more, since regulations are essentially limitations. How are we doing along those areas, in your view?
Thanks, Bob. And actually, it's very, very interesting. I start with what now popularly called just stopped, which is that the internet is a human need. It actually is a human right. Now, if you talk about it being a human right, it's very, very clear how the limitation to rights work. And I invite panelists and everyone else to look at, for instance, the Syracuse principles on derogation of rights, but in our own constitution, Article 24, which talks about limitation of rights, the general principles is that to limit a right, it must be justifiable, it must be reasonable, and it must be justifiable in an open and democratic society, and it's based on dignity, equity, equality, and freedom. Now, that's a very broad area, and it comes to some of what perhaps Joel was talking about in terms of what is internet governance. My own response to that would be internet governance has to be anchored within a rights paradigm that does the following: that it guarantees the right to freedom of expression, freedom of speech, exchange of ideas, and guarantees questions of equality, equity, dignity. And based on that, then we can then say, if you're going to govern, then what are the things you're going to look at? And if you talk then about governance in the context of inclusion, you're going to be saying that it needs to be affordable. It needs to be available. The quality must be at a certain standard. There needs to be a capacity for people to use it. And I think that question has been raised, just in the sense that, rural populations, much more than urban populations, are more liable not to have access just because of infrastructural concerns. And then the tougher questions around sanitation, hygiene within that space, because those do limit questions around who feels that it's a safe space for them, for example. And we find that various studies, I think in 2016, Article 19 did something about hate speech and abuse of women, especially women in the media. And the fact that then, for a lot of them, they'll be saying, I don't want to be part of this. In fact, our very own president has said he exited Twitter. I think it was Twitter that he said he doesn't go there anymore. So where is that principle of inclusivity for him? Because something is broken. And as I said, because this is really at the beginning of the curve, we should be a lot more forgiving of ourselves, that when we don't get it right, we try again. But foundationally, we use the principles. And Bob, to answer your question, start with the right. Then you can go to the regulation or the limitation. Always start with the right. Don't do it the opposite. The opposite side, the opposite is what used to be the old order. That you start by saying you don't speak. You only speak when. No. This one is you are allowed to speak, but then the limit of your speech is the beginning of the nose of your neighbor. Thank you.
Start with the right. Interesting. So, gentlemen and ladies, as we moved into our closing remarks because of our time, I want to give us each, 2 minutes to do two things. Comment on your priorities, 3 priorities, from where you sit in the next year, during this period. As you also answer certain specific questions that we have received. The first question is about community networks, and somebody is asking, of course, this will be to Melissa and Josephine Wan to touch on whether, if you implement community networks, does that in itself eliminate the digital divide? So 3 priorities from where you sit, Melissa, and also just comment on whether implementing community networks essentially eliminate the digital divide. 2 minutes for Melissa first, and then I'll move to Josephine 1.
Thank you, Bob. I think for me, the priorities, especially in the community networks space, would be capacity building, so that communities can be able to build their own infrastructure, manage it and operate it, and also build their capacity to be able to address other components of digital exclusion, such as the skills gaps that we see, as well as content and capacities. Another one would be advocating for financing mechanisms for small-scale operators, especially community networks. Joel mentioned the Universal Service Access Fund, which I think would be one of the avenues that we can be able to support last-mile connectivity. And then also just engaging a lot with other stakeholders in the space. It's great to hear that, of course, Article 19, with Mugambi mentioning the working together to see how we can be able to create something on a framework on digital inclusion, really contextualizing it in Kenya. And also just saying, as I think the issues around digital access, there's no silver bullet, so it's a lot of listening to what other stakeholders are doing, and also what we can be able to contribute and collaborate to ensure that everyone is connected. And to answer the question, if community networks are the answer, I would say that, as I said, there's no silver bullet. It's a complementary model, but one thing I think I'm a strong advocate for is that as we are talking about access, we also need to look at the beyond access issues. So once people are connected, what next? We know of areas where, yes, infrastructure exists, but it's not being used. So we also need to address the other issues that, such as content, skills, as well as platforms, so that people can meaningfully engage online.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Melissa. Josephine 1.
Thank you. Yeah, no, for us, I suppose our digital access program is all about enhancing affordable, inclusive, safe, secure digital access for excluded populations. So our priorities really are continuing to work on inclusion, access to, particularly around access to basic services, to information opportunities, jobs, improving livelihood opportunities, and just spreading that. It's also about, I think, ensuring that there's kind of sustainable internet governance and digital rights, so that and linked to that, also making sure, sort of looking at cybersecurity, making sure that that all of this more inclusive access is an opportunity and doesn't pose threats or create new risks for people. Because obviously there's lots of positives, but we don't want this by spreading out improving the inclusion, that actually we're also increasing the threats. So I think those would be my top ones. On the question of community networks, I don't think it's not necessarily it's not the total solution. It's part of a bigger solution. I mean, obviously there's lots of very, very practical elements as well. There's devices, there's level of literacy, there's getting the right content. But I think all of these things have to work together to achieve that better inclusion.
It's not an end to itself. It's part of the ecosystem. Electricity, content, have to be right for that to really make sense. So, Joel, I would ask you to just tell us, what would be your priorities, 3 priorities in the next year, before I come to Mugambi, who I have, some 2 specific questions for. Joel, please.
Thank you, Bob. For us, priorities, 1, digital trust. So we want to drive the opportunity and the conversation that on the space, you're secure, you're safe. We want that to be on your .ke, so that is important for us. 2, priority is more accessibility and more openness. We want to be more transparent in what we do. We want people to understand how we do it, what we want to do, and how we're going to do that. 3 for us, and I'll combine if you guys allow me, is awareness, and I mentioned this earlier, just getting people more to understand when you get on the internet, what can you do, how can you do it, and what do you need to do. Obviously, because of IGF, KICTANET, and all our multi-stakeholders, we need more partnerships and more collaboration. So those are focus areas as a business we shall be looking forward to: digital trust, accessibility and openness, awareness, partnerships, and collaborations to ensure that the internet is united. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much, Joel. And last but not least, Mugambi, I have some 2 specific questions coming from the floor. The first one, very important indeed. How can we ensure that people with disabilities are at par with everyone else in digital revolution? How do we ensure that they are not left behind? And someone is just asking that if you could please help them understand what Article 19 is about. They hear about it, they are struggling to make sense about it. In 2 minutes, if you could do that, I'll be very happy.
Actually, 3 tasks here. The 2 questions and my wrap up for the priorities. So I'll start with Article 19 is a freedom of expression organization. As I said, it's based on Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Essentially, because we're a partner with KICTANET, our contacts can be found here, and anyone who would like to know much more about us, can contact me or anyone on my team, find some of the work we're doing. Essentially, we use the human rights to animate and activate conversations about how to protect and promote human society, human needs, basic needs, and even questions around quality of life. Secondly, with questions around people with disabilities, I think we need to segment that space a lot better. We have people with visual disabilities, others with psychosocial disabilities, others with physical disabilities. All of them have specific needs based on, or rather in the context of access to the internet. I think for that, we will need definite thinking and programs that address those needs. The ones, for example, who have visual disabilities, the question is do we have the languages and the infrastructure available for them to actually access what's on the internet? Our very good friend for Article 19, former commissioner of the African Commission on Human Rights, Lawrence Mute, is actually blind, and yet he is able to access the internet. Is able to access information on the web pretty easily. But he's, as I said, is something that we need to look at and ask: can this be something that becomes universally accessible? So those are some of the ways in which people with disabilities perhaps can find support and facility from Article 19. I think these are very, very critical questions because they too have rights. And I think that's where I had ended my last presentation, that for us, in terms of also priorities, so the first of them, of course, would be to champion even more the question of rights within internet governance. I think we've been talking, regulatory frameworks, we've been talking limitations. It's time we talked rights as a foundation to limitations. I think that's the approach the Constitution takes. It's the approach that the international human rights frameworks take. And even if you look at questions, for example, of the Sustainable Development Goals, that is the approach they take: the rights first, and then limitations. I think I talked about greater collaboration. On the panel, I've had very interesting ideas. I'm really, really enthusiastic that there can be collaboration, greater collaboration, deeper collaboration with those stakeholders, state and non-state, around questions of rights and internet governance, questions of rights and access. Thirdly, I want perhaps to begin within that third priority to look at where are the people? Where are the people? Because when we talk about the internet, as someone said, the internet is a gateway, it's a highway. Where are the people who are using it? And some of them would be, for example, in the education sector. How well are we doing on that? I know there was, especially when there was the lockdowns and there was no education going on. I know those attempts to use the internet for education. How well did you do that? I think we need to really do audits about how are the people really doing when it comes to the internet, because we must use research and fact-based approaches to address the issues of access and inclusion. Thank you.
This very incisive session. I can't thank you enough, and I believe our audience has really benefited from your insights and your experience around these very critical issues that are part of the internet. So the internet is not just a commodity. The internet is a whole ecosystem, and in it there are lots and lots and lots of issues. The internet should be meaningful to us, and not just part of us. It has to make a meaning to us. So helping us discuss this session today has been my panelists, Josephine 1 and Josephine 2, and Joel from .ke or KENIC, who are the custodians of the .ke, and Mr. Kiai from Article 19. To our panelists and participants, thank you for being part of this session. I do hope that it has really, helped you understand, these elements of the internet and why the internet is important. And we do encourage you to follow up, should you have further questions with the individual panelists, or send them to us and really be part and parcel of the internet ecosystem. With that, thank you very much for being part of this session and for joining me during this 45 minutes, and wishing you the very best in the next sessions across the day. Thank you very much, and back to you.
It's actually basically in many countries of the world, because it turned out that it's very, very difficult for the government or even for communication authority or whoever to have enough funds to try and connect those unserved and underserved areas. And an idea came that all these ICT-related companies and institutions, telecom operators, postal, courier services, all those should be put together, contribute, even if it's 1% of their gross turnover. It is through that we can now have masks and base stations put all over the country.
The leaders did recognize that in opening up the communication space, there are spaces that would need to be pushed and aided because the market would not follow.
We've been working with the Communication Authority and the Universal Service Fund to ensure that we include everyone in the digital evolution that we are seeing in the country. We should not leave anyone behind.
Those who can afford, they were always going to the better places. Okay, they always had a better education. But those who were at remote places, not able to actually take care of their daily needs, today they are able to actually use more and more these services.
Farmers now are able to knock off middlemen and be able to understand what types of crops the market requires, what kind of prices they can expect. And in turn, the market can be able to predict, what are farmers growing, and therefore in 3, 4, 5, 6 months, what kind of crops will be available. Therefore, predictable planning has been made much, much simpler because of the advancements in mobile communications.
Mimi kama mwana bodaboda, network imenisaidia sana kwa sababu unaweza ongea na mkulima, kuitie kazi, uje uchukue kazi huku.
Sisi tukipanda vitu vyetu tunanufaika kwa sababu ya kupata mteja kwa njia ya haraka, na njia kwa haraka ni kwa njia ya mawasiliano.
One more level that we need to go up as a country in Kenya is to make all that connectivity affordable, so that these people who have so many other things going for them, can really take on the advantages that the infrastructure this country has already into their lives, so they can do more, learn more, and really be a part of the global digital economy.
Kunakuwa huko mistuni, unakuta watu hawana kitambo mawasiliano. Hapa wamejenga booster hapa kwetu, wamepata simu na kupata pia laini, ndio kicha saizi unapata mapata mawasiliano.
Isaidia hiyo amu kwa bongara ngoma na kwa nigururi. Nimgi ata chage abaga jururi ngara no na tilbarta. Banga ngara no na sukulu ngaja ko to ajanga no.
It will create the possibility to reimagine things, to provide services, to provide certain experiences that were never imagined before. We have seen this in areas where, for example, we have provided broadband for schools, where because of providing that, the performance of the students has shot immediately.
I see the opportunity to create digital ecosystems that allow our society to live and work better.
It will be very difficult to connect the entire country. It will require billions and billions. But with the money that we already have, we've already got about 78 sub-locations connected.
We do recognize the urgency for utilizing this fund, the need to provide this particularly in public service delivery, and we are actually in collaborative talks with partners to do pilots for the police service, with the judiciary, with the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education. We want to be able to push this down so that public service delivery in particular will be a reality, that people do not have to travel for kilometers, that they can be able to actually access this service no matter where you are in this country.
Our motto is to connect the whole country. If we can find a way of connecting the country, our job will have been done.
I would say that the Universal Service Fund is the promise to deliver connectivity to all Kenyans.
Internet users, Kenya is one of the most connected countries in Africa. The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, is proud to be on the forefront in facilitating internet connectivity in Kenya. We ask, how could we, as Kenya's ICT regulator, best fulfill our mandate to protect Kenyans and ensure they can enjoy the internet safely? What do we need to address? We realized that a lack of awareness on internet safety could potentially lead to a lack of supervision of younger users. We also realized that privacy and safety applications such as parental logs, website monitoring, and content restriction are not used appropriately, which could put our younger generation at risk of exposure to unsuitable content, hackers, and more online. To best plan the way forward, we began by consulting the International Telecommunications Union, the United Nations Specialized Agency for ICTs. The ITU has developed a child online protection initiative, which includes steps, frameworks, and guidelines which target different internet users, including but not limited to children, parents, industry professionals, and key policymakers. The Child Online Protection, dubbed COP campaign, is a holistic guide which outlines the roles of various stakeholders and what initiatives are needed in the objective of protecting children online. This includes a comprehensive framework of law within different legal systems which assists COP in tracking measures taken by different countries and is an essential tool in promoting a safer online environment. COP also develops key recommendations according to the latest global standards to help key stakeholders better understand their role in the protection of children online. COP promotes collaboration on an international level and supports information sharing and cooperative arrangements that will help eliminate or limit the risks and dangers that young people face online. Taking all of this valuable information, we localized this initiative for Kenya, creating our own Child Online Protection Awareness campaign, Be the Cop, which we launched in 2015. we aimed to raise awareness of the risks that children are exposed to online. Our aim, as always, is to empower internet stakeholders through learning, giving them the tools to learn how to stay safe online, and even providing platforms for them to raise concerns. To make sure the campaign is successful, we have teamed up with different organizations, including mobile and internet service providers, government agencies, non-governmental organizations, international bodies, including UNICEF and Google, and more. Our objective in the campaign was, and has been since then, to give children and the youth the knowledge, tools, and skills to use the internet safely and limit as much as possible the risks they are exposed to. A large part of this involved educating parents, teachers, and other guardians on how to increase their awareness of risks and dangers that exist online and to encourage dialogues on safe internet usage. The authority has partnered with the ITU to develop a national framework for COP, which outlines commitment, roles and responsibilities, and management strategies for safeguarding children and the youth from internet abuse. We continually engage Kenyans through exhibitions, engagement of bloggers and journalists, outreach activities to schools, and hold webinars for youths. Materials on child online protection can be accessed on the CA website at www.ca.go.ke. The Kenya Computer Incidents Response Team Coordination Center, KE-CIRT/CC, was established to fight against cybercrime. It includes a dedicated section to handle children's cybercrime complaints. You can report any incidences of cybercrime by visiting https://www.ke-cirt.go.ke/, emailing incidents at ke-cirt.go.ke, or calling our hotlines +254 703 042 700 or +254 730 172 700. We invite all of you, parents, children, companies, providers, and more to come together to help us work towards achieving the goal of a safer internet.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IGF 2021 forum, where our overriding theme is Internet United. All right, fantastic. And now we want to go into an interesting panel discussion where we're going to discuss about trust, security, and stability of the internet. And to moderate this session for us, she is one of the few formally trained cybersecurity lawyers on the global stage, and she's also equally excited about exploring the new emerging area of cyber law and policy, and also helping develop cyber laws, regulations, and also the policies that ride over there. She is also a skilled counter-terrorism and data privacy, anti-money laundering, and crisis management lawyer with central bank regulatory experience. This is a lady who is seasoned to the bone and marrow, and she is geared and ready to take us through this particular session. She is a legal specialist in cybersecurity, counter-terrorism, crisis management, data privacy, and anti-money laundering law. Ladies and gentlemen, this is none other than Mutheu Kimulu. Good to see you, Mutheu, and welcome once again as you moderate this session. Thank you, and karibu.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our panel session today on trust, security, and stability, which are key components of a secure internet. And especially now with digital transformation becoming the new norm, these are very important issues that we're going to discuss today with my 5 remarkable and highly qualified panelists. Hello. We have Mr. Joseph Mathenga of Serianu Limited. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Serianu. As a COO, he oversees teams of incident responders, security analysts, system security policy and compliance officers, and security engineers. Seriano provides round-the-clock security services to thousands of virtual, cloud-hosted, and non-virtual client systems. He is responsible for and ensures an innovative development environment for the implementation and delivery of security services to Seriano's clients. Prior to joining Seriano, he was a Chief Information Security Officer for Airtel Africa, in charge of security operations in 17 African countries where Airtel operated. He currently serves on the National Computer Incident Response Team. Our second panelist is Dr. Paula Musuva, who is currently a lecturer in Forensic Information Technology at the United States International University, Africa, where she teaches specialized courses in information security, audit, and digital forensics. She has worked as a senior technology consultant at Deloitte East Africa and as a team leader and network and security engineer at 7 Seas Technologies. Our third panelist is Mr. Francis Sitati, who is a senior cybersecurity analyst working in the Cybersecurity and E-commerce division at the Communications Authority. The division hosts the National Kenya Computer Incident Response Team and Coordination Center, which is Kenya's national cybersecurity trusted point of contact and is mandated with offering advice on cybersecurity matters nationally and coordinating response to cyber incidents in collaboration with relevant stakeholders locally, regionally, and globally. Our fourth panelist is Ben Roberts. Ben has been Liquid Telecom's Group Technology, Ben has been Liquid Telecom's Group Chief Technology and Innovation Officer since 2017, having previously served as Liquid Telecom's Chief Technical Officer since 2006. With over 20 years experience across a range of technologies in design, support, integration, and operational management roles, he has led the group's networking and product strategy, expanding its technology base and fiber network across Africa. Welcome, Ben. And our final panelist for today is Veronica Wangeshi, who is a legal analyst, NC3, which is a National Cybercrime Coordination Center, and she specializes in cybersecurity law, as well as being a policy analyst with a demonstrated history of working with law enforcement in a multi-agency setup. It's nice to see you all, and I'm looking forward to very interesting conversations this morning. So let's get straight into it. Kenya enacted a national cybersecurity strategy in 2014. So 7 years later, we may need to review it. And so my first question would be, what are the critical areas for consideration in review of our national cybersecurity strategy? You can also maybe see what have we attained since we enacted it, and what do we need to enhance if we were to review it? And I'm going to start with you, Veronica. Can you hear me, Veronica? Okay, we seem not to be able to get through to Veronica. So Joseph Muthenga, could you tell us your perspective from Seriano's interactions in cyberspace?
Yes, good morning. It is a pleasure to be here and participate on this very able panelist. Protection of our national infrastructure has got to be at the very top of the activities that we need to do. As we get more and more connected and we have a greater dependency on the Internet of Things to manage things like grid power, to manage water, malicious actors who would be able to target these systems and to exploit them become an absolutely key area that we need to continuously protect. So it's very important that the strategic plan, both in design, policy, as well as in implementation, needs to focus on how best we can be able to protect critical infrastructure. And in addition, being able to now respond to incidences, having policies that spell out both the technologies that we put in place, but also the procedure and who is responsible and accountable for being able to respond to that, both from a private as well as a public activity, becomes an absolutely key activity.
Great, I really agree with you. And I'm sorry, Joseph, I thought Francis was the one who was joining us today. My apologies, when I introduced you, I introduced Francis as opposed to you, but just for the panelists to know, Mr. Nzano is actually the Assistant Director of Cybersecurity and the e-commerce division at the Communications Authority. So they're the ones who are in charge, who handle KCERT. And I agree on critical infrastructure being very key. Veronica, can you hear us? Okay, Ben, I'll jump to you. What from your perspective, as Liquid Telecom has played a pivotal role in developing Africa's digital future, what do you think we need to do when we review our cybersecurity strategy?
Morning, afternoon, even. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
So, I hadn't seen that cybersecurity strategy until yesterday, I'll be honest. But first of all, I think we can, look in there at what's been done and review how well it's been done, and it can be reviewed from a progress update. And I'll come into maybe. Hello.
Yes, Ben, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
My microphone has gone.
No, we can hear you, Ben.
Hello?
Yes, Ben, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. I think as we sort out Ben's sound, maybe I'll pose the same question to Dr. Paul.
Hi, sorry, my microphone failed. Have you gone to someone else? My microphone batteries died at the same time.
Oh, no worries. We can hear you, Ben. You can go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So, I was saying that we can review what's been done well and what hasn't been done well of the actions from the previous policy, and I think we've got some attention to pay on the implementation of the cybersecurity law. I'll probably elaborate on that a bit more later. But what's changed in the environment since 2014? Actually, two things have changed from an infrastructure perspective, which becomes key to critical infrastructure and to cybersecurity. Number one is Kenya is no longer just a country in this ecosystem. It is actually a regional hub. It is actually a global hub for internet. So the data centers in Kenya are no longer just having Kenyan operators and Kenyan content and Kenyan websites, et cetera, et cetera. The data centers Mombasa and in Nairobi particularly are hosting global players. So the global infrastructure is being held by global tier one carriers, Pan-African tier one carriers like ourselves, and then global internet content companies like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix. These people are all hosting their content and data in Kenyan data centers, and it's now critical for a whole region, which is basically the whole of the East African region. Some countries are almost completely dependent upon what's happening in Kenya. And a friend of mine from Uganda called a few weeks ago and said, "What's going on? My internet's just gone off." And I looked into it. It turned out that KPLC had a fault near Busia, and somebody had cut a fiber in Mombasa Road, and that caused one of my friends to lose his internet in Uganda. These other countries, particularly South Sudan and Uganda, are almost wholly dependent upon Kenyan internet. Others are partially dependent. But the content is being hosted here. So it's now an East African community issue, the critical infrastructure for Kenya. And then the other trend is around the migration to cloud. So we've had things from being server hosted in your own premises. Since 2014, many more services are running on the cloud. So we need a complete review in thinking of how we consider cyber resilience and network resilience. So I think that would be my sort of comments on what has changed and where we should, that guides where we should relook at the policy.
Okay, brilliant. Dr. Paula, I'll pose the same question to you. As a lecturer in forensic information technology, what would be your perspective on what are critical areas we need to look at in our cybersecurity strategy?
Thank you so much, Model, and it's a pleasure to be with you all today, and a great morning, afternoon, evening from wherever you're connecting. Just a couple of thoughts for me is that we need to applaud the efforts that have been made so far and the great achievements. I think when you reflect on where we started from when the strategy was being developed the first time, is that we didn't have quite a number of things in place, which we do now. I think maybe when we reflect on the legislative framework, we had quite a number of legislation still pending. Bills were still being debated and consultation was still being had. But as we stand today, we have the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act enforced. We have the Data Protection Act enforced. And also just recognizing we have a new version of the National ICT Policy in place. And, we have also seen quite a bit in terms of governance bodies coming up. The NC3 is one critical body. Though I would say that I don't know whether we should call it the National Cybercrime Coordination Center or National Cybersecurity Coordination Center. Just a little bit of chipping at that a little bit there. But, we didn't have that coordinating body before, but now we do with the legislation in place. And also we didn't have the Office of the Data Commissioner before, and now we do. So we just need to, take cognizance of the fact that there's a lot that's been done. And, and what I usually want to say is that when you look at the life cycle for national cybersecurity strategies, and the ITU has a guidance note on how national cybersecurity strategies should be developed and how they should be maintained, we really are not starting from scratch. What we're doing is that we are more or less on the last phase, which is usually a maintenance phase. And for us to really do a good job on maintenance, we need to really have done some monitoring and evaluation of the implementation. We should have been measuring what is working and what is not working. We should have been taking, cognizant of the fact that there's some key performance indicators as to whether some strategy areas are, pulling up or not. Because we were looking to enhance our cybersecurity posture. We're looking to enhance our cybersecurity awareness. We're looking to build collaboration. And may I say, I really like what has been said by Roberts, Mr. Roberts, in the sense that we are now a regional hub, and we really need to have a multi-international, multi-agency kind of cooperation for confidence building and also capacity building. Kenya has also been privileged to be part of the UN GGE, the Global, Cybersecurity Experts, the Government Cybersecurity Experts Forum, the OEWG, and we have been invited in these spaces to influence even internationally the cyberspace. So I think that's also a very key area that we should build on, even in terms of our international cooperation. And also the next thing we want to build on was on governance. And of course, we'll have more discussions on the governance area.
Yeah.
But you see, I think one of the key things that would be important, especially as we reflect about the pandemic, is what would happen in emergency situations. I don't know how resilient we are, because for me, this is a big question. The pandemic has shown us, of course, this is more of a viral biological pandemic, but what if we had a big hit of that nature in cyberspace? Have we really coordinated? Have we really tested our capability to be resilient and to respond effectively? So those would be my reflections.
Yeah, thank you very much for your insights. Veronica, do we have you on the line now? Can you hear us?
Yes, you do have.
I think we still can't get through to Veronica. Joseph Mathenga or Sirianu, can you hear us? Okay, while we're trying to get through to them, I think what we can see from the conversations we've had with with the other panelists is that, yes, we have achieved some of the things. Oh, Mr. Mathenga is there?
I'm here, yes. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. We had Mr. Mathenga already speak on the cybersecurity strategy.
Indeed.
It was Veronica we were trying to get through to, but she doesn't seem to be able to hear us. Okay, so just to summarize what has been said by the various panelists, yes, we do have a cybersecurity strategy in place. And as Mr. Mathenga had said, critical infrastructure, information infrastructure is very crucial, especially as Ben told us, Kenya is not just a national hub, it's a regional and international hub. So we need to secure our critical information infrastructure. And as Dr. Paula rightly put it, we do have our Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, which covers critical information infrastructure. However, within the Act, we needed to activate our National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Center and to appoint a director who would be able to designate the critical infrastructure. So we have a lot of good things in play in the national strategy, but I think in light of the developments that have happened and how the environment and infrastructure has developed since 2014, this might be a good time for Kenya to sit and rework on this strategy, activate the various committees and bodies so we can secure our critical infrastructure moving forward. Okay, let's move on to our second question. COVID-19 came in as a disruptor of unprecedented phenomenon. And in cyberspace, we didn't get away with it either. The cyber risk landscape since COVID-19 has been greatly enhanced. And so my question to you would be, what can be done at the national and international level to tackle cyber attacks? And I would want each of you to comment from the perspectives of your various organizations and various capacities. What steps have you taken to mitigate against the rise in risks? Or what steps do you think we can take to mitigate against the rise in risks? And what challenges have you experienced and how have you overcome them? So I'll start with you, Ben.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I slightly alluded to this already, but the big shift that has happened with COVID-19 is if you're an ICT-enabled company or a company that's digitally transforming, a lot of your workers, your knowledge workers who are accessing your systems, have moved from working in the office to working at home. And they could be working from anywhere, or even from the car, quite frankly. That has meant that businesses are doing a lot of systems migrations towards the cloud. And basically what would have been your attack surface for any type of attack on a business is completely changed. It used to be you were sitting in the office, the firewall was the gateway between your office and all of your staff and workers to the internet, and the firewall would be the key piece of things. So, maybe this was a concern of the IT manager and the ICT security manager and the firewall, network operators. Now, your workforce is all over the place, your systems are all over the place. We're really looking at different types of cybersecurity products for protecting your cloud and hybrid cloud environments. But also we're looking at this, your staff, your people that are using your services as being the biggest attack surface. Social engineering has become a more likely way of people trying to hack your systems than trying to go through your firewall. They're going to call up or say, hey, give me a password, persuade you to hand over a password to your employees. What we're looking at, as well as different types of systems to protect cloud as well, but we're looking at training and awareness to create what we call a human firewall. We're putting in systems in place where we are giving training videos to all of our staff. They have to watch these training videos. We test them and examine them afterwards, and then we run scenarios to see what they do. We send them emails and say, hey, your password's been hacked. Can you click on this link? And we see what they do. And if they click on the link wrongly, we retrain them. So we're trying to get our whole workforce into becoming the first line of defense against cyber attacks. And I think really this applies to most companies and with the government as well. I think, when we've seen some of the things in the media about attacks that have happened, it hasn't been going through the firewall. It's been an employee has taken a device and put it inside KRA office or something like this. We've seen these stories. So really it is around awareness and training and the integrity, of our workforce is the biggest area of concern for me.
Oh, yes, I totally agree. Veronica, can you hear us now? Hi, Veronica, can you hear us now? Okay, I don't think she still can. Do we have Francis Itati?
Yes, Miguel, I'm
sorry, Francis, we missed you out on the other one. There was a communication mishap. So, Francis, as KSET, what are your comments on our cyber risk landscape since COVID?
Okay, thank you, Miguel. From the perspective of the national KSET, we've observed that there are various cyber actors that continue to sort of adjust their tactics to exploit, the pandemic by, for example, using COVID-19 themed cyber threats that are targeted towards individuals and organizations, for monetary gain and other kinds of benefits. We've realized that some of the tactics that they've been using include, for example, ransomware and malware scams that are primarily distributed through, for example, phishing emails, SMS messages. We have forwards on WhatsApp. And these messages are purporting to be from, trustworthy senders, for example, the World Health Organization and other health institutions, as well as associated government agencies. So we've seen that through these emails and messages, these actors are basically using the pandemic to bait people, to trick people into disclosing their credentials or downloading malicious software. We've also seen that there's been a phenomenon of branding of this like breaking news or the kind of information related to the pandemic. For example, the use of purported alleged cures or various conspiracies, or even fictitious government directives related to the pandemic. Also is we're looking at the fact that more and more people have been working from home. So we've seen the cyber actors are scanning for vulnerabilities in, for example, the remote working tools like the VPNs. I think we've all been aware of instances where even the Zoom platform has been compromised and other softwares related to remote working. And also, some of the phishing mails contain attachments that seem to be from legitimate video conference providers. And basically, the objective is to trick users into downloading some of these malicious files. On the national side, we've also noted there's been an increase in clickbaiting related to the pandemic. And it's basically using of misleading or sensational headlines that use a hyperlink designed to attract the attention of the reader, and basically to entice you to follow the link so as to maybe read, view, or listen to some linked piece of information. It could be maybe a picture, a video, or some kind of multimedia that is catchy and attractive to its intended recipients. So we would just urge the public to be cautious and to take everything with the caution.
Yes, I totally agree. Veronica, can you hear us?
I should be able to hear you now.
Okay. Hi, Veronica. The question we're tackling right now is we're commenting on our cyber risk landscape since COVID. And we're discussing what can be done at the national and international level to tackle these cyber attacks. So I'd love to hear your opinion on this.
I think what we should first do is just to ensure public awareness about what is happening. We tend to hide a lot from the public, and that is why we have them not able to protect themselves. And we've been a significant increase in cybersecurity incidents. So maybe we should start with public awareness. I think that should be our priority at this time.
Yeah, I agree with that. Paula, what is your perspective on this?
Thank you, everyone. I'm really glad to see Veronica has finally been able to join us. I think what I'd say is that it's very important for us to put the human at the center. Because over the years, technology has been put at the center, and we have really emphasized on having the latest and the greatest. But where we have repeatedly ended up failing is in the human element. And I just hope that we will focus our activities in terms of a more concerted effort towards raising the level of cyber hygiene, just basic cyber hygiene, and basically raising the level of skills to navigate the cyberspace safely, and to be, as as has been shared by Robert, to build that human firewall as the first layer of defense. I think what we have seen over the COVID time is that we really don't have the perimeter. I started off as a network engineer. And one of the things we would always be very keen on, and I was also configuring a lot of Cisco devices and security devices, was we would also focus a lot on the perimeter. But one of the things we're seeing over over time is that the perimeter is actually becoming more porous and less defined. And what we are now relying on is actions by end users, and we are now slowly getting to a place of a zero trust model if you're really thinking about securing the network. But what we're also saying is that attackers have become very clever. Instead of focusing a lot of attention in attacking, that server there that contains the information, or that big resource that is heavily protected, they'll go for the end user with less effort. Not necessarily a lot of investment, with less technical skill, even sometimes for the attacker level, and they'll be able to gain access. And also, we're also seeing over this COVID pandemic is that the smaller organizations are being targeted more, not just the bigger corporations. So the attackers are going for the smaller companies. So they would rather attack many more smaller companies than focus a lot of effort on one big company that has a lot of investment in security and that has put in the right people with proper specializations and skills in place. And I think one of the things we've seen is that even with our research with Seriano, is that SACCOs are being targeted a lot more than now the big banks, So the attackers are going for those who may be less equipped, less knowledgeable, less skillful, less invested in cybersecurity, and they will gain access. And I think just reflecting on where we are at in terms of COVID, even the measures relating to vaccination, and this probably will be my last point, we can talk about the others in the other section, is that we've seen there's a global inequity in terms of, just even things like the vaccine distribution. Africa only having 4% of people fully vaccinated, while the world is celebrating in more advanced countries 70% of the population fully vaccinated. We will only be as strong as our weakest link. Similarly, in a cybersecurity landscape, and I think we can't ignore. I think one of the things that was being raised in the previous panel in terms of equity is this element of the digital divide widening, and it's true because as much as we all jumped in onto this digital transformation bandwagon, not everybody made it. And what are we doing to make sure that we don't cut off a lot of our citizenry? And also the ones who are joining are well equipped to navigate the space safely and securely. So those are some of my points.
Oh, indeed.
Thanks.
Indeed, very, very valid points. So Joseph, from Seriano, and I know Dr. Paula has mentioned the analysis you did of the SACCOs recently. What is your perspective of what can be done at both the national and international level to enhance our defense against cyber attacks?
I think first and foremost is we need to take a step back and underscore some of the gains as a society that we have recognized through this pandemic. Indeed, it has been devastating from a health perspective. Loss of life, people who have suffered some serious medical issues, serious medical bills in dealing with it. Indeed, there has been some devastation, significant devastation that the pandemic has brought across. But there have been some gains as well that it's important to take a minute and take in and appreciate. Earlier on, there was a comment about the ability now of us working remotely from different places, literally being able to do something from a car. As I speak, I'm on my way to a client site and I'm taking this call sitting in my car, trying to get to where I need to be. This is a plus. Before, this would have not been possible. In fact, I remember reading somewhere that the one big thing that the pandemic has done is to accelerate the digital transformation. Whether you liked it or not, you are now on that digital transformation as much as you try to fight it. From a Syriano perspective, one of the things that we have gotten to appreciate and continue to emphasize is a shift in the way you evaluate risk. Your traditional evaluation of risk constituted of conducting your traditional vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. And from that came out a long list of misconfiguration and missing patches and presence of default accounts and so on and so forth. That now has to transform. Again, there is no definable perimeter anymore. Your evaluation and the emphasis you put on your risk changes. You ask the first question, what is the inherent risk that your business incurs? If you're in the financial space, whether you're a tier 1 equity bank, KCB, ABSA type of bank, or you're a tier 3 smaller bank or a SACCO, your risk profile is different than that for a medical service provider, a hospital, an insurance company. The inherent risk driven by the nature of your business and the connectivity should define what controls you put in place so as to be able to protect yourself. The second component is to see how effective those controls are. There are a long list of controls that you put in place, be it technology, be it a process, be it a separation of duties. That control's been put in place. Are they actually working? How effective are they? And then a continuous visibility on your overall security posture, a clear picture of what's coming at you, because this is a very dynamic space. But here's the fact. We are not going back. We are in the digital transformation page. People are at different pages of this book. Some are in the middle, some are just beginning to read the book. It doesn't matter. We are not going backwards. This is the path where we are going. Same way, the evaluation and how you look at risk, how you protect yourself. Not all data, not all systems are equal. Not all products are applicable to you as an organization. That is the big transformation that this pandemic has brought into place that I really think is a great thing and one that we have to look at as we continue to grow.
Yeah, brilliant. I actually agree. COVID has had negative effects, but on the digital platform, it has enhanced digital transformation. And just to summarize what everybody has said, which I think is really amazing, is that we have to secure, even if you're trying to secure your systems with remote working. I love what Ben said about how you have to test the staff, because the largest threat we have in cybersecurity breaches isn't so much the technical aspect, but rather the human aspect. The human issues, and especially with remote working, which are harder to monitor. For example, when you're remote working, Joseph has just told us he's in his car, but some people don't realize they go to the local coffee shop and they're using the free Wi-Fi, which is where the cyber criminals are, thriving and trying to get access to their different corporations' networks. Or if you're having a secure meeting, are you ensuring that all your smart devices are switched off, because then you have somebody listening in on you. And I love the idea of that you cannot secure everything. As much as we want to secure everything, it's too expensive. So we need to focus on what I would refer your critical infrastructure. If you're a medical entity, you know this is my critical infrastructure. If I'm a banking entity, this is my critical infrastructure. Secure that, and then keep doing the tests so that when you do have a breach, everybody is aware what they're doing, when they're doing, because attribution in cyberspace is still a bane. So the faster we can stop these threats from taking over the entire system, the better. Okay, we'll move on to our third question. And this one I'll direct initially to KSAT. So Francis, what mechanisms has KSAT put in place in terms of reporting back to stakeholders? Because embracing multi-stakeholderism is really, really important. I can't emphasize that enough in terms of securing cyberspace. And how effective have you found these mechanisms to be?
Thank you, Bethel. I'll answer this question by looking at, I'll touch on the governance issues and a bit of policy, and finally, operationally, what the KSAT is doing. We have the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act that makes, it provides for the National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee, and the Director General of the authority happens to be a member of this. And this governance framework is supported by, we have technical officers from the authority, as well as law enforcement officers, as well as the legal and regulatory framework that is supported by the financial element. On a policy level, we have the national policies, which includes security policies and ICT policies, and the various acts of parliament. But with regard to the specific question of multi-stakeholderism, we have what is known as a National Kenya Computer Incidents Response Team Coordination Center Cyber Security Committee, or NKCC, and it's basically a multi-agency and multi-stakeholder framework that brings together various players within the cybersecurity space. What we did is that we undertook a stakeholder mapping based on international best practices, whereby we try to identify various, what you call the sector-specific computer incident response teams, so that to enhance basically the coordination of cyber threats. Mm-hmm. With regard to the e-government sector set, we have the ICT authority that coordinates matters to do with the cyber threats within mainstream government and also the county governments. We also have the financial sector set, which is financial sector it's an area that is has suffered a lot at the hands of cyber actors, and we work with the Central Bank of Kenya as a regulator of the financial sector, as well as the Kenya Bankers Association, which is an umbrella body for commercial banks. Okay. We also have the telecommunication sector SAT, basically the mobile network operators and other operators within that space. And this is coordinated through the Technology Service Providers of Kenya, or TESPOC. Academia is also a key player within this space, and this is coordinated by Kenya Education Network, because a lot of academia is actually a lot of the traffic that a lot of the custodians or a lot of the traffic that go through our country. We also have what you call the critical information infrastructure providers, and these are the entities that, for example, the utility companies, and these are the those agents, organizations that actually are custodians of very sensitive and critical information that really needs to be protected. So we currently there's no single entity that we work with, but we actually work directly with some of the players in this sector, like KenGen and the Kenya Civil Aviation, etc. Also, internationally and regionally, we also collaborate with other organizations like the Forum for Incident Response and Security Teams, which is actually a global body for collaboration of like the national CERTs and other players within the the cyber information security space. Of course, we've talked about the International Telecommunication Union, the specialized agency for the UN, and we also have the East Africa Communications Organizations, which is the regional body for the regional body that comprises of members, the regulators within the East African region.
Okay, brilliant. Well, I can see that. Sorry.
There's also need to formalize these collaborations to enhance, basically those frameworks so that we can, to just make them more effective and make them more, for you to feel really the effect of them.
Okay, brilliant. I mean, I can see that KCERT has put a lot of mechanisms in place, and I think in our last discussions, I think it was Veronica who raised, as much as we need to inform the public more of some of the risks that are there, because as much as we're dealing with the stakeholders and the big corporations, maybe the major stakeholders need to do more sensitization campaigns, because like we find, like when we're having the SACCOs, that they're targeting the SACCOs because the SACCOs are more vulnerable people who are less cognizant of cybersecurities, but I'm glad to hear that we have a lot of mechanisms in place. I'm going to jump on to the next question, and I'm going to ask the panelists, what are the overarching principles that will ensure trust, security, and stability of our cyberspace? Additionally, what are the human rights considerations that we need to take into account when we're ensuring trust, security, and stability in cyberspace? And what challenges are preventing us from achieving them, and how best can we overcome them? Veronica, I'll start with you.
Can you hear me there?
Yes, I can.
All right. I think one of the overarching principles that is very important to in the security or in just trying to achieve what you're trying to achieve would be information sharing. Mm-hmm. That would be that's quite an important principle if you're trying to bring trust and security to it. Yeah, we cannot have organizations and trust in each other if we are not sharing important information when it comes to cybersecurity. Mm-hmm. So I would say in order to be able to achieve all this, we should be able to share information and also harmonize our efforts, just like Sitati has said, in multi-stakeholderism, yes? Mm-hmm. So we can have the harmonization of efforts would be very important, and is quite a core principle, and it is something that we are looking into doing.
Okay. Paula, what is your opinion?
Thank you, Mudeu. I'd like to start by recognizing that we have a great constitution that outlines a number of rights that need to be respected, even within the internet or the cyberspace. I think one of them is access to information. I think it has been touched on in a way with what Veronica has said. But I think access to information also builds transparency, especially when the government can really share what it's doing and how it's doing it and publish this information openly. I really like that even as we discuss about the strategy, we all have access to it. If you all want to see what the Kenya National ICT Master Plan is, we can have access to that. So I think that's already something, a great principle that we should embrace, where people can access timely, accurate information. There can be also something else is public participation in coming up with these policies and coming up with these strategies, because also that's another principle that is enshrined in our constitution, the right to public participation. You have to involve the people who you're making decisions about in the decision-making process. And chapter 4, as has been mentioned in the previous panel session, I really liked what Kiai said from Article 19. And so first of all, we need to recognize that there's a chapter 4 outlining a bill of human rights, right to dignity, that many, but just a few rights to human dignity. One of the important principles we need to uphold currently in cyberspace is the right to privacy. And that's going to be a tough issue, even as we move into AI-based systems and as we move into Internet of Things and as we move to a more cyber-physical system, deployment of cyberspace where there's a real interaction, not just in a virtual environment, but also affecting our physical reality. There's also the freedom of expression, where people are not being censored. They're not are being allowed to access certain resources. So the right to also speak and communicate. You're not being cut off during critical times, because it's, whether it's a political issue during the elections, people are now not able to communicate. So I think these are very important principles that are enshrined in our constitution, which really need to be espoused and, embraced. But, there's a very famous Kenyan proverb, vitu kwa ground, you can complete. So I think we have really good ideas. We really have really good principles. I think where we really fail is in the implementation, it's in the honoring. It's in having the value system and the integrity to actualize these very things that we have said. I think those are some of the things that I would say in terms of the principles question.
Okay, brilliant. Francis, what is your perspective on this? Okay, Francis.
Thank you, Bethel.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my take would be to ensure trust, security, and stability. One of the things we need to do is that we really need to enhance the frameworks for investigation and prosecution of cybercrimes. We do have in place the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. We might need to maybe fast track development of the regulations and any other associated documentation. Also, we need to continue engagement with relevant stakeholders, especially, for example, the telecommunication service providers, the various regulators and academia, and of course, most importantly, the consumers of ICT services, because as has been mentioned, the human element is always the weakest link in the cybersecurity value chain. Also, we need to continue to facilitate, the efficient management of critical internet resources. For example, the domain names. KENIC is doing a really good job. So as an authority, we continue to support the work of the CCTLD, just so that we can promote trust and confidence in the use of ICT services, especially since it's governed by the Kenyan laws. And finally, I'll talk about consumer awareness and education. And this would go a long way in promoting trust and confidence and the use of ICTs by Kenyans. And this is especially relevant because of the high number of mobile subscribers, and we also have increasing number of e-commerce transactions and generally mobile money transactions every month.
Okay. Ben, what is your perspective on this?
Well, I think two things. One is it's about making sure that we follow the right information. And this is a very expert panel from Kenya of the experts who are able to talk about these things. But it's important that we listen to the experts. When we are considering our decisions about what we do during a global pandemic, a lot of people have been listening to misinformation and when actually, we should be taking the advice and information from the scientists. And when we're taking decisions about what we do with cybersecurity, we should be listening to the experts. I think a lot of damage was done in terms of public awareness of cybersecurity during the controversial issues around the last election, where we were having people who were not experts were making submissions on television. Maybe the experts didn't want to go on television and talk about these things. The media did a very bad job, and they were calling in people who are not experts who were saying this and that about opening servers and blah, blah, blah. You know, we need to get the right information and not disinform. In a situation where not enough people have the right information, the worst thing you can do is disinform people. So it's our responsibility to do it right. But it's, you know, the job of the media and everybody else to make sure that they do, you know, when consulting on these matters, they do consult the experts. And I think to sort of build a bit on what Francis said, we need to look at and properly strengthen now the Cyber Crimes and Computer Misuse Act. This is quite a serious matter. You know, it was originally meant to be a serious bill, a serious penal code for cyber crimes, defining cyber theft, cyber fraud, cyber terrorism, cyber bullying, these serious matters. Yet at the last minute, you know, amendments were pushed through when it was first passed, talking about things bloggers say and whether that's correct or not, and making these into offences. Now we've got further amendments trying to be pushed through Parliament, where people are trying to put silly amendments about, you know, what content people are looking at on the internet, and this is not what it's meant for. Right? This is meant to be a serious bill for applying cybercrime, and not a bill for arresting bloggers over the weekend. You know, when we want to punish them for saying something we didn't agree with. So we need to get this right. We need to take out the silly things out of the Cyber Crimes Act, and we need to enforce it. And you know, recently I read a great article in Sunday Nation, or Saturday Nation as well, about some Kenyan hackers who were arrested and jailed and convicted in Rwanda, and now serving time in prison in Rwanda after attacking Equity Bank. But as you read the article and the whole story of these guys, they had hacked and been caught. Various institutions in Kenya, it was a ring of them, and they'd hacked many companies, and they'd been caught several times, and they'd been to court, and they'd been cash bailed, and they got out every other time. Otherwise, they'd run to Rwanda so they could carry on doing their things. But you know, Rwanda managed to convict these Kenyans on the first attempt and put them in jail, where they seem to have eluded justice, despite having done financial crimes using computer misuse. So something is wrong. I'd love to know, Matteo, maybe you know how many people have been convicted properly under the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act. So if you have that number, I'd love to know. But you know, we need to get this law right, and we need to enforce it right, and stop playing around and yes, like using it to arrest bloggers is not what it was meant for.
Okay, great. Do we still have Joseph with us? Okay. Yeah, so I think a running theme here is that we have a lot of great ideas, but we need to implement them and actualize them. And central in this is our Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, which has a lot of wonderful provisions, but they need to be brought to life. We need to set up the committees, enact them so that we can start designating critical information infrastructure. We need to start enforcement. We need to start issuing regulations. So it's one thing to have things on paper in statutes, but we need to start operationalizing and implementing them so that we can ensure that we better secure our cyberspace and ensure that we have enough trust, security, and stability out there, as well as creating awareness amongst the population so that they're cognizant of their rights and not misinformation, and they know who to turn to in times of help. Okay, fine. We'll finally move on to our final question, which is, what are the top 3 priorities that will need to be addressed in the coming year, and what roles can be played by the various stakeholders? Ben, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think for me, the top 3 priorities are, you know, properly fix and apply the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act. The next priority is to properly fix and apply the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act. And the third priority is to properly apply and use the Cyber Crimes and Computer Misuse Act.
I love that. As a cybersecurity lawyer, I love that. You know, I'm advocating for that every day. Okay, Dr. Paula, what is your perspective on this?
All right, so I think I've seen a question on the Q&A session already. Somebody's asking, why is it taking us so long to get this strategy, the new strategy out? Because I think it's really vital that we do have a new revised strategy for our cybersecurity approach as a country. And of course, there's a whole element of taking in the wins, seeing where we have not done so well, seeking to improve, have targeted outputs that we're driving. I think it's really important. And I think because we're not just talking about Kenya being a regional hub, also being a representative of Africa, not just the East Africa community, because Kenya has been representing in the group of governmental experts in the UN, among the few countries that are sitting on that seat, and also on the OEWG. So we really need to keep up in terms of our strategy and our thought leadership in this area, and also implementation-wise. It will affect even our rankings. For example, with the ITU Global Cybersecurity Index, this is one of the areas they actually look at, even as we move towards maturity and continuous improvement in our posture in cyberspace. I think the second thing is, for me, that 60% of Africa, in fact even in the Kenyan population, is the youth. And one of the things that I'm very cognizant of, even as I'm a faculty member, as an educator, is that we are training the youth for the future. The future, we talked about what Facebook is doing with the multiverse, metaverse, and we're saying that when I'm teaching my students in my networking class, am I preparing them for that being a reality of their experience? And I know we're talking about the knowledge economy, we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, we're talking about the changing nature of the future of jobs. I think for me, a very big thing will be in terms of getting really serious about upskilling, about preparing the youth for a different future in terms of jobs. A future that will have a big level of automation, a future that will involve, when we're talking about digital transformation, COVID has shown us that you can actually leap forward 3 to 7 years in a matter of a year because of just changing climate, changing, conditions. So we're saying we really need to be strategic about how we are preparing our youth. And if we don't, it's a ticking time bomb. Because if you have youth that are not well engaged, they're not getting the right employment opportunities, even on the cyberspace. There will be those youth who go around, committing fraud and actually being these expert hackers, homegrown. I'm talking about proper homegrown hackers, and we will actually be having a big challenge in the years to come. We have very talented youth. We have very clever, intelligent, innovative youth. We had better start tapping them right now and engaging them in the right way in terms of the future of their jobs. And I think the third thing for me is just emergency planning for crisis. And I don't know how well prepared we are in this level, because COVID has shown us a biological crisis can actually stop the world in its tracks. What would happen if we had a similar pandemic on a cyber level? I think one of the things that I've become more aware about in the last 2 years is that nation states are becoming very serious about cyber warfare. We are reliant on a lot of cyber physical systems. And we're not just talking about virtual space, and we're not just imagining things. There's a lot more interactivity even in our day-to-day lives in the cyberspace. So I think we just really need to be sure that we are well coordinated and we have proper responses in place, and we really are able, if things came to an end, we would be able to respond effectively. So those are my few points.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Veronica, what is your perspective on this? Okay. Unfortunately, we're not able to hear Veronica right now. These are the challenges of remote working. We can have all the best systems, but there's always that one thing that challenges us. So in this particular incident, we we lost a bit of sound there. Well, I would love to say thank you to all the panelists. We've had such interesting, illuminating conversations. And so I understand that we now have a couple of questions that are coming in. Kindly highlight on how our National Cybersecurity Index, how do we compare with other countries at the regional and global levels? Okay, who would want to take that question? Okay, the question is, and it comes from Nadir Hassim, kindly highlight on our National Cybersecurity Index, how do we compare with other countries at the regional and global levels? Okay, would you want to take that question, Francis? It says, kindly highlight how our National Cybersecurity Index, kindly highlight on our National Cybersecurity Index, how do we compare with other countries at the regional and global levels?
Okay, thank you, Theo. Regionally, I think Kenya is doing very well, as well as Rwanda. Well, I would like to refer the participant to the ITU website. You'll get a comprehensive report on the latest positioning with regard to the country, and it will give you quite a comprehensive overview of where we stand. I can share the link shortly.
We're going to share the link and you'll be able to find more information on that. We have another question.
Yeah, Model, maybe I can just, let me help Francis, Sitati on that because, Francis, I think I mentioned it and I think maybe somebody picked it up from that comment that I made. I've been able to pull it up just quickly. I think Kenya is ranked globally at, we're number 51 globally. Out of the 182 countries that are listed there, and we are 5th in Africa. So top in Africa is Mauritius, actually. Tanzania seems to also be ranked quite well. Ghana, Nigeria, then Kenya. And I know it's a composite index, meaning it's looking at a couple of parameters. I think they look at things to do with legal measures, what legal instruments and laws have we enacted. They look at technical measures, even things like, do we have a national CERT? And does the CERT, is it effective technically to respond to cyber incidences? They also look at organizational and governance measures. It also measures capacity development. It also measures our ability to cooperate at an international level, so cooperative measures. So it's a composite index of all those things. So that's how we are performing.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another question, and this one comes from Tony M. And they ask, trust is a big component in the building of cybersecurity ecosystems. Are there sufficient punitive reparatory strategies in the Act to deter those who breach privacy? Okay, Ben.
I can say something. The question is asking about breaching privacy.
Yeah.
Look, I think when we look at the Act, it defines a number of things around, entering computer systems and illegally and entering computer systems illegally and doing bad things. It is, there's quite a lot of different offences there. But in terms of breaching privacy, I think people need to also be aware of what is private and what is not private. If you write something about yourself, which you think is private, but if you write that on any computer system, whether it be on WhatsApp, whether it be a web page, whether it be you're on a Zoom call like this and you say it verbally or you write it down, once you've actually put that on any internet system, social media or anything else, you can probably consider that as no longer private information. So if we're giving away information, happily by putting it on the internet, we probably have to accept that it's not private anymore. And I think that would be my comment on that question.
Okay. Okay, and I think also when it comes to privacy issues, we now have our Data Protection Act, where each person has a right to their privacy and a right to their data, and if your data is not used without your consent, the Act provides for both civil and criminal liability measures, which means you'll get a penalty or you'll end up going to prison. But yes, privacy starts with all of us. If you put it out there, we all know that despite all the best laws in the world, if you put it out there, the internet never forgets. It's out there, so we need to take ownership of our privacy as individuals first and foremost. And then now the laws will come to secure where our privacy has been breached, where we did not consent. But if I put it out there, then I have consented technically to having it out there. I want to thank the panelists for amazing conversations today. And we can see that as a nation, we have grown from when we first did our first national strategy, cybersecurity strategy, when we were looking maybe more at a national and regional, and now we're even an international hub. Data hub, data center. And so, yes, we do need to review our strategy to enhance our new status on the continent and on the global stage. We have amazing policies and laws in writing. We need to operationalize them. We may also need to enact other laws, for example, a cybersecurity sharing agreement, so that there's a law enabling private sector and individuals to share information without being in violation of privacy laws in existence. When it comes to cloud computing, which has become the new thing with us going into COVID, I know a lot of us borrowed heavily from the European GDPR when we came to do our data protection acts. Maybe we also need to now look at what they're doing. They've got, I think it's called the GAIAX, which is basically like the GDPR of cloud computing. So there's a lot we can do to further secure legally, because without laws there's anarchy, our cyberspace. But we also need to educate our citizenry, because we can have all these laws, we can have all these mechanisms in place, but human factor is the highest threat to cyberspace. So there need to be more awareness campaigns done. The various organizations are doing it, but maybe from a national level we need to do more. We can do more, we're doing, but we can do more. And yes, we continue to grow, and Kenya will hopefully not be number 51, but be number 1 one day in the foreseeable future. Thank you very much, all of you, for participating today. It's been a pleasure, it's been interesting, it's been fun, and enjoy the rest of your day. And to our viewers, enjoy the rest of our other interesting sessions coming up, and enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
My name is Charity Wamboi Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names, and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved, and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because, 1, to have a Kenyan identity, 2, most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration, and 3, .ke domain names are affordable.
Fantastic. That was an amazing panel discussion. Welcome once again to the Kenya IGF Forum 2021. We are glad to have you here, and thank you for being engaged with us for the entire morning, and we're looking forward to a fantastic afternoon where we're going to have an amazing panelist lined up for you, and also speakers lined up, seasoned, to take us through there. And even before we get into our health break, I want us just to stretch out a bit and just do a little bit of dance. But even before the director gives us the sound for the song that we're going to dance to, this is what I want you to do for me. Just put your seat aside wherever you are. Make sure that you have some space. You might be in the office, you might be working from home. It's still okay, all right? So this is what I want you to do. Make sure that you have enough space, enough room wherever you are, and then you will stretch out your left hand, okay? And as you stretch out your left hand, I want you to shake your waist a bit, shake your waist a bit, and this is where you put your right hand, all right? And then you cut it. And as you cut it with your head, all right? Just bend your neck like that, and you cut it, all right? And then you cut it, all right? And then I want you to push down, all right? You push down like that, push it down, look on the side, look on the side, look on the side. And then I want you to also give me a one clap, one turn, 1, 2, 1, 2. For the ones who are Lingala lovers, we are preparing you for the weekend, and then you give me 1, 2, and then you hold it there. 1, 2, and then you hold it there. 1, 2, and then you hold it there. And also I want you to give me that wave, all right? Thank you so much. Okay, right, Mr. Director, you can give us a song. I hope you got the moves really, really quick. Mr. Director, you can give us a song so that now we can be able to put it in there. Okay, just make sure you have enough room, you have enough space. Okay, start with the waist. Get into the... You are a certified Lingala dancer. Thank you so much for being engaged with us. Thank you for the lovely session to our speakers and moderators. We appreciate each and every one of you. We are looking forward to an engaging afternoon session right here. So we'll take a small break, a health break, get some lunch, get a glass of water, have something good to eat and drink, and then now we can be able to come back here in the next 20 minutes. So thank you, stay engaged, and let's make this happen. Asante and welcome.
In the last 20 years, we have grown, starting off with the headquarters in Nairobi and grown into the regions where we have 4 offices to ensure that we are able to get down to the people and bring the services closer to the people.
20 years ago, if somebody saw you with a mobile phone talking, you'd think something has gone wrong. Now it's 20 years on. It is unprecedented. It's going to be a big game changer.
When we came to Kenya in 2000, we knew very little about the country. We didn't know the market economics, the market dynamics. The target market for Safaricom's products was the people at the base of the pyramid, the men and women who come to work in a matatu. So all our products were designed for that economic level and therefore became much more affordable. I mean, it changed people's lives dramatically when they could communicate easily, inexpensively.
Nafanya biashara nikiwa kwa nyumba, nikitaka kutumia mtu pesa kwa biashara yangu, tena naye akitaka kunitumia natumia nikiwa kwa nyumba.
Kitabu tulikuwa tutumia hizi simu za call box, ambapo tulikuwa tunapangia line ndio tuweza kupigia simu. Lakini kwa sasa hivi unaweza ukapiga simu popote penye huko. Hata sasa hivi niko hapa nimeitwa kazi kwa sababu ya simu.
Starting off with about 20,000 subscribers, internet has been integrated in a lot of the private sector, in the financial services, in health and the like.
There is an explosion in social media connect, job opportunities, new careers have been developed, okay, like bloggers, app developers. They were never there.
New, better, more modern jobs were created in the tens of thousands. The various people who sell our SIM cards and who sell mobile financial services and who own their own businesses in doing that and who employ people in those businesses. Telecommunications has become more important as an enabler of the entire economy.
It's a global village right now. We are able to connect to people with different ideas, we're able to connect to people with different exposures. So that way we're able to contribute better in the society. So I don't think I would ever imagine going back to what we call the Stone Age.
The adoption of mobile money. Starting off 20 years ago, this concept was unknown, and Kenya was very fortunate to actually take the leadership role globally in the mobile money narrative. And when history is written, Kenya will be named as the lead in this area.
The courier services has experienced shortfalls in terms of increased volumes from the growth of e-commerce. We saw the market open up, and the courier regulator, who is the Communications Authority of Kenya, licensed private operators to offer courier services in the market. Since then, we have 200 players on average every year being licensed to compete with the main public operator, and we have seen an improvement in the quality of service that is offered.
I will commend the Communication Authority because of their resilience. They have opened the space, which has helped a lot the small players in the media industry to be able to thrive. They have also created regulation so that the newcomers and those who have been there are able to compete on a level playground.
It's a new environment that we're involved in. It's one where many businesses are going online, services are going online. Having a very strong but open, transparent regulator was very, very key in getting us where we are now.
I don't think we would be anywhere where we are without a communications authority. We needed a regulator, and it was the right time. What role has the regulator played? Encouraging innovation, not preventing it, but encouraging innovation.
The next 20 years look promising. I'm actually excited by the next 20 years. The judiciary is digitizing. The Ministry of Lands is digitizing. So the country is digitizing and working on a very good base.
From where we are and where we are going, it's a time to reimagine. It's a time to recommit, to be able to take us to the next step of digital transformation, and we can make it happen.
My name is Charity Wamboi Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names, and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved, and we became accredited registrar. And then after that we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because 1. To have a Kenyan identity. 2. Most of the short, memorable and catchy domain names are available for registration. And 3. .ke domain names are affordable.
Ni saa 6 ya usiku, nikapata namba ya kigeni. Kushika simu, wakaniambia sisi ni watu wa COVID. Tumekuja kuchukua sample. Nikauliza kuchukua sample wapi saa hii tena usiku? Nikafungua mlango nikaenda kwa balcony. Nikapata nje watu wamejaa chini. Mimi nikaigiza uoga nikasema siwezi kutoka nje. Nikawafuate, nikarudi ndani nikakaa. Wakawa tu wanapiga simu, anaendelea kupiga simu. Naomba nilikwambia siwezi kutoka nje saa hii. Mbona bado unashindilia kunisumbua? Ati wewe lazima utoke nje. Lazima tuchukue samples. Nikamwambia kama ni sample jo asubuhi, mtachukua sample mtanipata.
Kenya confirmed its first coronavirus case on 13th March the year 2020. The emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic caught most of the world's government off guard. Addressing the pandemic has required effective responses by the government, private sectors, and the international community in general, including tracking the infection rates and preventing the spread of the disease. While digital technologies can assist in the delivery of such responses, surveillance technologies raise significant risk to human rights.
Tumeenda dispensary hapo kwetu kuchukua madawa mimi na bwana yangu. Yeye anaendanga kuchukua za sukari na pressure na mimi pressure. Yeye akaniambia ameambiwa aende kwanza kupimwa corona. Sasa tulipokuwa tu nyumbani tumekaa kama wiki 2 hivi. Siku moja akijitayarisha kwenda kazini akapigiwa simu.
Ilikuwa ni namba tu, sijui. Lakini nikachukua, kaambia wewe ndio fulani. Unaendanga clinic wapi? Naendanga clinic pale fulani. Akaniambia sasa naweza enda hapo, tuko na shughuli kidogo, tulikuwa tunataka kuongea na nyinyi.
Sasa ndio nikamuuliza ni nani hao, akaniambia ni wale watu walikuwa natupima, ananiambia tuende na wewe.
Kidogo muda wa dakika kama 5 baada ya sisi kukuja, tulisikia sauti ya magari zikiingia zikiwa na king'ora ya ambulance. Zikaingia ndani na zilikuwa gari 3. 2 zilikuwa ambulance na moja ilikuwa ni vani tu ya white, na ilikuwa na polisi 2 wako na uniform. Wakaingia wakauliza, ndio fulani? Okay, kuja kwa hii gari na mama aende kwa ile gari nyingine.
Nikawauliza kwani tunaenda wapi? Akaniambia hapana, kuna mahali tunaenda kutembea.
Singia resist juu naona hata polisi kwanza wameniweka wasiwasi. Wanajua pahali iko polisi huwezi fanya mambo ya fujo.
Nikapanda. Sasa kupanda, ile kitu ilinishangaza. Nikaambiwa nitoe ile mask nilikuwa nayo, niweke kwa mfuko. Nikatoa. Sasa ile yao ni kunirushia, walinirushia. Nikashindwa kwani kumeenda aje. Wakaniambia vaa hiyo. Nikavaa. Tena wakachukua gloves wakanitupia. Wakaniambia vaa hizo. Sasa sigari zikaanza kwenda. Zinaenda zikilia. Hata mtu anaweza stuka. Si ndio tukaenda tu zinalia, tunasikia huko nje watu wakisema corona, corona. Sasa ikafika Kenyatta, nikaingilia hapo. Mimi hata nilikuwa nimepanic kabisa, hata sijui ni uko wapi. Hata nilikuwa naambia hapo ni Kenyatta.
Ndio walifungua mlango. Nikaona kwa mbali iko watu wanachoma makaratasi, watu kama 2 na mama mmoja nasi na kama matron hivi. Ndiye alikuja na alikuwa amebeba faili fulani. Wakamwambia tumemleta. Wakaangalia kwa hizo faili zao. Ndio Patrice alinikaribia akaniuliza, wewe unaitwa nani? Nikamwambia majina yangu. Na unasikiaje? Nikamuuliza kusikia namna gani, kama kugonjeka ama kama. Nikamwambia mimi niko sawa kabisa. Hata nilikuwa naenda kazini. Wakarudi wakaenda kwa assistant kidogo, wakapiga simu. Walipiga simu kama 4 hivi. Huyo matron ni dakika ya mwisho kukaa, tulikaa hapa kama dakika 15 ama 20 hapo. Hiyo matron alikuja kwangu akaniambia pole sana, mtarudishwa pahali mlitolewa.
The first call was from the Ministry of Health. It was a young man. He introduced himself. He's like, yes, I am from the Ministry of Health, just confirming my name, where I live. Am I still at the address? Yes, I am. Okay, thank you very much. And that was that. Then NMS, they called me and they're like, okay, so you know you're under Nairobi County, you're going to hear from sub-county. The minute your doctor now calls you, she tells you, the county is aware. The Ministry of Health is aware. NMS is aware. So now, you know, it's out of my hands, right? So I now need to monitor you morning and evening.
I waited for my results. I was told it will be ready within 24 hours. So after 24 hours, I received a call at night at around 8. A woman called. The number was new. So she asked me where I am. I told him I stay in Rongai. And he told me, did you had a COVID test? I told her, yeah. In which hospital? I told her the hospital. And then she said, you are COVID-19 positive. So I argued with her because I asked her, where are you calling from? He told me she's calling from Rongai. And that gave me a little bit chilly because my test was done in Nairobi County.
The problem we had is that a pandemic means mayhem. A pandemic means unawareness. A pandemic means confusion. So you find there was laxity by the government agencies to tell us, to give patient information, because they were more concerned about preventative, you know, telling us do this. But talking to us about where my information is going, there was laxity with that. And I hope that will change now that there is a, let me not call it a flattened curve, but we seem to be aware of what we're doing right now. Yeah.
Just like the rest of the world, Kenya turned to technology to help curb the virus. Several contact tracing apps were created, amongst them being Jitenge, which means self-isolate in Swahili, which was developed by Kenya and jointly developed with the Ministry of Health. This application was meant to assist Kenya health officials to trace contacts.
The aim of these contact tracing applications, as described by the developers, was that they will provide an easy mechanism to trace individuals who perhaps have tested positive or people who've interacted with people who've tested positive. So there are different kinds of technology used, and the most common was Bluetooth technology. And that apps were that they created an app that if you come across or interact with somebody who's tested positive, you'll get a message say, hey, by the way, you interacted with somebody who tested positive, you also need to get tested. The apps have also been used to monitor people who've either traveled or have tested positive in some countries to ensure that somebody is self-isolating. For example, somebody is quarantined and they're not going against those quarantine guidelines, because the app, using the mobile phone technology, if you go outside a certain area, then the app notifies the authority. If you have symptoms that escalate, you'll put that information in that app, and that will allow for immediate action by the authorities.
As part of the pandemic surveillance, an individual is to provide extensive personal information.
You need to give your ID number, you need to give your location, your phone number. We don't know, but we're just doing it. We're gullible. We give our information. Nobody ever thinks, even as I sit here and I tell you, I have no idea what it is they did with, whether it was my x-rays, because I sent everything.
As a patient, you have a right to know where the information collected about you goes, and what the information is used to do, and how the information is disseminated through various agencies.
Work of sensitizing the public and also protecting the public is the work of the Data Commissioner, who is in charge of enforcing laws on data protection, of ensuring that data handlers, which includes government, which includes app developers, that those data handlers abide by principles of data protection.
We also require very clear guidelines from the Office of the Data Commissioner on collection, analysis, storage, and transfer of sensitive data, health data. This has been done by data protection authorities around the world, where they say, of course, they tell their government, we agree that this is going to be used for a public purpose, for public health purpose. But as you are doing that, please comply with these basic data protection principles.
The Ministry of ICT should come out strongly and talk to us about data. I mean, the PS, the CS should be at the front line in protecting our data.
It's only when we push back, and it's just that one little effort saying, why is it that you need all this information? Why? You know, that why could change a lot of things.
The more the access to information, the more likely we are to experience infringements on privacy and cyber attacks.
It's an online information war, where often unseen hands harvest your personal data, tapping into your hopes and fears for the greatest political yield. And one British company is at the very heart of it. They've worked under the radar in elections in Nigeria, Kenya, the Czech Republic, India, and Argentina.
So this was a major breach of trust, and I'm really sorry that this happened. We have a basic responsibility to protect people's data, and if we can't do that, then we don't deserve to have the opportunity to serve people.
Privacy in the digital age. When 90% of Kenyans have access to mobile phones, the same population also has access to either a radio or television set. Over 60% have access to smartphones, and over 60% of the population has access to internet connection.
A lot of people are on Facebook, they are on Twitter, and especially in Kenya, a lot of people are on Facebook. WhatsApp is highly utilized. We have a lot of groups on WhatsApp. In fact, I think that's the biggest thing in this country. So you have a lot of people exchanging information on those platforms.
Privacy has a lot to do with an individual's preference, because there are people who are more open to sharing information. There are others that are a bit closed in. Some things for me, I might feel like I need to take them to the grave, and someone else might just casually speak about them.
It's very essential to actually be in charge of your own data, because when people take charge of your data, you don't have the power anymore. Now the power is with other people, and they can manipulate a lot of things, your decisions, your influence, your reputation.
Just want us to start with the Kenyan election, because it has been mentioned adversely in this particular piece. Breaking it down for our audience, what exactly was Cambridge Analytica's role in the Kenyan election in 2017?
Now, this is an organization that deals on data science, particularly in terms of data mining, understanding data in terms of truncations, and making it simpler for the client to know who is likely to purchase his idea, product, or information generally.
We are now living in what has come to be known as the digital age. The term global village now has a literal meaning, as billions of people in the world are able to access and share information to far-flung areas at the touch of a button. But what is privacy?
To private in my life, first of all, relationship, zangu siekangi public, both family and friends, as in like my other significants, then my phone, mobile phone. For me, it's a private thing, and then my bank account.
Title D kindu yakwa gya thiri kindu gitira ngineana na nja ila nenda privacy yakwa nini thia wa ndona ku keep up kuma kula ku andu alange na ngathi bandu pa kwa privacy ni esesin bange siange somene binafsi yetumikira mu nafasi yange nitisiye mbari.
From the towns to the villages, from the high-end estates to informal settlements, never before has information flowed as it is flowing now.
This is an area where most of us people in private sector don't play a big role on it, and then you wake up one morning and you realize policies have been made that are detrimental to business.
In any chain of information, there are three main subjects involved. 1, the user. 2, the intermediary. 3, the regulator. The user is the person who is at the sending or receiving end of information. This can include phone users, internet users, radio listeners, and TV viewers, among others. The intermediary is the enabler or the person making it possible to send and receive information. This may include application developers, telecommunication companies, and media owners. The regulators are bodies mandated to monitor and control the flow of information. This may include government institutions or intermediaries charged with the responsibility of regulating their users.
Every time you switch on that mobile phone, somebody knows, and they even know where you are and who you're talking to and how you're walking. You'd think I'm lying, but that is actually how things are in the digital age.
What affects privacy?
Every application you install, as you install, they always ask you that you agree to some of the privacy information. But the sad part, the users are so ignorant. Tell me how many people get to read the whole policy document.
Vitu nyingi tu unaweza ficha, kuna zingine unaweza sema hiyo simu tu bado unasema mtoto asienda aone, kuna vitu tunaweka nyingi tu.
Lakini zile terms and conditions mara nyingi watu hawazifahamu, na ukipata mwanasheria ameandika zile terms and conditions na wewe si mwanasheria, inakuwa vigumu kuzifahamu.
For example, in Kenya we have this scenario where when you enter any building, you have to either leave your ID number, your phone number, and even leave probably a physical copy of the ID. So the trade-off is, would I rather not even have this service? Can I access this service in a different way through an online system probably, or just not access it altogether, or go to an alternative service instead of leaving my information in this building, which I don't trust the people who are collecting this information about me.
Kenya has now become a powerhouse as far as use of technology is concerned. Kenya's own Silicon Valley is in the making, and Kenya is now considered to be one of the pioneers in mobile phone banking.
Hawa wenye mitandao ya kijamii hawatupi zile platform bure. Hakuna kitu cha bure bwana. Kila kitu lazima kilipiwe. Sasa wewe unalipa na ile information unapeana kwenye ile platform. Ile information ile ndio inatumiwa sasa kwa maelezo ya kibiashara, zinatumiwa kwa mambo ya siasa. Tumefahamu Amerika vile siasa zilipotoshwa zikabadilishwa kutumia mitandao ya kijamii.
These apps, one day they tell you you can qualify for a limit of 22,500 shillings. And you're like, yeah. And then 3 months later, they tell you you can only qualify for 10,500. How did they know?
What is the relationship between privacy and human rights?
The most basic human rights, being able to decide who will be your leader, can be taken away from you. If you end up putting in office people who don't even support your other human rights, you end up missing all your other human rights.
What needs to be done or should be done to protect privacy?
Like, that's why I have a complicated PIN. Like, ile nikiweka hata nani haizi hack.
There's something they call damage control. You have to first thing accept. Second, how do you now mitigate that now that the whole world knows that?
When you have a phone like this, sometimes it is good to have a password in all applications that you're using. Secondly, if you're going to transact online, you also need to protect yourself by having a password, by changing that password quite often so that people are not able to get that phone. But I think mostly we would need a...
I think people should actually be arrested and legal action taken against, because that's destroying lives. It's wrong.
And the onus is on us, the people in this industry, the business people, the policy makers, to ensure that we have basics, like in school curriculum. This must be something that at that school curriculum level, how is the internet governed? Who are the major players of internet governance? Who are the major stakeholders? What is multi-stakeholderism? If we don't start at that level to make people understand what that means, we are going to be talking to ourselves.
Data collection is very invisible. You cannot always be aware when your data is being collected. Thinking about laws and policies that protect people even when people don't know they are being protected is really important, and it's really one of the ways in which we can promote privacy and promote human dignity and human autonomy.
The Kenya ICT Action Network, also known as KICTANET, is at the forefront in matters related to privacy in the digital age. It is a multi-stakeholder platform for people and institutions interested and involved in ICT policy and regulation. Be a part of the movement and take charge of your and other people's privacy in this digital age.
Kenya's Huduma Number, meaning service number in Swahili, is a biometric digital identity program. It is intended to be the single source of truth about a person's identity.
NIMS is intended to get the details and the data on all of us in the country, to be sure that we have information, biometric information on each one of us, so that when we engage in project, we know who we are addressing, and when we get services, you are able to get services because you have a number. That's why it's called Huduma Number. It is essentially supposed to give you a number so that you can obtain services.
Kenya established the National Integrated Identity Management System, NIMS, which is a biometric database of its population in 2019 through a miscellaneous act amending the Registration of Persons Act 1949.
CA was one of the key stakeholders in the process of developing the Huduma Number, and we find this to be a very significant process because it's leading to digital transformation and the deepening of transformation for Kenya as a whole.
You have one card that, for example, has your driving license, and the same card is the one that has your national ID, and it's the same one that may have your birth certificate. So depending on the service that the citizen wants, they only hold one card, and the service center will read from that card whatever information it needs.
Despite the system having a main objective of being the single point of truth, it raised serious concerns.
The issue of privacy. Then the second issue was about public participation. Then the other one was using Huduma number to limit the rights of people or individuals who had no national IDs, because that was a requirement that you must have a national identification card or a passport for you to be registered in Huduma number.
What the government could have done before rolling out the Huduma number was to inform the public on what is Huduma number, what it entails, the benefit, the pros and cons of Huduma number.
However, the project was rolled out without the citizens fully understanding what the Huduma number was. The uproar was a result of lack of sensitization from the government, also the limited time that was allocated to the process. Consequently, fear became a key driver for a majority of the citizens to get registered.
Nilichukua huduma namba kwa uoga ambaye tulikuwa tukiambiwa. Mpaka leo sijajua maana ya huduma namba. Nimeandikisha nikapewa mpaka kijikaratasi.
Hata mimi sijui ni ya nini, kwa sababu hata ingine sikumbuki. Unajua kitu ikikaa sana inapotea.
Most of us fear. Lakini hatujui huduma namba kwa mayouth inatusaidia vipi?
Mimi sikuelewa maana namba, kusema tu kweli. Ilichukua kwa vile tukatuma mgombero huduma namba, itafika at a point utakuwa unapata vitu zingine Kenya, utakuwa nda kwa shop nini tukaa hizo.
Uliambiwa lazima uchukue ndio utalipwa nayo kwa kazi. So hiyo ilikuwa like enforcement, kwa lazima uchukue, usipochukua utalipwa.
What Huduma number entails, majority don't know. Those who applied don't know. And in our community, if there are people who applied, they applied because of fear.
Mpaka wakati huu hatujaambiwa ama hatujaelezwa umuhimu wa hiyo huduma namba kwetu sisi, maana wakati tulikuwa tumeichukua tulikuwa tunaambiwa maybe watacentralize system information zako kwa data ziwe mahali pamoja, ambapo ukitaka huduma ya NHIF, NSSF, KRA iko centralized in one place. Unapewa namba ambayo utakuwa inakusaidia kwa mambo mengi. Lakini sasa mpaka tuchukue huduma namba mpaka wakati huu hatujaona mabadiliko. Walichukua huduma namba na serikali ilienda ikanyamaza. Sasa sisi hatujui huduma namba, hizo namba zilikuwa ni za kazi gani.
Huduma namba sikuchukua, nilikuwa mgonjwa sana na kuanga na ile ugonjwa ya kuanguka. Sasa wakati huo sikuwa na hiyo harakati ya kuchukua hiyo huduma namba.
Mimi mwenyewe sikuchukua. Na chenye ilinifanya nisichukue, sikuona nini itanisaidia, kwa sababu vitu mingi tumekuwa tukisaini nini, tukiambiwa serikali itatusaidia, mpaka sasa hivi hakuna mahali imetusaidia.
Nilichukua huduma namba na nilichukulia huko pande ya Prestige Ngong Road. Nilikuwa nafikiria utakuwa na card, so nikitaka huduma yoyote kwa serikali itakuwa na rahisi.
You question why there was IPRS. All the information about my ID, my birth certificate is with government. They said they wanted to clean up their data. How do you clean data through new registration?
Based on the fact that you needed your ID or other primary source of identification to get Huduma number, it was apparent that it would now further marginalize this.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed your health break. And I know we've been having an engaging session, and how we are able to just tailor-make these titles for you and discussions is quite amazing. So now we want to discuss about elections, data, and technology. And to moderate this session for us is Steph Mushai. She is the Director of Partnerships at the International Lawyers Project. She is also a member of the Open Government Partnership Global Steering Committee. As Head of Partnership, she's able to support transparent and accountable governments, a robust and enabling online and offline civic space, and also to access justice and community partnership. How about that? Steph also provides technical expertise to policy and decision makers, non-state actors, and has been engaged in a raft of public interest interventions. She was also one of the lead co-drafters of the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms. And also one thing that we also need to mention is that she is a mentor and she leads Lapid Leaders Africa. This is an initiative that she currently leads to offer mentorship to young people. And also one thing that we also need to mention is that Steph is afraid of cats. That goes to the panelists that are there. Kindly let's ensure that there is no cat that is going to pass through the table, because Steph is not a fan of cats. Thank you once again, and over to you, Steph, as you moderate this particular session. Thank you and welcome.
Cat lovers and dog lovers alike. You are joining the first day of the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. We are on the second part of the day. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you have been with us, thank you for tracking all along. We're getting into an exciting and topical topic for Kenya at the moment, which is looking at data and elections. And to help me have this discussion, I have a great group of panelists who are with us today. Let's head over to our panelists now. Welcome to our panel. There are their beautiful faces. I wish you could give us a nice Kenyan smile. You all look very serious. Karibuni. I will start off with Fiona. Fiona, thank you for joining us today. Fiona is the CEO at Technology Service Providers Association of Kenya, otherwise known as TESPOC, and she leads the team there in ICT policy, regulation, research, and identifying ICT best practices. Welcome, Fiona, and you're the perfect person to kick us off with my first question. What we would like to start by talking about is identifying what kind of technology challenges should we anticipate in the upcoming elections. Karibu, Fiona. Fiona, if you could unmute your mic, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be part of this conversation. And thank you for getting us onto this panel. You've asked a very interesting question on what should we anticipate as challenges in terms of the upcoming election. I think given where I sit at TESPOC and being that 90% of our membership are infrastructure owners, I would start by saying that the biggest challenge we have right now today that we are facing is in infrastructure deployment. With all the construction that is going on across the country of both roads and railway infrastructure, there's been, and basically urbanization within the different counties, there's been a lot of infrastructure disruptions. And we've also been hit hard in the last 3 years by ICT infrastructure vandalism that is affecting our ability to just keep our customers connected. So one of the number, I'll say the number one challenge that we're going to face as a country when it comes to dealing with election technology is going to be infrastructure protection and security of the infrastructure to be able to ensure that all the centers that need to be connected are connected. Then there's also, of course, the issue of the security of this infrastructure. We don't seem to have a legal framework to protect ICT infrastructure, so that becomes a challenge that has to be dealt with. And because of that, it means that we need to find a way of making sure that we can quickly ensure we have alternate routes for any communication, any election communication that needs to be handled over the infrastructure. It's normally assumed that the ISPs are there, the carriers are there, and therefore the infrastructure is there. But that was easier in the previous elections when we didn't have as much vandalism as we have today on our ICT infrastructure. And I think the biggest challenge is probably going to be on the choice of technology that IBC decide to use, and to the level to which our infrastructure can support that, because we still don't know what decisions IBC has made in terms of choice of technology and use of that technology. So once we know that, we'll be able to better identify the challenges and possibly advise on what would work with the existing infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Fiona. I will now ask the same question to our second panelist, who is Mwenda Tevin Gitonga. He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He is a data policy associate at the Kenya ICT Action Network, our host for this event, and he is also a youth policy maker. Mwenda, I'll ask you the same question, but with a small twist. Fiona talked about the technology challenges. I would like you to tell us what data challenges can we anticipate in the upcoming election. Karibu.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And so I'm going to explain the challenges in relation to the election cycle. And this election cycle provided by the IEBC when it comes to their training manual. And now the challenges are to anticipate in each step of the cycle. So the first one is started with the legal framework. So when you look at the current legal framework, will start from the Constitution of Kenya. IEBC uses should be one that, in terms of voting, should be one that is transparent, secure, that is accountable and verifiable. And with that in mind, now we have the Election Act 2011 that introduced the information technology when it comes to voting. Then the Election Amendment Act of 2016 that introduced the use of biometric system, the use of relaying election results using technology, verification of results using technology. And then it was called the Integrated Electoral Election System, which is a mouthful. And then from there we have the IEBC Election Technology Regulations of 2017, and the regulations just highlight how the IEBC uses technology in terms of when it comes to elections. But what you see in terms of the regulations and the act is they were before the Data Protection Act 2019, and up to now they're yet to be updated to reflect the Data Protection Act. For example, how they define biometric in the Data Protection Act is different from how IEBC defined it in the regulations. How they define data is different. The regulations don't cater for some things like, let's say, privacy by design when it comes to procurement of technology. So that's the first challenge, is in the legal framework. The second challenge is still following the cycle, it's planning and implementation. Under planning, IEBC is required, this is the point where they procure technology. So now, when it comes to the procuring of technology, the challenge that arises now is whatever technology they're procuring for elections, for the biometric voter registration, for verifying voters' identities, for relaying of messages, are they in line with the Data Protection Act, even when they're sending out the procurement requirements? Have they considered the use of that in terms of requirements that they have? One of them should be compliance with Data Protection Act. Let's say, like, you have things like privacy by design when it comes to whatever technology you use. The third step in the cycle is training and education. So this is training both to voters and training to the IEBC officials who are handling data. So now the challenge that arises there is IEBC officials that will be handling data need to be trained on data protection, and even voters themselves need to be trained on their rights under the Data Protection Act. So those include rights to be informed of how their data is being used, the right to rectify their data, right to object against it being processed, right to request for deletion. So that's they need to start training voters on those rights. The fourth thing in the cycle is registration and nomination. And the registration, that's when we have the biometric voter registration that IEBC uses. Another challenge is that system, is it complying with the Data Protection Act? Because biometric data is considered as sensitive data under the DPA. And if it's sensitive data, it needs to comply with the data protection principles. And since it's also sensitive data that really touches on the rights of people, in this case, their right to vote, which is quite sensitive in Kenya, you need to conduct a data protection impact assessment. So the question is, IEBC is about to start about mass voter registration next year. Have they complied with? Have they done a DPIA, for example? The fifth thing we look at is electoral campaign, and that's basically political parties campaigning for the elections. And remember, in 2017, we had the Cambridge Analytica scandal. We still had a report done by CPIT that showed that people were receiving messages to go vote. And then even this year, during the BBI campaigns, the recently concluded BBI, for lack of a better word, shenanigans, we saw a report done by Mozilla where we were seeing active disinformation being targeted to people like judges, civil society, who are against the BBI. So that's already showing you a clear example of what to expect next year when it comes to political campaigns and the misuse of data. So that's a challenge that comes in. In terms of the sixth part of the cycle is voter operations and election day. So this is where they verify your data. And in 2017, the challenge that arose was the system failed. And now, since we have the Data Protection Act in place, and since they're collecting data, that's an example of misuse of data, because if the system fails next year, that means you collected my data, but you're not using it as required, because you're collecting it to verify that I'm indeed a voter for this area. So that's a challenge that comes in. The seventh thing that comes in is in terms of the cycle is the verification of the results. So 2017, we had a challenge of where the system that was being used to relay messages failed. Then the argument started that the system was hacked, that where the data was being stored couldn't be accessed with the servers. And now, coming the Data Protection Act, you see some of those things are required in case the system fails that you're using, you're required to report to the Data Protection Commission as well, like what has happened to the system that's failing? Has it been hacked or something like that? In terms of storing of data, the commissioner was speaking, I think, a month ago, where they said this time the data will be stored in Kenya. And actually, the proposed data protection general regulations also saying that data for Kenyan elections and its backup should be stored in Kenya. And I think one of the reasons for that is in case of anything that happens, let's say, like what we saw in 2017, someone can easily be able to access the data. Yeah, so those are some of the challenges you can see in relation to the cycle.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive response. I pick a thread between you and Fiona where you both highlight some alarm at the fact that we don't know what technology is going to be used under a year to the elections. And just to highlight for anyone that might be joining us and was not there in the morning, we do have a Data Protection Act in Kenya now, and our data should be protected. But that takes us now to the question of privacy. And to help us have this conversation, I'd like to invite Mule Musau. He is a leadership consultant, and he has a special interest in elections and ethics governance. Thank you for joining us today, Mule. My question for you is around how voters' privacy can be secured in the election, and if we have any breaches of our privacy, what remedies can we or should we look forward to? Because there's so much data collection and transfer happening with IEBC, political parties, and so forth. So please talk to us through some privacy and remedies for that. Karibu.
Thank you for having me. I will also speak as an election observer because I work for the Elections Observation Group. Just to highlight a few challenges which have already been mentioned by the other panelists, quickly, based on our observations, I mean, one of the things which has come out very clearly is that there's been a consistent, in terms of technology, consistent kit failure, which we are yet to address since the advent of the use of elections technology in our elections. So that's a major issue. And I think most of the other issues have been mentioned. The questions about data privacy are a big concern, especially now that big data, we have combined two things. One is we are now operating in a digital space where we are conducting a public process like an election. An election requires that the level of sovereignty of the country. We can see hacking and we can see interferences coming not just from within, but even from without. So the challenges are not very easy, are not very light in the scope of things as we have it at the moment. But one of the issues that we've been trying to pick with the authorities is a question of first having a hard and fast legal framework. We know that the Act, of course, is there. It has come in place because of a lot of robust engagements between different stakeholders. But the biggest problem in our country has not been the question of whether we have laws in place or whether we have a framework, a regulatory framework in place. The big problem has been, do we adhere to that legal framework. So the question that has been raised even by Tevin when he was talking about what IBC is required to do and what they need to apply in terms of addressing questions about privacy, that becomes a concern. We have the laws, yes, but we have a code of practice for the IEBC in terms of how they manage the data that they're collecting, especially through voter registration, the BBR kits. We know there is a lot of sensitive data which is being contained within that. And then we did also the political parties, and the case has been cited in regard to what the political parties were able to do in terms of people finding themselves in different political parties. 2017, we all know what happened again. Strathmore did a report on the fact that there was some, it looked like there was some breach. So how do we address this? How to address these breaches in light of the fact that there's impunity in our country and that authorities are not doing what they're supposed to do becomes a big issue. And for me, the best way to go about it is to continue on two fronts. One, a very active advocacy campaign which must continue being carried out by all stakeholders who are involved. And secondly, a very robust public education so that people know their rights in terms of what ought to go out there, what ought to be shared, opt-in, opt-out options when it comes to engagement or the sharing of the data that is being given to the different authorities that we have on board. So for the moment, I think those are the two areas that I would be able to, I would want us to focus on: the advocacy campaigns on the authorities and public education to ensure that the public are aware that the information is supposed to be shared out there.
Thanks very much, Mule. If we have time, I would love to hear what you think the messaging in the advocacy campaigns should be. What do Kenyans need to hear? But before that, let's head over to Bernard Mugendi. He is a technologist who studies emerging technologies and data for social good. He's currently the digital rights lead at the Kenya Human Rights Commission. Welcome, Bernard. When we talk about social good, I think elections is one of the key ways with which we can transform. The kind of leadership that we have, dictates how our public goods and services delivery and the social good that we want to see. So it's a really important period in a citizen's kind of life. And so as we look at the role of data and technology in this and the social good, I'm just thinking about the stakeholders. Mule mentioned that all stakeholders. So we have various stakeholders in this process. So we'd want maybe to hear from you, what is the role of, what roles can be played by stakeholders in this process, and what do you think their top 3 priorities should be? Karibu, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. I think the question of elections is something that is very interesting, and obviously when we are heading to an elections period, it's a question on everyone's it's a question on everyone's mind. And so I would just maybe link the priorities in 3 sections, and first to start with is I would like to talk about transparency in the election processes. I remember the Privacy International once said that there's a report by Privacy International in one of the reports that says that technology should reinforce trust in the elections and democratic processes and not undermine it. And so looking at transparency as a key issue in the upcoming elections, and in this context, the use of data and technology. So I think the different laws of stakeholders have a key role to play. And let us look at civil society, for instance. I'm glad that Mule has briefly talked about the role of election observers even during the elections period. But so, for instance, in that situation, I would like to just add that we have seen the evolution of technology and how technology has continuously been used, especially in the elections process. And therefore, the observation processes or civil society and other observers have a duty to also update the election monitoring or election observation methodologies to include aspects that to include data and technology aspects, because initially initially it has just been about what we're observing as elections. Have there been instances of violence? Have there been instances of malpractices during during the elections period? But nowadays with data, I believe that those election observation missions and especially of civil society and other agencies that needs to incorporate and really look at the data, for instance. And then also in transparency, let us look at the election management bodies, and in this case we're looking at IBC. Transparency to me starts from the point of procurement, and I'm glad one of the panelists has highlighted this, because what we are seeing right now is a whole process that is infused with so much a process that has been infused with so much secrecy, for lack of a better word. But ideally, for our credible elections, for our credible elections, IEBC needs to make these processes transparent so that it can to even increase credibility in the elections process. So, and this starts from procuring the biometric voter registration kits, all the way to registration of persons, or the registration of voters, and all the way to the election day. How is elections being carried out, the transmission process, and how is IBC transparent to about its data processes and how its handling of data. And then the other two key issue or key consideration that I would talk about is the issue of data protection, because data protection is an issue that we can't debate during elections period. And why I'm talking about data protection is that we've seen in the previous elections how how that has been significant. I think it's Tevin who's talked about the role of Cambridge Analytica during the 2013 and 2017 general elections in Kenya. And so that brings me to one of the major stakeholders in this process. And let us look at maybe technology company and service providers, because we are heading to a period whereby there is so much data in terms of online and both offline. But if you look at the online context, there's going to be, most political parties are using, different methods of campaigns, trying to use, different data-driven targeting techniques in order to sort of gain, votes, or to sort of target their voters. And therefore, this is often marred with a lot of, fake news and a lot of misinformation and a lot of disinformation, especially on social media. And therefore, how do these service providers, or how do the telecom providers, for instance, ensure that their platforms are not used to spread as a platform? Their platforms are not used to spread fake news, especially on elections. So. And then also this now brings me to the data office of the Data Protection Commissioner, because one of the this is the very first time that office is going to be interacting with the general public for in an elections context. So what are the guidelines, for instance, that, for instance, it has set in place? So what are the guidelines that exist, especially especially targeting the elections period now? Because elections is just about a year away, and we know that there are different strategies or different ways that that different candidates and different political parties have in place to ensure that they sustain their campaigns online. So how do we make sure that that is done in an ethical manner? And then lastly, I would also like to look about the administration of the whole electoral process in an impartial, inclusive, and an accountable manner. And this stems from Article 81 of the Constitution on the general principles of electoral systems, because oftentimes the elections is not just a one party, or it's not just a one body thing. It's a set of processes, and a sort of parties are involved so for instance, let us look at the judiciary, for instance. I'm looking at the judiciary, for instance, is because I think the judiciary has a role to play in conflict resolution, because we are looking at this from a point of we are trying to be proactive and not essentially reactive, so that how do we handle conflict, or how do we handle cases of conflict that arise during elections? How do we make sure that that time, when that time comes, that the judiciary is well, how do we ensure that the judiciary is able to sustain that, and it is able to resolve these conflicts in an open and in a transparent manner? And then lastly, I would also like to look at the role of IEBC in bringing all these processes, in ensuring that the whole process remains credible, in ensuring that the whole process remains transparent. Because right now, the whole idea is that elections means to remain free, fair, open, and transparent. So, and for IBC to do that, it needs to there's need to demonstrate that there's need for IBC to demonstrate its ability to its ability to remain transparent, its ability to remain accountable, and its ability to remain inclusive. And therefore, and how does it do this while remaining independent? Because ideally, IBC is supposed to be an independent body, and I think that is Chapter 1 of the Constitution. So how does IBC remain independent, taking into consideration that how does IEBC remain independent, taking into consideration all these other governance and democratic processes that it needs to demonstrate? Because at the end of the day, the key to being transparent, the key to remaining transparent, or the key to demonstrating fairness and accountability is crucial, and I think one that we most Kenyans like myself are hoping to see. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much for that, Bernard, and an impassioned plea as well. I'd like to pick up on a really important point that you've raised, which is that trust is key to the integrity of the elections, and that technology, data have a role, and their management do have a role to play in all of this. And it is something that Kenyans care very much about. And so I would like to hear some thoughts from the panel on how they think, one or two thoughts on how data and technology around elections can build that trust, can be more transparent. Are we talking about open tech? How will it be more inclusive? We have a population that largely lives in rural areas, don't have access to certain elements of technology. Do we have low-tech options? What is it that we need for tech to build trust through transparency, accountability, and making sure that all voices are heard and inclusive? I'll start with Mule, and then I'll move over to Fiona. So Mule, your thoughts, please.
Thank you, and thank you that's a very good question. I think for me, as a citizen election observer, I always go back to where the best of everything. Elections is about the people, and whatever technology, whatever system that must be used in pursuant to Article 86, which talks about a simple process. We have to ensure and demonstrate, I like Bernard's word, demonstrate that it's a simple process. So whatever technology that must be employed, however innovative that technology is, it must be deciphered in a manner that the local mwananchi must understand. And that's the reason why election technology in itself should never, ever be a very difficult thing. And all the systems that we are using should not be very complicated. Anything which is complicated becomes an opaque issue in an election which ought to be transparent and which must infuse a level of public confidence if it is to become a credible election. We always say the biggest problem, even from a level point of view, from the 2017 election, the biggest issue that we picked up, which was our number one recommendation, was to build public trust. And you do this by having a very robust public engagement process. IBC must work for the people. It must ensure that whatever activities that it is undertaking, including the other election management bodies, such like the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, they must work for the people. And it is they are the ones who are beholden with the responsibility of ensuring that whatever is going to be used in an election process must be understandable to the people in the fringes of this country, the people who cannot be able to understand those complex things called keys and transmission of results and even issues around data privacy. They don't understand those things. It must be chilled down for them. So there must be a deliberate effort by the agencies which are given the responsibility to manage elections to ensure that everybody is aware and everybody follows the process. And the word, why I'm using the word to demonstrate is that even in the most simple relationships, and this is something that personally I've repeated very many times, even in terms of relationships, romantic relationships, how do you build trust when it is broken? What you do is that you must demonstrate, or the partner involved in the abuse of the trust must demonstrate henceforth, not going back, but henceforth that they are following the right script. And that is exactly what we must do in elections. So let IBC deal with its part in terms of demonstrating that it is doing the right thing by unpacking what could be a complex process into a simple process. If the queues are too complicated, or the kind of technology which is going to be in place is too complicated, it must be, there must be canvassing between different stakeholders. You can invite the private sector, you can invite the civil society organizations and others who have a level of knowledge in some of those technologies so that it is further unpacked. And that's why part of the issue that I discussed initially about public education comes in, because we want to engage the members of the public to understand the process of elections, because it's about them electing a leader. And there should be no opaqueness. There should be no black box. Technology tends to bring black boxes in elections. There should be no black box in that process of the elections. So from where observers stand, we need to retool for us to be able to pick up the right information so that our findings are informative to the members of the public. We need to ensure that the messaging, like you talked about earlier, is robust enough for the members of the public to be able to engage. And sometimes when we get ourselves into levels where the authorities are not following the script or they're not really doing things according to the design of the law where public participation is espoused, then even public interest litigation is undertaken to ensure that then the law is followed in the manner and in the speak and the letter and the spirit that it has prescribed. So those would be my comments at the moment.
Thank you, Mule. And I think that analogy of a romantic relationship will stick with most of our listeners today. You breach the trust, the burden is on you to build it back and to demonstrate. And this is a call also to our public officials as well. Fiona, we'd want to hear on the same from you, what your thoughts are as we come to Mwenda after that. So Fiona, how do you think, what are some best practices that you can share with us in terms of tech and building trust?
Thank you so much. I think I'll just pick on from where Sao has left off. He's mentioned towards the end about technology creating a black box, but I think the black box is perceived in the mind because there are things that we need to be cognizant of. The way we've run our elections in this country, and I hope that that was going to change this year because it has an impact on how the technology is, what technology is used, how it can be used, and how effective it can be, as well as whether or not the general public is able to buy in and trust the use of technology. When you have a system that starts off with a digital registration process, so you have your ID, you go, you register, it's biometric, that everything is smooth, digital, the works. You go in for the election day, it is the biometric data that they are checking. So they check with your fingerprint, they get your data, you're cleared, you go and vote. You go to vote, it is a manual paper. You're going through a manual process. So everything now goes manual. You cast your vote manually. Then at the ward level, there's manual counting of the ballots. Then those results get reported to the next level of center through a digital platform, where now the digital tallying begins. Then we're expecting the digital reports of the tallying at the higher levels to begin to happen. Once you begin a process and you start bringing in the human elements, we need to be cognizant of the fact that in technology, when the human element comes in, there are two aspects that come into play. One is the skills. So of course, the skills and knowledge and awareness and everything Musau has mentioned, that the public need to know, that every stakeholder going through the process needs to understand about the technology become important. Then with all that and all that awareness that is created, there is a very important part of technology, that is the value system. Unfortunately, even in the normal IT space, in a business environment, we've gone through a session early on cybersecurity. It is the value systems we have in our society, the value systems that we have in our business environments, that we transfer onto the technological platforms. So we basically take our value system and start putting it into the technology framework of where we have any human interaction. And that begins to defeat the purpose and the ability of technology to deliver. Because when we bring in our value system, we are bringing in a lot of issues that now affect the trust, that create a perceived black box because of technology, even things that are clear and straightforward suddenly start being described as things from another world, that we even as technology experts sit back and are wondering, are we talking about the same technology? It sounds like something from out of this world that has been innovated specifically for Kenya, and you'll never know that these systems have ever been used in any other country that exists in this world. It's like a new technology created in mass. Why? Because our human value systems come and start taking charge of our interests and what we want to see out of the electoral process, and we begin to influence using all levels of influencers that we can reach to create confusion or misunderstanding and misinformation to the general public on what the technology can really do. So by the time we get to the voting day, we don't seem to be clear to understand what this technology can do. But there's nothing new. When you sit down with the technical team at IEBC and technical experts, the technology is not foreign. There is nothing new in that technology that has never been tried or used anywhere else before. But because of the element of our value system as human beings and our priorities, our wants, our likes, our desires, and how we want to manipulate the processes and the system, so we transfer those values into the technology platform that has been acquired to serve the nation, putting all national interests aside. And that is what, the truth of the matter is that is what affects our ability to use technology. And it affects us even in the education system, even in look at a hospital, for example, and they have to use a technology system. If the staff have a culture of using their positions to override the system and to do other things with the data they collect, we'll have the data breaches. We will have the system not performing as it should. We'll still have a simple thing like a queuing system not happening because there are people who can override the queue and skip the queue, even in a banking hall. So look at our value system, and I think as Kenyans, we need to be honest with ourselves and look at our value system and begin to ask ourselves as we go into using technology for different functions, in this case for elections, at what point do we draw the line between individual values and national values? Because if national values take precedence, We will be able to incorporate a value system into the election process that supports the technology that has been procured to support the systems. And we will clear all the black boxes. Everything will be easy to understand, straightforward to the public, to everybody, every stakeholder to participate, and we will be able to now get the results of that elections as they are supposed to come out. And so trust, I think, boils down, for me, from where I sit as a technical community, I think it boils down to how we, the human beings getting involved in the process, use the technology. You put garbage into a computer, you will not expect good results. It's normally, we are taught, garbage in, garbage out. So what are we putting into this system? Both in terms of the technology infrastructure, the skills, and the values. Those three must come into play for us to have a technology system that can build trust and support the election process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona. You raise a really critical point that tech must operate in an enabling environment for it to do the work that it needs to do. And very sadly, that values which should ordinarily be a positive thing, like inclusion and all those things, have actually become degenerated by things like values of impunity and so forth, that then affect how technology is created, how it's used, and what it's used to achieve. That's a really important consideration at this time. I think from Wenda, I would want to come to you on the issue of trust and data. There was a social media flurry a few weeks ago about people finding out they're in political parties that they never signed up for, and their data was available to them. It was being moved up and down. What can we do about data management to build trust for the upcoming elections? And do we have time for these measures to be put in place?
People, the Data Protection Act. And so for now, they need to, when the elections are coming up, they need to ensure that they're training people. And that's also the officials themselves. You see, because you may train the public, but if the officials don't value the data, we'll see what results to being sold. For now, people just finding they've been registered to come back to political parties they didn't sign up for. Another thing is, even us as the voters, it's the onus on us to call out data misuse. As we saw with the recent scandal of the political illegal registration, a number of people actually went and complained to the ODPC, and they were like, okay, so I found myself registered to this. So the question that is being asked now is, what actions has the ODPC taken? And one of those ones that I remember at the time we were meeting with them, they said this, they should start meeting with the election officials to discuss with them that now there's a Data Protection Act and that they need to comply with these things. Another thing they can do is have guidelines. And I remember Mr. Musa had indicated that, have data protection guidelines. For example, by now, like expected, by the time I go to the IEBC website, there's a policy notice on how they deal with registration of voters in terms of how they're dealing with that data and the rights that I have, because the Data Protection Act requires them to do that. So by the time they start next month's mass registration, it should be expected by now that they have that notice in place, and that whoever is going to register is explained to in a manner that they understand, in a simple manner that they understand. This is how we are using your data, and we are going to use it for this purpose, we are going to store it for this purpose, this is where we are taking it. It's those simple things that generate trust in terms of using technology and data. When it comes to political parties, we can borrow a leaf from the UK, where the Information Commission Officer, that is the equivalent of the ODPC, issued guidelines on how political parties use data, in terms of how they use data for advertising. It's those things that when you share now with political parties, they start knowing, oh, by the way, this year or next year's elections, things won't be, we just go to the IEBC, collect the data we want, and we just send messages as we want. So those are the simple things that we can start doing between now and the elections that I think can work. Or even something like when it comes to matters of cybersecurity. I remember like the US, after the whole saga of what happened with the claims that the elections were meddled with, they issued simple guidelines to each officials on how to handle cybersecurity incidences. So like in Kenya, for example, in case the cybersecurity incident, like the voter registration system has been compromised in an election center, the people at the election center should be equipped with enough simple registrations to kind of deal with the issues that arise there. So those are the simple things I think we can do that can create. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those responses. We'd now like to get some feedback from those listening into the session and their questions for the panelists. So to do that, we will start off with a question from Daudi Were, and he wants to know, his statement is that IEBC Elections Operations Plan for 2022 talks about upgrade to both KIEMS and BVR system to accommodate additional voters. Do the panelists have confidence in those two systems to be able to handle voter data? Who would like to answer Daudi on that one? Fiona, you're on mute. I can see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you. And then we can go to Mula.
I was going to give it a shot. My understanding of integrated management systems is that, for example, the Kenya integrated election management system would have certain facets to it. And of these facets, one of the facets would be the process of voter registration that would include the biometric voter registration systems. And assuming, I've not read the document, so I'm not going to assume that I know what it is. However, I'm basing this on my general knowledge of how systems work. So when you have an integrated system to manage particular activities, it has several modules, that's what we call them, or facets. And those facets look at different stages of the process that you want to have an integrated system for. If it is an election system, for example, there's processes there that look at the registration of the voters. Remember I said the registration part normally is digital because they use the BVRs, they collect your biometric data, they do everything digitally, which works very well. Then you can have a digital voting system or a manual voting system. In our case, in the past, we have had a manual voting system. I haven't read the document to confirm whether we are going to move on to a digital voting system, because if that happens, that changes the space totally. Then we've got the tallying and or counting system that can be manual or digital, but most of the times when you have manual voting, you're going to end up with a manual tallying of the votes. So at that point in time, then the level to which we are now saying we have an integrated election management system begins to raise questions, because to what extent are we using the technology? It's very limited. Most of the processes are manual. So I would need to ask maybe or check with IEBC to know if this integrated election management system is end-to-end, and what modules are they taking on that will automate the process of elections, and which ones are we going to have to handle manually. Like I said, we have a value system that is a bit of a challenge, and because of the value system, the technology we use has been used in other parts of the world. But because other places have different culture and different values, it works differently for them in comparison to how it works for us. That said and done, I will say the system will be as good as we, as Kenyans employed, especially those in IEBC employed and who have the responsibility of managing the system, will work with it and make it work for us.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you for that emphasis. Just a moment, I think Mule had wanted to say something, and then we come to Mwendwa. Okay. If I can give you half a minute each, please, because I would really like to hear, as we wind up, a 30-second call to action from each of you. So Mule and then Mwendwa, please.
Okay.
I'll be very brief. But first, allow me to counter something that Fiona has said. And I agree with her on the value system. I just want to say that the elections are the people's election, is the people's problem. IBC must present a solution to the people of Kenya, not the people of Cuba, not the people of Uganda. Give us a system that works for these doubting people. If we doubt, that's our culture. Put a system that allows them to work. Two, on the question of the systems, the Kenyans they integrate three, I think, processes: registration, identification, and transmission. Any change, any enhancement to that may further complicate the process. And I think Fiona has talked about that in respect to whether we want to go to a level of even e-voting. I think that's a tall order at the moment. We would want to see a system which first becomes easy enough, understood by the people of the country before we can be able to have any other enhancements, unless the enhancement is only in respect of those three processes that we are talking about. And then lastly, for any system to be admissible for use in this country, I still go back to the question of public engagement, that whatever enhancement, whatever changes, it must be interrogated through a public participation and engagement process, which also includes likes of experts like the.
So it was built as one of the key ways of resolving the issues you always have in technology. But as Fiona alludes to, maybe what the problem you're having is now the issue of a value system. That yes, we have deployed technology, but have we addressed the value system? Also, if you look at our MPA, the way it's designed, actually, if properly implemented, can actually go a long way in increasing the transparency of how these systems are used even in the elections. So I think we should start asking ourselves, why are we using this technology? And where are we coming from when you're coming to technology?
Thank you. Thank you so much. The hashtag is... Bernard, I'm coming to you for a call to action, so you can add your comments there. The hashtag is KEIGF 2021. We would love to hear your responses to the discussions and your thoughts on what should happen to improve the technology around elections, your data collection, and improve the integrity of the elections by building trust. Bernard, your final comments along with a 30-second call to action going ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add one last comment to Daudi's question, and I would like to the question of assessment. In every setup or in every organization, the aspect of upgrade is usually based on a certain decision. So one of the things that IBC needs to come out and publicly share is was an assessment done in terms of the challenges that we have previously experienced with the electoral system that in the previous election, and what is this new upgrade that these kids, what is a major what is a major improvement that this system is going to change, and does this new system fix the existing challenges? We've had previous challenges in terms of access to information. For instance, we saw that in the previous elections, when IBC was actually failed to provide information at the Supreme Court. So just that aspect of IBC needs to come out and just share the general assessment that was done before this upgrade was done, because this is one of the ways to instill confidence. This is one of the ways to instill trust to not just the voters but to also the major public in terms of transparency in the election process. And lastly, just to finalize, I would just like to finish with the words that technology is electoral technology and data is crucial to the outcome of any election. Therefore, for the upcoming general elections, the ability of the electoral system's ability to demonstrate transparency and the electoral system's ability to demonstrate transparency and inclusivity and accountability is going to be key. Is going to be a key determinant towards the outcome of the election. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those final thoughts. That brings us to the end, so we won't have a chance to hear the call to action, but I encourage our panelists to get online using the hashtag KEIGF2021 and do share your call to action. Thank you for being with us for this session. We have a great session coming up, so please stay with us. We're going to hear a short word from our sponsors, and we'll begin the next session. So thank you very much to our panelists for your great inputs, for your time. We very much appreciate it. Do enjoy the rest of the IGF. Asanteni.
My name is Jackie Njue of Black's Nails Parlor. We are a dedicated nail salon business based in Nairobi, Kenya. And we specialize in nails, that is manicures and pedicures for both ladies and gents. And we started business a while back, that is in 2014. The reason why we chose a .ke domain name for our business, first it's because we felt like it's the easiest way to say we are a Kenyan brand without having to shout. We felt like we needed that online presence, especially in this digital era. Thirdly, it's the security that comes with a .ke domain name, that is protection from cyber crimes and cyber threats. Our online business is a success because potential clients are able to access us easily from wherever they are, and repeat clients are able to book their appointments remotely, and also clients are able to buy our products from our website, which is www.blacksnails.co.ke. And we are happy.
Welcome back to the Kenya IGF Forum 2021. We're glad to have you back here with us. And we have a fantastic gentleman who is standing here. And I just want to ask him one question. Even before we introduce him, his name is Keith Andere, but we want to find out, how has your journey been when you're walking through being a digital activist?
I think my journey has been very interesting, Ian, in the sense that there's always something new to learn, especially when you come to forums such as, the Kenya IGF. There's a lot of things to learn, man, from policy, from what is happening, bringing all the stakeholders together. Governments are here, private sectors are here.
That's
so
amazing.
I think the journey has been shaped really from forums such as this, because what you do at home relates to the industry and what the industry stakeholders are saying.
Fantastic. That's so much to learn, isn't it? And I know that there's a lot that is in stock here, even as we proceed into the next panel. And I'm confident that you're going to stay engaged. Kit, I know there is so much that we can be able to learn from you, but I know time will not allow us. So allow me to just step aside and appreciate you for the fantastic job that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Keep it locked so much. All right. So now we want to go into a panel discussion, and to moderate this session, as we discuss about the emerging issues like 5G, artificial intelligence, digital tax, e-learning, smart cities, and fintech, is none other than Keith Andere, who is a professional internet consultant and digital rights activist based in Kenya. He has done extensive work on digital rights, including access to information, affordable internet, internet shutdowns, cybersecurity, digital identity, and ICT policy in Kenya and across the African continent. He's also a youth engagement and policy advocacy expert, where he has extensive engagement on various regional and global processes. He's worked on various campaigns, and he's also involved in youth movement building, working closely with youth networks. Keith serves as a member of the multi-stakeholder advisory group for Kenya IGF as well as the African IGF. It doesn't get better than that. He is also the founding coordinator for the African Youth IGF, seasoned to the core and to the bone and marrow. Thank you once again and welcome, Keith, as you take over this session. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Ian. I mean, you've done tremendous introduction. I'm wondering whether this is me who are introducing. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th session of the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. I promise you it's going to be the most exciting session. For us, we are going to discuss about emerging issues, looking at 5G, looking at artificial intelligence, looking at fintech, looking at e-learning, looking at digital tax. And I invite you to just, walk and have this conversation with us. We want to have it as much as possible that you can engage. Put up your question, put up your comments right on the Q&A, and I'll be very happy to grab those comments and bring my panelists into the discussion into it. So we'll go right into it, and with me I have very exciting panel. First of all, we have Nixon Omondi, is a digital service tax expert from the KRA. We also have Stephen Kamuya, the director of Key Accounts Group, Huawei Kenya. We have Dr. Isaac Rutenberg, Center of Intellectual Property and Information Technology Law, CPIT from the Strathmore University. With us also we have Penina Kimani, the Chief Digital Officer, Longhorn Publishers. We also have Mary Mwangi, CEO, Data Integrated. And we have Stella Muhoro, Chief Manager, Business Development, Konza Technos. So I'll just invite all my panelists to say a word or two about themselves and why they are here, why are they interested in this session. And I'll start off with Nixon Omondi.
Yes, thank you, Kate.
Welcome, Nixon.
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you from afar, but we can hear you.
I hear about a bit of echo. I don't know whether it's good. That's better now. So to our participants and my fellow panelists, it's a great honor and a pleasure to be in such a forum, representing my commissioner, Madam Ruth Rispa-Simiyu, together with our Commissioner General. So tax, as we know, is that there are two things that are certain. That is tax and debt. Of course, I'm talking about it not on the negative side, but we know that to move our country forward, then taxes are a necessity for the government to provide services and goods that are public in nature. So with that, Keith, thank you for such an honor. Nixon Omondi, I'm the manager in charge of digital service tax from Kenya Revenue Authority. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Nixon. I'll invite the next panelist, Stephen Kamuya.
Yeah, thanks about the host. Working in Huawei, and I'm here especially to represent from the private sector. My participation will be focusing on the 5G. Which is an emerging topic globally, and I look forward to contribute in this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Steve. I'd like to invite Dr. Isaac Rutenberg of CPIT.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here, and I'm Isaac Rutenberg, the director of the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Technology Law at Strathmore University, also a lecturer at Strathmore in the law school, and really excited to talk about artificial intelligence. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isaac, and welcome to the panel. I'd like to invite Penina.
Thank you, Keith. I hope I have as much energy. I was wondering what you guys had for lunch when you started introducing yourselves. So I'm the Chief Digital Officer at Longhorn Publishers. And I would say the most critical thing here for me is I'm excited to first and foremost learn, engage, and most importantly, collaborate. Even just with the panelists here, I think there's a lot of things that we can do together to push forward our agenda, and specifically ours as Longhorn when it comes to
education. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Penina. We'll be looking to learn a bit more about education and e-learning. And I would like to invite Mary Mwangi. Sorry, Mary, we can't quite hear you. Are you unmuted? We still cannot hear you, Mary.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. It's a global challenge, mute and unmute situation, eh?
I know, sorry about that.
It's okay.
So glad to be here. My name is Mary Mwangi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Data Integrated, which is a fintech. And so my biggest interest in these conversations will be looking at how the emerging issues are affecting fintech within this ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, I'm pleased to welcome Stella to the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Stella from Konza Technopolis. And today I'm very glad to be here among these bright minds. I seek to learn a lot about the possibilities and the opportunities brought about by the new digital dispensation. And I'd like to, I look forward to the opportunity to talk a little more about smart cities, with Konza being, of course, having the ambition of being Africa's smartest city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I promised you that we are going to have a very powerful panel and here they are. So we are going to dive straight into it. And Nixon, I'm going to take one for you. In light of COVID-19, we've seen a lot of e-commerce taking shape. People preferring to even have deliveries and ordering online. So I'd like to quickly ask you, what is the impact of digital service tax on e-commerce here in Kenya?
Thank you, Keith. When we look at e-commerce and the effect of digitalization, we all appreciate that it cannot be segmented to be an industry on its own. Basically, the whole economy is being digitalized. And with that, we also need to move taxation from the brick and mortar basis to the digital realm. And when you look at taxation and how it affects the digital economy or digitalization, it can be approached from very many spheres. There are already taxes that are impacting on the digital sphere. Some of you are aware that when you purchase data or when you transact, in terms of data, you are either providing data, then there are taxes that are chargeable as part of consumption tax, such as excise, VAT, and such like. Then there are also taxes that were introduced in 2020 that took effect from 1st of January. That is the digital service tax and also VAT, specifically dealing with those who are non-residents. That is those who are not ordinarily based in Kenya. So all these taxes, they go to serve the good, that is provided by the government or the services that our Kenyans need. We're imagining that the government is working on the last mile in terms of, provision of fiber network. For the government to do that, then it must get enough funding, enough revenue, to ensure that all Kenyans are connected and are able to access the digital space. But we also know that some of the taxes lead to increase in the prices of either data or the digital services that we Kenyans consume. And, the role of the government, apart from raising revenue with respect to that, is also to ensure there's redistribution of income and wealth. And in that manner, we are able to access you and me who might not have been capable of acquiring those services, then get to acquire them at a cheaper price when you look at the last mile. So the effect of tax on digital services or the internet or data or such other subdivisions can be looked at in those two, ways, Kate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you bring in a very interesting dynamic where you're saying that, it's part of these taxes that go back into building infrastructure, to allow digital development around the Kenya as a country. But where we sit today, we don't see a lot of, last mile happening, in the sense that there are still many areas that are remaining unconnected, either because they don't have access to broadband, or even, the levies that counties are even charging around laying the fiber optic cables make it very impossible for telcos and private sector, to put up this infrastructure, because the cost is actually pushed to the consumer. Do you think that we need to revise, some of the ways that we are taxing and infrastructure development for ICT?
It is, taxation is a continuous, actually the tax policies are usually or continuously developed and made in a way that it can respond to the happenings of the society. So yes, we cannot use the old, way of doing things, but we just need to tailor the policies with respect to tax, with respect to levies, so that it is a win-win situation. I cannot speak authoritatively for some of our policymakers, but one thing I know is that the government has taken keen interest in ensuring that all Kenyans are able to access not just internet, but it should be fast enough, and also, in those, let me say, quantities that will serve the purpose to which, our Kenyans want to access the digital sphere. So yes, policy will be necessary, but allow me to leave it for those other government agencies maybe to work on the same. Thank you, Kay.
Thank you so much, Nixon. And I think we'll just piggyback on what we are talking about and bring in Steve from Huawei, and let us now put the lens into 5G and broadband. And Steve, this is my question to you. In the context of 5G and broadband access around the country, what do you think are some of the gaps and opportunities that exist here in Kenya?
Thank you so much. One of the biggest gap we have in Kenya is in terms of coverage. When the COVID hit our country, it was clear that the digital divide is a reality in our country. Now, 5G, for the purpose of the audience, we can say is an evolution of the cellular technology, which will enable, the wireless to have high speed and high-speed data, and also, to have low latency in a nutshell. When we come to 5G, spectrum allocation by the regulator will be an important aspect, whereby the regulator needs to make the spectrum license for 5G available and also at affordable price. This will help the MNOs, the operators, to be able to invest more on the network coverage or construction, to be able to close up the gaps which are evident, especially on the as we can see in the digital divide. 5G will be an enabler of what we call autonomous application. Because with 5G, we'll be able to see a lot of applications in industry. For example, in the developed countries, we can there is what we call connected vehicles. We'll see a lot of application in agriculture. We'll see a lot of application even in the transport industry, like smart ports. And on the mobile, what we call the mobile broadband, with 5G, then the users, because of the COVID situation, we find a lot of people are still working at home. There are challenges because of network coverage, and the network stability is not also good. With 5G, we'll be able to, to have better user experience. So I think these gaps can be closed, especially when all the stakeholders in our country will have a consolidated strategy to accelerate the 5G availability in our country.
Thank you so much, Steve. And I'll just once again to bring in another dimension to what you just talked about, that we need a 5G strategy and all stakeholders coming together. But where do we move from here? Where do we move from here to make that possible? Because we still have a lot of areas that are still unconnected. We are getting excited about 5G and the possibilities of 5G, but many remote areas in this country today are still not having even access to 2G, access to 3G. It's making it super impossible to even access government services such as renewing of driver's license or application of a passport if you don't have access to the internet. So how do we move from here?
Yeah, one of the comments or statement which the regulator has clearly stated, especially using the Universal Service Fund, is to make sure there is connectivity, especially in the rural area. Basically, what motivates the MNOs to invest, it's if whatever they are going to invest is going to make a business sense, because the MNOs are business minded, okay? If you look at the rural areas where there is poor coverage, even some areas we don't have 2G coverage or 3G coverage for that matter, the reason is because the population in the rural area is not dense, and the per capita, which means the income, the purchasing power of the people in the rural area is not enough to afford either the devices or even the data. So the subsidy which CA, the regulator, has been providing to enable the MNOs to make network construction in the rural area is one of the area or the right direction to make sure that these rural areas which are not connected, they are connected. That's a very positive direction. However, we hope and advocate that more of this kind of connectivity through USF can be accelerated. This will help to reduce on the digital divide. Number two, we have a treasure in our country called NOFB, National Optical Fiber Infrastructure. This is literally covering all the 49 counties. But we think it's still not fully maximized. There are certain schools which they are very near to the last manhole of the NOFB, and there are other many government centers which are close to NOFB. We probably could be a good strategy that the government needs to relook on how to connect these schools. That will help a lot, so that beside the MBB mobile broadband, the fixed broadband like Wi-Fi will also be available even into some rural areas, especially where there is no fee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Steve, for those comments. And I'd like to bring in Dr. Isaac. And Isaac, my question to you is, how has the changing legal and regulatory frameworks and landscape affected the fintech ecosystem here in Kenya?
Well, thanks for the question. I think that there are, well, you hear very frequently that the law is slow to catch up to technology. And I really dislike that statement, actually. I think people who say that don't know their history, that that's always been the case and most likely probably ought to be the case. If we tried to regulate and legalize or make legal frameworks for things we don't know or understand ahead of time, we would dramatically affect the way those things evolve. And so I think that definitely there has been a really good period in Kenya where something like mobile money was essentially allowed to evolve into what it is today, because it was not subject to banking regulations as the banks are. And then fintech is sort of going through that same period. However, during that period, there can be some real growing pains, and we definitely see those. So, for example, there really isn't, or there wasn't initially a cap on interest rates for certain fintech applications because they weren't considered to be like banking loans. Certainly data protection issues didn't apply to fintech, and so you ended up with situations where just about everybody on a borrower's contact list gets contacted when that borrower defaults on a loan. Those sorts of violations of privacy are really terrible, and you know, hopefully as time goes on, we'll evolve and deal with situations like that. But that said, you know, you shouldn't try and regulate things too early either. I think that's a dangerous thing to do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isaac. But just we can recall recently the governor of Central Bank of Kenya, at some point in the recent past, actually, you know, listed some fintech companies for violating of data privacy. You know, people being called, and personally, I have an experience around that, where somebody took up a loan from mobile money, and they, you know, are not even connected to me, but somehow gave my number as their next of kin. You know, and these people were actually just calling and buzzing my phone and saying, you need to pay, or we will block your SMS, we will block your M-Pesa, we will block your callings. And you know, the governor said, okay, we need to regulate these areas. Do you think also self-regulation is also a mechanism to ensure that the industry also, you know, take the lead in terms of putting structures and policies that they can, you know, be measured against by themselves? Is this a way to...
Well,
yes, over to you.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay. Well, certainly your example is just one example where things went really badly for the average user. And you know, we published a report at CIPID recently on fintech apps that showed that the number of trackers that they install on your phone is just, you know, pretty ridiculous, and the amount of data that they take, and all of this is either completely without consent or it's almost impossible to opt out of such things. So, I mean, there's no doubt that some of these fintech companies are really behaving badly from a data perspective, data protection perspective. Self-regulation, I personally, and based on, you know, experience and the data that we've collected, I think it simply doesn't work. For most things, the one thing you can rely on is that companies will push the boundaries of the law to, you know, maximize revenue. That's why they exist. And you know, if they take into account the well-being of the customer, it's only because that's in their best interest financially as well. So when their interests align, then you get, you know, you can have self-interest, you can have self-regulation, but if those interests are not really well aligned, you absolutely must have the regulator step in.
Absolutely. It might be very interesting also to hear Mary's comments on this. You know, having her worked around fintech. Mary, do you want to chime in?
Sure, definitely. It's very interesting, some of the subjects. I've also been a victim of someone borrowing a loan, and then when it's not paid on time, they look at their list of everybody on their phone and they start calling, trying to collect. So this is where you saw the central bank stepping in, and then I think there was a lot of abuse there because there was a lot of money to be made out of the interest rates that some of these credit companies were charging. And so they were giving credit to everyone, even people that didn't deserve it. But then they also resulted in some unconventional ways in trying to collect. And this is where you see the regulators coming in, because I do feel that there is a balance. There is definitely a need for the regulators to be playing in the market, but also to an extent, I think the industry and the businesses, even the fintechs, also have to play a key role in terms of regulating themselves. I see where Dr. Isaac is saying that, you know, there's not space for self-regulatory within a lot of the businesses, and this is because they're always looking out for their self-interest. I think there's that too, but also I think there is also some kind of moral obligation, depending on what the leadership is doing, that they are able to regulate themselves. Is it everyone doing it? No, not really. But then, to me, when I look at it, we have in fintech in Kenya, you have a lot of regulation. You have a lot of agencies that are regulating the industry. You have the Communications Authority of Kenya, you have the Capital Markets Group, you have the Central Bank, you have the insurance regulatory bodies, you have all the other ones, the anti-money laundering, the terrorists agency that makes sure that the funds are coming from, not from terrorism. And so when you look at the regulators' roles in terms of where do they play and how do they come in and regulate and where do they strike that balance, I think it's a big white space, because when regulators come in, sometimes the regulation that they give is very broad. So even though they want to regulate a specific thing within the industry, there's still a lot of loopholes that, you know, businesses, if their really intention is to try and circumvent or do, okay, not do so good, we're not gonna say do evil, but then there's still ways that they find to maneuver. And what I feel like also the controls and the systems are really not there, a lot of it, for the regulators to catch some of these. Like Dr. Rothenberg said, some of these are being implemented, the data collection within your mobile phones or within places that you're going, and they're collecting this data. Some of it is actually even offline that then comes online. When you go to buildings, you're leaving your ID, you're leaving your personal details, and then especially I've heard, and we had this conversation in my office where we are asking, do people use agency banking? And they say, we don't like to use agency banking. Why? Because even though the regulator is regulating agency banking and saying how it works, the person that's there are the agent themselves. They sell the personal data to other companies that want to come and collect this information. So as much as we are talking about the regulators coming in, the most they do is set like an overall, you could say, trend of this is where we want to be, or intentions. But in terms of do the businesses want to do the right thing, I feel like most businesses do want to do the right thing. There's a few that don't. And so for those, yes, the regulator can come in and say, okay, you didn't do this. So in a way, it's not to keep the straight guys straight, but it's to make sure that the guys who go wrong, there's consequences for them. That's how I feel, or I see the regulators kind of playing in this area.
Thank you so much, Mary, for highlighting, you know, really the role of a big brother in the name of a regulator, and you know, how they can just help us as businesses, you know, do the right thing, and that those who do not do the right thing are actually punished for it, and severely, I hope. I want to bring an interesting dynamic to this conversation of fintech, and I want to ask about artificial intelligence. You know, in fintech, are we seeing a lot of uptake in of artificial intelligence within the fintech sector? Mary, back to you.
I don't know, when it comes to artificial intelligence, I think there's a bit of it being applied, but especially in the credit sector in Kenya, that's where I'm seeing a lot of it. I'm not sure we have enough data to definitively say that it's really massively being used. We haven't seen a lot of that. In case in point, I went the other day trying to get a loan from the bank, and you find that most of these financial institutions still use very archaic ways of verifying your credit, of checking, of doing things, where I feel like if they had put some kind of artificial intelligence, it would help them in running fast and things. But I do believe some of the credit companies, and especially the ones who do a mobile, they do use a bit of that. But widely speaking, in Kenya, in the financial sector, it's not that much, as it should be.
As it should be. So we're seeing a lot of opportunities for artificial intelligence around fintech going forward. Penina, I have a question for you. The recent past, there's been a lot of news around education and the new curriculum, the CBC. Specifically, if you recall, there's been conversation around printing of assignments at home and, projection in school. How has the country leveraged e-learning in the light of COVID-19?
So I think the best place to start off with is to understand where were we pre-COVID, what has happened during COVID, and then what are the things that are moving us forward. So pre-COVID, education happened in this physical building called a school. And then now COVID hit us, and we now had to shift our mindset, start understanding that this knowledge transfer education doesn't have to take place in a school. It can take place through a multitude of different media. So first and foremost, it's about that shift in mindset. And then beyond that, we have to start understanding that what are the different ways that this can take place, and what are the structural or cultural things that impede or provide us as a medium to success for both of these things. And of course, when I think about culturally, and I think most parents, I heard this a lot, most parents during COVID said they did not appreciate the amount of work that teachers were doing now that they had to be at home with their children, right? So teachers are instrumental to learning, but I think that when we're thinking about how education has to keep changing and altering, specifically understanding that there's a new paradigm of students. These kids are highly engaged. They've grown up with technology. I think a 3-year-old can probably use a device better than all of us here. They're used to highly engaging content, whether they're playing, PlayStation or any computer software games. And the world in which that we're preparing them for, which is the purpose of education, is also highly digital. And now we're thinking about how do we collaborate through different mediums. I mean, look at what we're doing here today. We're not in the same physical space. We're using technology to have these conversations. In the same way, assignments can be done offline at home and sent to teachers. Of course, with that in mind, there are structural issues that come into place. So for instance, access to devices, cost of data, or even knowledge about which solutions parents, schools can use. For instance, Longhorn has an e-learning application. So there's a myriad of factors that are affecting the current education space, but I think mostly it boils down to mindset.
Thank you, Penina. As a Chief Digital Officer of a leading publisher, how is Lonro, for example, or publishers in general, are also adopting to the new ways of learning in the e-learning in terms of, digital content and curriculum development? Because I think, we are seeing a shift from the normal kind of, content in books to now digital kind of content. How is this for you?
Okay. So first and foremost, I'll say I have the best job. So I get to spend time listening to the needs of parents, students, learners themselves, and teachers, and understanding what are the pain points that they're facing in their day-to-day, and then now developing learning solutions for them. That is the premise of what we do. So if you're thinking about the new curriculum, even our curriculum institution, KICD, is pushing for digital transformation in education, right? So some of this content does even have to be on the syllabus, accessed through a computer medium, because they do understand that the world in which we're preparing our students for is highly digital. When I think about the future of education and what it is that we're doing specifically at Longhorn, is understanding that first and foremost, there needs to be a 24/7 on-demand access to content, right? We learn differently and we experience information in very different ways. And so like I've said, now you have Gen Alpha coming into the job market soon. Youth are used to content in a multitude of different formats. So can we provide them content in, audio, visual formats that's fun and engaging. I think that's the most important element for me. I want to change the narrative when we're thinking about school. You know how kids, when they go to kindergarten, they're so excited. And then as you keep progressing slowly throughout the years, you're so apprehensive about school, right? And that's because you're not understanding a lot of the information that's being given to you. You're apprehensive about it. And so I think that we as publishers have a specific role to play in how we disseminate this information. Can we give students a personalized learning experience? And actually we're doing this now through the use of AI, machine learning and adaptive learning. And this, if I can give a little story about myself, is very personal. So I remember I must have been probably like 10, and I was given math homework. I used to be that really good student. Yeah? I come home, I sit down, I don't need my parents tell me to study, and I'm looking at my math homework and I'm trying to figure it out. And to this day, I can remember exactly how I felt in that moment. And I felt so frustrated. I couldn't understand it. My mom comes home, finds me in tears over my homework. And she's like, what's going on? I'm like, I just can't understand. So she gets emotional with me. And thankfully, my uncle came home that day and he was able to explain the same concept to me, but in a different way. And I understood it and actually went on to really like math, and I have a background in finance. So can we use technology to provide students with content in the way that they learn, right? And can we give teachers the tools to empower them to know this is how the student needs content disseminated to them, this is how the student learns, and just make it easier for both the learner and the instructor so that we can ensure that all our students have the opportunity to succeed.
Wow, thank you so much for those comments. And I'd like to speak to Stella. For the last 10 years or so, we've seen Kenya putting up, the Konza Technopolis, the smart city. And many of us cannot quite, really understand the whole, smart city concept. So 2 quick questions for you. What is a smart city and why do we need it as a country? Stella, can you hear me?
Yes,
Super.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic. Okay, so typically a smart city is, generally speaking, a city that uses ICT or incorporates ICT to enhance the quality of life in a city and performance of urban services, such as energy, transportation, utilities, and the like, in order, of course, to reduce the consumption, increase efficiency, reduce costs. Generally, why we move into urban areas. So that's a very generic definition of what a smart city is. So Konza, as a smart city, because it is a city that is being built from scratch, we are building the city already providing for SAT capability, already putting in infrastructure that supports, such that even when it comes to new technologies that come up, there will be already the city that provides for scaling and has the ICT capability already included in the infrastructure development.
Thank you. And a question that many of us, would try and answer, from where we sit from. Do we need a new smart city, or can we make, some of the existing cities and towns smart?
Okay. Of course, it is possible to retrofit and put, the element of smartness in a city. Actually, many cities of the world that have made progression towards being smart cities were actually went through that phase. But you find for a country such as ours, we found that there was need to have a city that speaks to opening up opportunities in the digital economy, where we want to be able to attract into this region investment, and even in terms of resources, including the human resources, that can be able to prefer to come and live in this part of the world. So what we seek to do is to build a city that meets international standards of any city, of course powered and enabled by ICT. That includes aspects such as security. We want a very secure city, includes issues such as utilities. We envisage a city where blackouts are unknown, things such as capability that is embedded in the city, such that you don't have to walk around looking for connection to utilities, looking for connection to internet. You don't have the problems of many of the urban areas like traffic jam and congestion. All this will leverage technology to be able to alleviate these challenges. So yes, we did need a new city, because the existing cities, it would be extremely expensive, I dare say, and also this gave us a new start in modern times. I think we don't have a city that has been built in this era, so it gave us a new opportunity to start again. And this has been done the world over. We have a lot of new cities. We have Delhi, the new Delhi. In Shanghai, they built a new area. So even in Dubai, they have a new area. So we are just going with what the others have done before, and it has worked for them. So we look forward to it working for us as well.
Absolutely, and we look forward to having a functional smart city very soon. So I'll just come back to Nixon as we check whether we have comments and questions at the Q&A, and try to understand from the KRA perspective how they're also utilizing emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, if at all any, to sort of streamline the way they are doing taxation and profiling. Do you see a lot of use of emerging technologies within the KRA systems?
Yes, Kate. This is an area that we cannot avoid to venture into. So currently, if for those who've witnessed KRA do maybe audits or compliance checks, they'll appreciate that we have gone into the data-driven kind of risk profiling and audit methodologies. So we are no longer, choosing, for example, a case for the sake of it, but it has to be driven by certain fundamentals, which basically relies on a lot of data. We also have a unit that is coming up. We are actually trying to shore it up, referred to as Artificial Intelligence and Innovation Unit. So once this unit is up, I think we'll engage the tools that have been stated, so that again, we try to increase compliance, but above all, to assist also in simplifying our tax processes and even the legal provisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Steve, I would like to quickly just also try and understand from Huawei perspective. There has been this notion that Huawei applications are very insecure, and they are prodding into people's privacy. Is this notion true?
Thanks a lot. On the matters of politics, I do not want to comment, but from the global perspective, our systems have been used by our customers. For example, even like in Safari in Kenya, Safaricom and other operators, we have been our partners with them for the last 20 years. They have never seen any vulnerability in our solutions or systems. And this has proven that we are trusted partners here and also globally. So I just wanted to comment on that in that aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for clearing the air. I'm wondering whether my directors are able to check if we have questions or comments from the Q&A section before we can come back to a round of our close. Do we have that ready? Okay, as my directors work on
checking if we have any questions and comments, and I still encourage you, viewers and participants, to drop in your questions and comments at the Q&A section, and we'll be happy to grab them and bring them into light. In the meantime, also, you are happy to share a tweet using the official hashtag KEIGF2021, and we'll come back and also try and read some of those interesting conversations and tweets that you are having right there on Twitter. So we'll come back to all the panelists, and just want to ask, what are some of the 2 strategies going forward that we can employ, going forward? What are some of 2 strategies you would recommend that we can employ going forward? So we'll start with Nixon.
Thank you, Keith. Strategies to one, we say that you bring the revenue to government, then government plows back into the economy. I always talk of 2 strategies. One is integration, and the other one is collaboration. Actually, they are almost synonyms. Integration in the sense that with the digital sphere improving, we feel that our tax system should be integrated with the taxpayer systems. And that will not only simplify tax processes, but even compliance processes, payment processes, filing processes will be so simple. Imagine for those who file their returns and have the opportunity to do IT1 for employment only. The data is already pre-filled, and that gives you a lot of easy time, to file your return and also to collect whatever information that you have, that you need to. So integration is very important. Then the last one is collaboration. We keep on, sensitizing our taxpayers, giving them information on how to comply with our laws, with the regulations, with the processes, with the, to ensure that there is an enhanced voluntary tax compliance. If all our taxpayers collaborate with us, then I don't see why Kenya cannot be, some of the top countries in the next few years.
Thank you so much, Nixon. I think 2 things, collaboration and integration, very powerful. Steve, from your context, what are some of the 2 strategies that we can employ going forward?
I would want to speak about what you call the 5G spectrum strategy, which is very important. Acceleration of 5G spectrum strategy to enable acceleration of broadband. And of course, again, it speaks about collaboration again, involving all the stakeholders. Number 2 on the strategy is also what we call the national broadband strategy, which is incorporated by ensuring there is access of connectivity across our country. That strategy is very important. It entails several action plans, which I believe the stakeholders are actioning on them. Hopefully that this can be accelerated so that this can boost our digital divide, and also help the current scenarios which have been occasioned by COVID, and especially to make sure that every Kenyan can access to internet. That's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Steve. Those are very powerful, remarks right there on some of the strategies that we can, employ, especially on the 5G, strategy. Dr. Isaac?
Thanks for the question also. I think that I'm only going to give one strategy, and it's with respect to artificial intelligence. AI is part of a suite of technologies we sometimes refer to as fourth industrial revolution technologies, which also includes 5G and some others. And these, actually apart from 5G, the rest of them are gaining traction in many parts of Africa much more rapidly than 3IR technologies did. And one of the most important reasons is that there's a proliferation of open source and open access technologies and resources. And so, you know, the average technologist during the 3G revolution could not, the 3IR revolution had no real input, but the average technologist in the fourth industrial revolution actually can with those sorts of resources. You can get very small SMEs that are, you know, really innovating in artificial intelligence technologies that are completely unknown elsewhere in the world. And we've seen that in some instances. So I think that my policy advice would be to encourage those sorts of activities. The Parliament was looking at, for example, an SME bill recently, helping out that sort of sector. I think would really give us some interesting interactions with the rest of the world, and make it more of a two-way street rather than what used to be a one-way street. We would consume technologies. We weren't actually developing and distributing our own technologies, but we do that now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isaac, for sharing that powerful policy recommendation. Penina, from an e-learning perspective, what are some of the two strategies that we can employ going forward?
Actually, first, I want to go back to Nixon's point on collaboration. And I think that when we look at issues, we should look at them holistically. So if you're thinking about e-learning and for Nixon, a better tax base, because the students that we're now teaching are the ones who are going to be the ones employed that he wants to tax, wouldn't it be beneficial to provide tax incentives now to education institutions, schools, publishers, so that we can actually provide students with the best possible outcomes, and then that actually works in their favor in the long term. So my first thing is, like, I think when we think about issues, it should always be collaboratively but holistically, not just within the paradigm of our sector. And then the second thing for me is that we need to be very student-centric. We need to understand the current mindset of our young learners. We need to understand the markets that they're going into, and need to make sure that all of these aspects are aligned. So let us be student-centered in the way that we develop our education systems.
Thank you so much, Penina, for highlighting collaboration as still as a key element of success, you know, going forward. And Mary, do you want to share also some two strategies going forward?
For me, I think coming from startup world and the fintech world, I think what I would like to see is more of the regulatory requirements, licensing, and all the other certifications that you need. If we could have a one-stop place for a fintech, and for what we do, we have to report and get certificate and licenses from almost 10 different agencies. And for each, you have to report every year. You have to get the certifications renewed every year, and this can be quite tedious and expensive. So if we could have like a one-stop place, like a chamber of commerce or something where we all go and we get all this stuff done, would be really good for us. That's what I would hope. The government would make it easy to do registration. And even within the agencies, even though you are registering for one product, if you have a second similar product, you still have to go for a different certifications. And so when you count at the end of the year, how many certifications, how many agencies you have to deal with, how much time you have to spend on it, it can be quite a bit. So I'm hoping that we can be able to consolidate all this into a one-stop place.
Thank you so much, Mary, and I think that is also very important, you know, harmonization of regulations and agencies to not only save on time, but to also save on money. I'm sure you're in business, and if you're incurring a lot of certification costs, then, you know, the end user gets to pay the bill as there's no free lunch. Lastly, we would like to also hear from Stella. What are some of the two strategies that probably we can employ to see more of smart cities around the world and in Kenya?
Okay, thank you. I think what I'd like to say is that there needs to be deliberate effort from the industry to increase the level of inclusivity among the Kenyan, let me put in our context, the Kenyan population. I say this because we have invested quite a bit in terms of providing infrastructure and capability, but we need also to spend also similar effort as an industry to build awareness as to what is possible with what we have. I give an example of many young people who, of course, have good access to internet, are very literate and have smartphones, but what is it they are doing with this? A lot of our young people and a lot of our users are actually consumers and not really creators. So I think that as an industry, we need to see more of an effort to have more inclusivity in terms of raising an awareness of what these technologies do. You all know the recent stories that have come about 5G, a lot of incorrect information, I may say, about it even causing COVID and things like that. We need to see effort coming from this industry to disseminate information that is accurate and that opens up possibilities such that people are not just looking for bundles to either bet online or to watch content, but really to do something worthwhile that can bring economic opportunity.
Sorry, we lost you a bit, Stella. Hello, Stella, can you hear me?
Yes. Can hear you clearly.
Yes, now I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, brilliant. So I was saying, secondly, coming from a smart city, we really are interested in transforming this country into a newly industrializing middle-income country, which we cannot do if we do not open up opportunities. And in this space that holds so much potential, that is the digital space. So we really then, as an industry, need to encourage innovations around this space and allowing the innovations that come from here or the products that come from this market to be deployed and used in this market, whether fundamental change products or incremental change products in terms of their innovativeness. I think as an industry, we need to be embracing more as opposed to pushing what already exists coming from other parts of the world without really creating an enabling environment for innovations to come up and for them to be deployed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, the powerful panelists that we have had today. Viewers and all the audience, I promised you that we are going to have a very interesting conversation, and I hope that you've actually enjoyed the conversation. And if you have, go right down at the chat section and find reactions. Just, give a round of applause to the powerful panelists who have helped us unpack, this very interesting session on emerging issues on various aspects that, they are already working. And we've heard from them in terms of what are the next steps, what are some of the strategies that key stakeholders can actually, work on going forward. And I believe you two are an integral part of this conversation. So I'm encouraging you also to also put it into the chat, put it into the tweet, what are some of the strategies, two of them that we can recommend for us to take and going forward. That's all the time we had today in our emerging issues session. And we hope that you continue to enjoy what is left of the Kenya IGF. Please follow the interesting conversation on Twitter with the hashtag KEIGF, and I'm sure there will be a lot more conversation. It doesn't end here, it only starts here.
In the last 20 years, we have grown, starting off with the headquarters in Nairobi and grown into the regions where we have 4 offices to ensure that we are able to get down to the people and bring the services closer to the people.
20 years ago, if somebody saw you with a mobile phone talking, you'd think something has gone wrong. Now it's 20 years on. It is unprecedented. It's going to be a big game changer.
When we came to Kenya in 2000, we knew very little about the country. We didn't know the market economics, the market dynamics. The target market for Safaricom's products was the people at the base of the pyramid, the men and women who come to work in a matatu. So all our products were designed for that economic level and therefore became much more affordable. I mean, it changed people's lives dramatically when they could communicate easily, inexpensively.
nafanya biashara nikiwa kwa nyumba. Nikitaka kutumia mtu pesa kwa biashara yangu, tena naye akitaka kunitumia natumia nikiwa kwa nyumba.
Kitambo tulikuwa tutumia hizi simu za call box, ambapo tulikuwa tunapangia line ndio tuweza kupigia simu. Lakini kwa sasa hivi unaweza ukapiga simu popote penye huko. Hata sasa hivi niko hapa nimeitwa kazi kwa sababu ya simu.
Starting off with about 20,000 subscribers, internet has been integrated in a lot of the private sector, in the financial services, in health and the like.
There is an explosion in social media connect, job opportunities, new careers have been developed, okay, like bloggers, app developers. They were never there.
New, better, more modern jobs were created in the tens of thousands. The various people who sell our SIM cards and who sell mobile financial services and who own their own businesses in doing that and who employ people in those businesses. Telecommunications has become more important as an enabler of the entire economy.
It's a global village right now. We are able to connect to people with different ideas, we're able to connect to people with different exposures. So that way we're able to contribute better in the society. So I don't think I would ever imagine going back to what we call the Stone Age.
The adoption of mobile money. Starting off 20 years ago, this concept was unknown, and Kenya was very fortunate to actually take the leadership role globally in the mobile money narrative. And when history is written, Kenya will be named as the lead in this area.
The courier services has experienced short wins in terms of increased volumes from the growth of e-commerce. We saw the market open up, and the courier regulator, who is the Communications Authority of Kenya, licensed private operators to offer courier services in the market. Since then, we have 200 players on average every year being licensed to compete with the main public operator, and we have seen an improvement in the quality of service that is offered.
I'll commend the Communication Authority because of their resilience. They have opened the space, which has helped a lot the small players in the media industry to be able to thrive. They have also created regulation so that the newcomers and those who have been there are able to compete on a level playground.
It's a new environment that we're involved in. It's one where many businesses are going online, services are going online. Having a very strong but open, transparent regulator was very, very key in getting us where we are now.
I don't think we would be anywhere where we are without a communications authority. We needed a regulator, and it was the right time. What role has the regulator played? Encouraging innovation, not preventing it, but encouraging innovation.
The next 20 years look promising. I'm actually excited by the next 20 years. The judiciary is digitizing. The Ministry of Lands is digitizing. So the country is digitizing and working on a very good base.
From where we are and where we are going, it's a time to reimagine. It's a time to recommit, to be able to take us to the next step of digital transformation, and we can make it happen.
Welcome once more to the Kenya IGF 2021. And with us we have, I promise you, one of the youngest participants of the 2021 Kenya IGF. Lynn Oko, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Lynn. Welcome to Kenya IGF. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lynn Denise Oko. I am a grade 5 pupil at Makini Schools, Kisumu. I am 10 years old, and I am also an advocate of child online safety. And I am also trained by Mtoto News on the uses of technology. I'm going to be reading some things. I'm going to be reading a statement. The 2021 Kenya Youth IGF was hosted on the 22nd September 2021. The event was held virtually in light of the COVID-19 realities, attracted by 78 diverse participants from Kenya with few connecting from various countries all over the world. The event was attended by representatives from Kenya, IGF MAG through its championship, through its chairperson, the KICTNET government of Kenya through the CAC Ministry of Youth and ITC, who all made opening remarks. Miss Anja Gengo from the IGF Secretariat delivered the keynote address with Desmond Mushi, a public policy expert from Facebook, giving the closing remarks. The event had 3 powerful sessions: data governance, content regulation, and consumer rights. Number 2, digital inclusion, universal access and meaningful connectivity. Number 3, security, stability, safety, and resilience. Some of the key highlights in this sessions are as follows. Issues highlighted: there are challenges such as the digital divide, especially between rural and urban areas, that have a serious negative impact. They work with ISPs to ensure better access to the internet. Access has also created new crimes, some of which target the youth. Lack of protection can put them at risk. The right to privacy has been infringed on by automated systems. Companies must do their due diligence, must always see how their companies impacts users. Governments are hiding provisions in the law by making policies on a whim and hiding laws through miscellaneous amendments, increasing the powers of government officials. Transparency with big tech. The biggest problems are platforms with terms and conditions that have a number of clauses that are not clear, that aim for a blanket consent. When addressing inequality, the impacts are far and wide. During the pandemic, the lower income counties are having a harder time when it comes to access the internet. The most vulnerable are low-income families. Opportunities highlighted. One of the opportunities to find out what happens at the IGF is an open meeting which allows the community to give input on how the IGF can be useful. She mentioned the opportunities for consultations at the 3rd opening consultation and the MAG meeting, which will be held on the 29th September to 1st October, hosted at the Geneva UN office. Social media platforms should definitely invest more in human moderators who can use the help of AI to ensure their platforms aren't used for malicious purposes. Young people are using the internet for commercial work, research, and advertising. Big tech platforms could consider to put a simplified narrative of the privacy agreement, and the detailed clauses could be added as links. Looking at a national cybersecurity strategy, one of the things we should look at is the protection of Kenyans and our systems. Secondly, we can try and bring out the importance of securing the government. Commitments from the government. The Ministry of Youth and ITC is working ICT is working on multi-sectoral protection action plans that will promote online safety, that will ensure that the law and enforcement agencies and judicial officers and equipped to adequately handle online protection related matters. The ministry is also working with various stakeholders, including the youth, to ensure continued capacity building and awareness creation. The ministry is also working to ensure that there's a sufficient policy and legal frameworks to address challenges arising from data protection, digital inclusion, content regulation, and cyber security. Key commitments from Facebook. Measures to ensure inclusion. The government has a huge role play, ensuring that the internet is accessible in the rural areas, affordable and relevant. This can be done through sensitization in case Facebook has been useful to small businesses across the region. Facebook trains parents and children to equip the caregivers so that they can understand the risk and protect the children. On privacy, you have control over what you share online. And those are features that are accessible for users to protect and decide what others will see about you. The second thing is that Facebook does awareness campaigns that will ensure that most users are aware that they can protect the information that they can share on their platforms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for the excellent articulation of the Kenya Youth IGF report, which was done yesterday, 22nd of September, ahead of this Kenya IGF. I mean, you've done tremendously well. I think at 10 years, I didn't know anything about, online or anything about being an advocate. But look at you, at 10-year-old, you're already a child online protection advocate. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a true ambassador of nothing with the youth without the youth. I think she has done a tremendous amount of work. Thank you so much. And now we would like to just encourage more young people to come into the space, and Kiktanet is providing capacity development program through the Kenya IGF, Kenya School of Internet Governance Forum, which provides such an opportunity for our young people to now come up and take up and own up the space. So thank you so much, Lynn, for that excellent work that you have done.
Welcome.
So with us here is June Okal. Hi, June. Can you hear me?
Yes, Keith. Hi, how are you?
Thank you so much. Welcome to the session today. I'm sure you just want to, highlight some of the recap of the discussion that we've had, through the day. I know there's tons and tons of information that, we've taken home today, but, just key highlights, from the discussions today. What are some of these key highlights that we should take home with us?
Cool. First, let me start by lauding Lynn. Fantastic, excellent job. Really well done. The sky is the limit for you. It was really, really well done. So I'll just jump right in and go through the program that we had, sharing and bringing out the key highlights and the key high points from each of the sessions. So we started with first a dance from Ian. So thanks, Ian, for setting us up. But then we quickly moved to opening remarks. It was really good to see all speakers were excited about KIGF. They're excited about the discussion that we're going to have and highlighting the need of multi-stakeholder collaboration, which is particularly important for KICTANET and is at the core of what KICTANET stands for. So that was great to hear and see. From the keynote by the acting DG, it was key to note what she highlighted, which were the 3 key challenges that she flagged. First, around narrowing the digital divide. How do we bring the 2 different groups together? Enhancing user trust in terms of freedom on the internet, just being able to use the internet as needed. And lastly, providing safeguards on disclosure of information. We then moved on to the first session, which was the high-level panel on emerging regulation of content, data, and consumer rights. From the data protection regulator, she flagged the 2 things that were important for her, which were compliance and awareness. From the industry players, it was interesting to see, particularly in the emergence of new technologies, that they indicated that this was the time to have those conversations and a good time to develop new frameworks, particularly in order to enhance trust. They flagged the need for a balance of interests between end users and business partners. And I think the key thing was regulation allowing innovation to lead the technology space and also to have multi-stakeholderism at heart. We then moved to the second session, which was on inclusion, universal access, and meaningful connectivity, moderated by Bob from ICANN. One of the key takeaways was that it's just and the shift of to date, with the evolution of technology as well as the recent pandemic shift that we've had. It was interesting to note from the KE search team that was represented by Sitati that there has actually been an increase in cybercrimes during the pandemic, and them sharing what steps they've put in place to mitigate against that, particularly on bringing different stakeholders together and working in alignment. The fourth session was on elections, data, and technology. I think most of the speakers highlighted the lack of knowledge of a system that was going to be used, like what will we actually use for our elections next year? We still don't know that. They highlighted the need for public education, transparency, and imposition of national values rather than personal values, the need for a critical infrastructure bill to protect ISP infrastructure, and essentially just flagging that technology should reinforce the democratic process, not undermine it. Lastly, we just had the session that Keith concluded, which he said would be the most interesting one. Key issues around DST, flagging the importance of digital services tax and its impact on the economy in attempting to extend the tax bracket, particularly for non-resident providers, importance of 5G and the role of the regulator in supporting its spectrum allocation and the impact that 5G could have on the economy, an argument to avoid premature regulation, particularly in the field of fintech, and vis-a-vis the place for self-regulation, which was market forces versus academia. That was interesting to see. On e-learning, how to develop good solutions based on the key pain points flagged by key stakeholders, and on smart city development rather than retrofitting to leverage technology and alleviate the existing challenges in existing cities. Quick highlight of the user comments. Across the board, a lot of the chat has been active, it's been popping, conversations have been ongoing. I'll just highlight some of the key comments that I flagged. Caroline Kirichu said, learning a lot from the meeting. Frank Onyach said, thank you for the opportunity, that he was learning a lot and he had new ideas for his application. Paul Robbie said that it looks like a Kenyan Apple event, which I think is a great shout out, particularly considering that we just had the Apple event last week. Nadir Hashim said, excellent meeting, impressive to see how the internet has come to play such an important role in our lives and hence the need for its governance. DJ said, great panel, great to see diversity represented, and Twahiri called that a funnel, which I absolutely loved. This is my personal favorite. DJ Coleman said, holy moly, Ian is on fire. That boss got energy for days and he was jealous. So that's all from me. Ian, take it away. Thanks.
All right, fantastic, Ms. Okal. We totally appreciate you. Thank you for the kind sentiments. We're glad to have you here. And we appreciate your insight on this particular forum. Looking forward to hearing from you definitely in the near future. All right, fantastic. So let us be able to proceed on the next session. Mr. Director, if you can be able to hear me, let's have a little bit of rhythm because our panelists and our moderator, they need some rhythm to come on board. And there are people who love the rhythm. All right, Mr. Director, are you there? Fantastic. and this is the Kenya IGF Forum 2021. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us, engaged from the very morning up to now. And I know that we have been able to learn quite a lot, definitely transformed and ready to take on the world, because here is where we are united, Internet United, all right? Mr. Director, are you ready for me?
Japo imethibitishwa ila itampoteza. Ikipanda ni bala, ikishuka ndo hatari, asijepata madhara, akaikosa na hali, ladha yake msala, shira ya Kizanzibari, na misi mjimi wala, akitaka nampa sukari, nampatia sugar sukari, nampatia sukari, nampatia sugar sukari, nampatia sukari, nampatia sugar sukari, nampatia sukari, nampatia sugar sukari, nampatia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Director. It's the afternoon, and definitely we'll be dancing. We should be dancing from morning to afternoon, all right? And it's because of the lovely moderator who's going to come on stage. I promised and I told her, I cannot introduce you without doing a little bit of rhythm. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to go into our final panel discussion. This is definitely the icing on the cake. And we'd like to just invite them on board so that we can be able to proceed from there. To moderate the session, and this is where we're going to be discussing about Kenya School of Internet Governance Award Ceremony. And to guide us through this particular session, she is currently the Public Policy Manager at Safaricom. She is a marketer extraordinaire, and she is a lawyer par excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate Rosemary Kimwatu as she comes and just takes us through this particular discussion. She is seasoned, she is fired, she is ready, and she's a lady that we definitely love to hear her wisdom. So sit back and relax as you enjoy this particular panel discussion. Welcome, and over to you, Rosemary.
Thank you very much for today's session. I'm very, very happy. And today is a fantastic, fantastic day because we get to say thank you. A big thank you to those students of ours who joined us for the Kenya School of Internet Governance. It's a special day. Today in the room we have our alumnus, those who've attended KESIG and those who benefited from it. We are so happy to have had you during the session. And karibuni sana, guys. So the Kenya School of Internet Governance is a premier event by Kickternet. Thank you very much. Yeah, by Kickternet. And we're very happy to have all of you here today. And what happens at the Kenya School of Governance? We bring together students from all over, a multi-stakeholder cohort, each and every year for the past 6 years, where we train students on the new concepts of internet governance. And we're so happy that it has been a success. A long time ago, it used to be physical, but today it is virtual. And today, I'm very honored to have amongst us our students. One of them we've met earlier today, Joel. Joel, karibu sana. And I'm going to have each one of them introduce themselves just to say a quick hello and just to give what their thoughts are on the school. And also, other than Joel, we're going to have Amrit. Amrit was in KESIG last year. And today, we also have Crispin Bosire and Sherry Oyer. Karibuni sana, guys. First and foremost, Joel, what is your experience? Standing on both sides. You know, you're an industry player, but you also got to sit in class for a whole week. How was that?
I'm not too sure whether to address you as headmistress or what is the right terminology to use. But thank you, Rosemary. I think just in summary, the last 2 weeks have been very interesting. A lot of information. Even myself has come across that was not in my purview before. We are very used to seeing the front end of technology and the internet in terms of usage, content, and the rest, but there are so many other layers behind it that the Kenya School of Internet Governance has actually showed us during this week. And I'm sure the cohort, we have a very vibrant WhatsApp group that is eating up my data bundles quite a bit. So I think for me, the experience has been amazing. A lot of interaction, a lot of learning. The teachers have been amazing, and at this point, maybe I can do a shout out if I'm allowed. Teacher Caris, Mwendoa Kivuva, Teacher Judy, Headmistress Rosemary, and Professor Walu. Thank you so much. If I've missed anyone, Poleni, thank you so much for just keeping us in tune. Just sometimes learning, especially for us in adult learning, you kind of get bored, you kind of get sidetracked. But the information that is there, the conversations, the assignments allow you just to express yourself. There is no right or wrong answer. And I think that's a great thing about this conversation, is that there's no right or wrong answer. Everyone has a purview of what the internet looks like, what the internet governance looks like. So we had an opportunity to share, an opportunity to get to know each other. I hope one day the cohort can meet physically. I hear Rosemary, or is it Teacher Caris, is buying drinks when we meet physically. So we'll wait for that day. But just to be honest, it was a great experience for me. I hope I have passed. I'm still here waiting to see if I've passed. But all in all, I would encourage anyone who wants to just get into this internet governance space to actually apply for next year's cohort. Hopefully be more numbers. I understand there were 300 and only 70 special were found. I don't know how Twahir got into that list, but we shall discuss that later. But I think it's a great opportunity for anyone who's playing in the internet space to actually just get onto that course and ensure that you learn, get to know people who are around you, and let's share. So thank you very much, Rosemary, and thank you to the cohort for making it quite an engaging exercise, and for being selected to be part of that cohort this year. So thank you very much, Headmistress.
Thank you very much, Joel. Asante sana. It's such a pleasure. And we call this in common parlance Gumbaru School for you. So glad that you enjoyed it. Next, I'm going to have Amrit. Amrit is a special student who was with us from last year. Amrit, I'd like you to tell us, how has your experience been when you studied last year, and what impact has it had on your career, your profession? How was it, seeing as you did it a while ago? Amrit, over to you.
First of all, thank you very much, Rosemary, for the introduction, and for KicToNet for providing this amazing platform, which brings us all together to benefit from the School of Internet Governance and basically also the Internet Governance Forum. Just to echo Joel's sentiments, it's good to see there's a consistency in how the course has been taught. I literally feel like I attended the same cohort that he did, even though I did mine a year ago. So it's good to see that KSIG has been consistent with the educational output and then the insistence of bringing together multi-stakeholders across various fields, from InfoSec to law to technical and electrical engineering, and all these multifaceted areas. It gives you such an appreciation for what internet governance is, because when I joined, it was I thought personally it would be something that I'd be able to understand and embrace very easily. But throughout the course, what I've understood is that it is such a multifaceted field and everyone is an expert in their own right. And it's truly beneficial to get the insights from all these different stakeholders to help us improve and to consolidate a truly inclusive and to build a system of governance for internet that promotes good beyond what has been envisioned. So what I'd like to say is this course was amazing. As Joel had said, it was truly amazing to be able to interact with so many people who are experts in their own right, and to get their perspectives to then build your own knowledge base to have a better appreciation of what is going on in the country and also globally. And I'd like to highlight two things which were very instrumental to me during my time at KSIG, which was learning who are these stakeholders, what are their best practices, what are they doing in the communities, because I have a bias where I've always been looking outside for best practices. But for instance, how we have developed our community networks in Kenya, we are setting the trend over here. So there's much to learn from our own technical expertise and our legal expertise within the country. So it has been truly beneficial. It pretty much set me on my path to focusing on data protection and on cross-border data transfers, trying to expound and create a framework that will allow Kenyans to benefit from having their data transferred abroad, but have the assurance that their data is secure and their rights will be protected in foreign jurisdictions. So it was just an amazing, amazing experience. And to be honest, I have benefited so much because of the community that I've managed to engage with. I still engage with a lot of my classmates in my cohort and also those who had lectured me. So for anyone who wants to enter the public policy space, especially in IT, and they're really not sure how to go about it and how to build these networks and communities, KESIG is the way to go, and I'd really recommend it to all, especially seeing Lynn and at her young, tender age doing the same, as has been already been echoed. The sky is the limit. So it's an amazing platform that KicToNet has set up for all of us to benefit from, and I'm truly and eternally grateful for it.
Thank you,
Thank you, Rosemary.
And I must say, it's a lot of pride and joy as part of the faculty, not just from me, but from the rest of faculty who I'll be giving a shout out to see the amazing things that you're doing in this space, and even the papers that you're doing, charting the path for inter-county data transfer in Kenya. Thank you so much. So next, Sherry, other than your experience, what was your light bulb moment? What is that moment you had in school during the session when you thought to yourself, okay, this is something new?
Okay, thank you very much, Rosemary, and thank you to the faculty. I think just like everyone else, I had such a great experience. I really, I think the whole experience, it really exceeded my expectations when I was coming in. So I'm just grateful to be part of this cohort, to have been chosen and to have actually participated fully until this point. I think one of my light bulb moments was when I realized actually we did not know, personally I did not know anything, because I was coming also, like Rita was coming from a background of data protection, and I just realized how limited my knowledge on internet governance was. So basically, I'm just learning what the actually back-end processes entail and the players, because you just see, like, I use the internet and I know what the internet is in abstract anyway, but just now understanding what the process, the back-end process actually is, and the players actually who are engaged. I think that was my serious back-end. And then also just realizing that I'm actually a stakeholder in this whole process, and therefore my voice and my opinions, my views on this can actually shape, and my contributions can actually shape how internet governance looks like. So those are some of the things. And then also the platforms available. I think with this course, we were able to be shown so many platforms that actually we could actually plug into and contribute also, and just get more information on issues internet governance. I just want to also, just before I finish, I want to really thank the faculty. My experience, as I said, was excellent. I think what Teacher Karisi was always emphasizing, it's never that serious. Every opinion really is valuable and is valid, you know. So it was very good learning in that very. It was 2 weeks, but it was very it was no pressure, I mean, right? And then of course, like with the course, we got a lot of material from the curriculum. Was very, very comprehensive, was very, very wide, and we got to learn a lot of things. And just even after what I would say with regards to even as a law practitioner, that it is also just it just opens up the areas of practice. And I've had conversations on the side with people who are doing law and who are still in school, and they're saying how can we plug in? And I just think that this opportunity in internet governance, it also just widens the scope of practice, and moving from the traditional areas of practice that we've always known about. This is just another field that then we can feel as legal practitioners. So thank you very much, Rosemary. Thank you very much, the faculty. I hope that next year we'll come back and we'll be able to share our experiences on the ground. Things not to be different, and that we actually continue to contribute to this very, very robust area of practice. Thank you.
Asante sana Sherry. You said kwa ground beating is different. We hope that we've prepared you for the ground ahead. Also, I'd like to mention, something funny about us lawyers. We never fail to mention that we're lawyers. So I'm going to give this opportunity to another learned friend. We heard today that there are those who are learned and those who just merely learned. So we're asking, we're looking forward to Crispin Bosire. Karibu sana. Welcome. Yeah. Karibu, Crispin.
Thank you, Rosemary, and fantastic observations there. My name is Crispin Bosire, and I'm a lawyer. And the experience at KSIG has been fantastic. And one thing that we have managed to learn from the whole session was how important conversations can be. All the assignments and the forum chats were especially designed to make us have real-life conversations as if we were in some rooms making serious decisions on internet governance issues. One of my ball moments and one of the things that I have come to appreciate about this class is that it was solid. When I was doing my work assignments at night, I realized that I was not alone, and in the chat group, resilience, a lot of action going on to make sure that we have completed the assignments. Most grateful to our teachers, Teacher Karis, Teacher Walu, Gigi, to you, Rosemary, fantastic job. And we have been able to learn a lot that we didn't know before about internet governance. And coming from a legal background, again, we're able to relate with the technical bit. For example, having to do our online learning on a platform such as what we were able to use, the Moodle that hosted the KSIG 2021 group. Thank you, and we also pledge to be ambassadors of the KSIG and the Kenya Internet Governance Forum. And Rosemary, again, thank you for the invitation and for allowing us to just express ourselves in the most academic of ways and what we call CBC.
Yes. So we had a very interesting moment when some of our students related our course to the competence-based curriculum, CBC, because we actually had them go hands-on. And these are people who are students, and people who are working, living their day-to-day lives and actually trying to make sense of it. I'd like to introduce our last student before I give the overall comments on KSIG. That is our very own Twahir. Twahir has a dual role this time. He's been a member of the MAG that organizes the Kiktanet IGF forum. And we're so happy that you're here. You had tried last year to attend, but for some reasons you were not able to. And this time, even despite not being able to attend last year, you've been able to do amazing things in the industry, especially with the hub, Lamuka hub that you're running, and a few other initiatives. I'd like you to speak to those and how your current experience at KSIG has actually rounded that up in exactly maybe 3 minutes. Karibu Twahir.
Asante sana, as Rosemary. Okay, first of all, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, first of all, I just want to answer my as a good friend Joel, who asked me how I happen to be here. I think I just happen to be here because I'm the youngest. Being 16, I'm only older, I think, than Lynn in this group. So, well, all in all, I'll say that the experience that we went through in KSIG has been quite enlightening. What I think during the second live session, as we were relating to things in our normal life, I remember a conversation which I had with my late uncle, when we were explaining to him about how email was asking. I think it was the first live session, whereby we were trying to explain how email works, and he just sat and listened, and then finally he asked us, "Na hiyo stamp utaeka wapi?" So the conversation now in the group started as in analyzing what the stamp can relate to in the real life of how we send emails. So a discussion was held, I think, for the rest of the live session, and it went over to the actually chat room, and it was quite enlightening. Finally, actually, what we do at Lamuka Hub is that we are a hub which is situated in rural Kilifi, whereby actually, if we talk about the digital divide actually lives in Kilifi. So, what we actually looked at is that we actually strategized around the 3 areas. So we realized that as a bridging the digital divide, we have to address three issues, which is first, digital literacy. Second is availability of digital devices, and finally the internet. So all in all, we've been doing that, and move one of the schools, 3 of the schools actually in Kilifi, from actually dismal performance in past years to actually over 50% actually going as a beyond 300. So we are hoping that actually trying to bridge this as a digital divide is going to make a lot of sense.
Thank you so much, Twahir. We really, really appreciate it. And guys, that is just a snippet of what the whole Kenya School of Internet Governance experience is. And at this moment, I'd like to make a big shout out. You've heard our students speak about the faculty. There's, of course, teacher Karis, Calvin Kariuki, who's done an amazing, amazing job with the platform and even with the students' engagement. We also had Judy Okite. Judy couldn't be here on studio, but we are so happy with the amazing job that she did. We're also grateful to our CTO at Kesig, Mwenda Kivuva, who also did an amazing, amazing job, make sure that we're all connected. And then we also have our Chief Organizing Officer, COO, Liz Orembo, who did an amazing job making sure that, in the background, everything worked. And we have the rest of our faculty. We have John Alubengo, who is actually the godfather of the school, as he was among the people who actually set up, the current platform that we use. And we also, in a very special way, give a shout out to Barack Otieno, who's also going to be part of our faculty and has been helping even with the marking. And of course, a special mention to Kictanet, the amazing work that, that the trustees do, and even the convener, Grace Kidaiga, of course, who I think this was her brainchild. And guys, it's been an amazing process, and we look forward to more partnerships. It's important for me to state at this moment that we had over 320 applications, and we had to narrow down to a short list of 100. And out of those 100, I'm so happy to say that we have 74 successful candidates. As the students have said, today, in the past couple of weeks, it's been intense. We had a few who told us, sorry, we have to drop out maybe because of one reason or another. But it has been so amazing, great engagement, great content. So team who are watching, yes, you passed. Congratulations. And at this point, I'll ask CIO to put the confetti for this particular team, who's done an amazing, amazing job. It wasn't easy running with school, running with work, doing it all, and just, succeeding while at it. We are so, so grateful, guys. Yes, so congratulations, and, wishing you all the best in your application of internet governance principles. We're also thankful to our partners, those who are able to come and, give presentation. We had Facebook, we had the CA, we had the British High Commission, and we thank all of you, including even Safaricom, I must say. Yes, those people have a special place in my heart, as you know. And thank you so, so much for all that you have done. And at this moment, I'd like to hand over back to studio. And thank you so much for the amazing work that Kesig has been. And guys, spread the word. Next year, we'll be opening up for more applications. We look forward to many, many more students and even more support for the program. So thank you very much, and to greater heights in internet governance.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying all day and being actively engaged in the Kenya Internet Governance Forum 2021. We are coming to the end of the forum, and I'm here to just say thank you to all of you for staying for long. I'm here to appreciate all our sponsors and to appreciate everyone who has made the Kenya Internet Governance Forum into what it is today. And of course, before I go further, I would like to share with you a Ghanaian proverb which says that if a bird overstays on a tree, it attracts a stone. And I know most of you want to move into other things, and you are ready to stone us for keeping you waiting for long. But before we go away, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every member of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. This is the team that put together the 2021 Kenya Internet Governance Forum. Indeed, there has been a lot of energy in this year's forum. We have learned a lot from the things that we were able to do last year. And even as I move on, I also want to appreciate our sponsors. I want to appreciate UK Aid for the support that they have given us this year. I want to appreciate the Ford Foundation, who have supported this event in a very big way. I want to appreciate the Communications Authority. I want to appreciate Facebook. I want to appreciate Article 19 East Africa. I want to appreciate the Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers. I want to appreciate the Kenya Human Rights Commission for making this event possible. And of course, all this would not have been possible without our partners, CIO, and I want to give a huge shout to the studio team, those that have been working behind the scenes since morning to put together this great event. I want to say asanteni sana. And to all of you participants who have stayed up, I've been looking at the numbers. We've been averaging 200, 190 when we drop. Thank you very much for keeping and for making this wonderful as it has been. I also want to appreciate other members. All right. Yeah, I also want to appreciate my other colleagues, especially the Kenya School of Internet Governance faculty. I want to appreciate the Youth Internet Governance, those that put together the Youth Internet Governance Forum. Asanteni sana. Before I go away, our last speaker of the day is none other than Mercy. I can see she is ready to take the floor from Facebook. She will be giving the closing remarks, but again, I look forward to an exciting Internet Governance Forum in the year 2022, even as I give this vote of thanks and hand over the floor to Mercy. Mercy, karibu.
Asante sana, Barak. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day of learning, of listening in and engaging in wonderful conversations. I've personally really enjoyed each and every session that was put across today by this wonderful multi-stakeholder committee that Barak has mentioned. Asanteni sana for doing a wonderful job in picking wonderful panelists, wonderful topics for discussion that are really relevant and topical. And I think these things, all of us picked one thing or the other that really resonated and that we felt was really important in what we're dealing with today insofar as technology is concerned. Mine is a very simple task. I would love to make a very simple, just make some closing remarks. And I want to just dive into the theme for this year, because I think it's a really important one. When you think about the word unity or, Internet United, what does that mean for you? And when you reflect back on the conversations that have been had throughout the day and the stuff that you've had in these conversations, what does that mean to you now when you think about that? And I think that is where I want to focus my few remarks on. Now, for me, I will share my experience and tell you that when I think about unity, I think for all of us, we know what it is like not to have that, whether it is in the family space, whether it is with a friend, or even in a community or society. And I think we all know that it is the place we would rather not be, in a place where there's no unity, where people are pulling in different directions. And when you think about that, even from the African perspective, and especially from our cultures, I think we love the idea of people coming together. I mean, even when we have a fallout between a brother and sister or a family member and another, one of the things that we all hasten to do is to see how we can reconcile those people and make sure that we're continuing to retain that unity and moving forward together. So in the age of internet, then, when we're talking about Internet United, I think for me, what I'm taking away from these conversations today and the engagement that we've had is the fact that it takes each one of us, whether you're a policymaker or a regulator or content developer or an engineer, a lawyer. As you've heard, there's been a variety of, I think, disciplines and backgrounds represented here today by those who spoke, and each of them had a really important thing to say that meshed into what we think would make a better internet. And when you think about all of those inputs, I think what I would challenge you with as you're taking off from these sessions today is to ask yourself, what role are you playing in maintaining that unity when it comes to the internet? Are you building into it? Are you taking away from it? Are you working towards collaborating more? Yeah, it was the DG of Communications Authority, Mercy Wanjao, who earlier mentioned why collaboration is really important. In fact, in her words, and I'll look at my notes very quickly, she said, for us to be able to deal with emerging issues on the internet, we need to be able to unlock, in order to be able to unlock the potential of the internet for the good of all, we need to collaborate. And this rings true for me when I think about the word unity, because it takes everybody to be able to make sure that the internet space is safe, that the internet space is accommodative of everybody, that access and inclusion is top of mind for all of us, to ask ourselves simple questions like, how are we enabling these spaces to be expanded to accommodate everybody? Presently in Kenya, we have a very high internet penetration rate. I think a lot of people are said, at least from the statistics we see from the Communications Authority, are said to be connected to the internet. But we know that there's still a huge number of people that are still not connected. We know there's also a huge number of people that are connected but indirectly through others. I think that is still a reality for most places, where a home may share a smartphone, or there may be only one person in a home that has access to some form of broadband, whether it's mobile or whatever type of broadband, fixed broadband or any other. And I think the responsibility then for those who actually have access to the internet is to see how we can also make sure that we indirectly pass on that idea of unity from the things that we're picking up from the internet indirectly to those who are consuming through us. I'll give you a very simple example. One of the things that I've been working on very closely since last year has been the work that we do in Ethiopia, which is a country that has been torn, even now is having a lot of conflict in the run-up to the elections that they were holding in June, and even now as they contend with the election coming up in September. One of the things I learned from the engagements, at least we had within focus groups in rural Ethiopia walking around, was that majority of people, though they didn't have connection to the internet, were not on Facebook, were still quoting Facebook in regards to sources of information they had on one thing or the other. A lot of times as a company, we get concerned about that, especially where it touches on issues like misinformation. When you think about the panel that spoke earlier, I believe it was Mugambi Kiai, who was talking about some very important things that I think as Kenyans we need to pick as lessons that we should keep in our hearts when we're thinking about, for example, upcoming elections. How will tech be a key lever in making sure that we have a safe and election of high integrity? What is the role of all of us who have access to that device that we hold in our hands when we make a comment or put up a post about something that relates to the election? Are we planting a seed of hate, or are we actually building towards making sure that people are more informed about these processes and upholding the integrity of this important civic engagement process? When you think about the role of, for example, the policymakers and others, they are very critical in making sure that we have the right environment, as we were speaking earlier, in facilitating all of the things that can be made possible. For those who are policymakers and regulators, the question I think would be, are you thinking about this in a way that enables for the innovation, like I was speaking earlier in my notes in the panel, to thrive even beyond your time, so that this then don't become places where innovation is throttled, or that people are not able to proceed with the ideas that they have, innovate around them. In the advent of COVID-19 and the pandemic, I think one of the things we've seen is the ability of people to reinvent themselves. We've seen entirely new careers, entirely new sources of living and livelihood coming up, especially from content creators, people who have now since become very active in putting out content and have become almost famous over a short period of time as a result. I think if you all know Majimbo as an example, a young girl who has been in university and is now an international throb, if I may put it that way, somebody who just started putting out content during this COVID season. And I think realizing the power that we can harness and the potential that we have from being able to have access to the internet is really important. That places that were previously inaccessible, spaces that were previously held by those who had proximity to traditional media, like, having proximity to a mic, to a radio, to a TV, is now open to anyone and everyone. And I think all of us needing to push for more access and inclusivity, making sure that the internet is more open and accessible to all, and that everybody is able then to be able to come in there and do their thing to improve the world around us, to innovate solutions to problems that we are dealing with every day, to create things that are beautiful, or even just to connect with one another and be able to be better people or have better well-being status. And I think that is really important. So when I think about Internet United today, as I wrap up my remarks, I think my call to action for all of you would be to just ask yourself that question. What is it you're doing as an individual, as a policymaker, as a person in academia who's involved in researching problems or passing on information to others, as somebody in the corporate space that is charged with the responsibility of building solutions or reaching out to customers with products and so on? What is it you're doing to ensure that you're creating an internet that is united? What are you doing to make sure that these spaces will actually be open and accessible to all people, whether these people be people who are different from yourself or from others, from a perspective of gender, from their sexual orientation, from whether they're differently abled, or from a different race or nationality? What are we doing to make sure that we're making spaces that are expanded enough to accommodate all of those people, irrespective of who they are? Because everybody has a role to play in tapping into building community, into making the world a better place. And I think the internet has been proved so far up until this point that this is a very powerful tool that we can all leverage to actually make the world a better place. So mine is to call on all of us, especially for the Kenyans in these sessions today, to think about this, especially as we walk into the era of the election season, to make sure that we are actually avoiding spreading hate speech, things that, comments, images or content that is likely to target certain people in a way that is likely to cause harm offline. Be careful and responsible about how we do that. Think about the same also when you're thinking about information you're passing. Is this really true? Like you've seen in some of the videos we shared here. Are you posing and thinking about the content you're about to share? Please ensure that you're doing that so that you question the sources. Ask yourself whether this could really be true before you share that kind of content, because you don't want to use the power you have in your hands to create hate or to separate people. It is best that you use that towards creating something beautiful, in connecting one another, in expanding those spaces for all. Lastly, I think it's also important to make sure that you're also being responsible in the role that you have as an indirect teacher or educator to those ones who don't have access, to make that happen. And if you're in a role that can actually get that access to them, we've had a lot of effort being put in the Universal Service Fund, extending this access and affordability to communities that didn't have that. That's something to be lauded. We need to think about how we can make sure that even in our own individual capacities, we are doing this. So Internet United for me was a fantastic theme. I couldn't think of a better theme. I think this was an amazing theme to be contending with today. And we have seen the thread of the Internet United and how all of these different groups and panelists that we had that were amazing throughout the day. And I'll tell you, amazing in terms of just even the richness of the content and the conversations and the experience that was in this forum this year is amazing. And it's no different from what has happened over the years. And I have to load up, to applaud the KitchenNet team that are behind facilitating this. They've done a wonderful job. To also, you've had a bit of the AR VR experience with On Air Studios, which is a good, one of the companies of CIO Africa, who've done a fantastic job in giving us the simulation of a live studio feeling of the moderators vis-a-vis their panelists. And I think that is amazing. I think encouraging all of us to think about, again, the power in our hands and how we're using it, especially from the perspective of tech, to create open access and spaces to others and to make sure that inclusion is for all. Because when we do that, everybody gets empowered, the community gets better, and we all then are strengthened and moving forward in a way that is useful for all of us. So I thank you all for paying attention and for listening. I know everybody's tired. Like Barack said, I don't want to be that bad that wants to be hit with a stone off the tree. So I thank you all for your attention and for your participation in this year's Kenya Internet Governance Forum. And again, urging you all to use your access and power responsibly and also continue to create expanded spaces for others to be able to ensure that accessibility and inclusion is primarily on our minds, and that we are also promoting the trust that ought to be upheld within the internet space itself. Thank you so much, and have yourselves a wonderful evening.